Apocalypse, my items upgrade infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Means of Dealing with a Queen Mother. The federal top brass isn't stupid. Although there will be intrigues over the distribution of certain interests, they will definitely be united against the alien Zerg, who are fighting to the death and cannot be negotiated. So they have been trying to figure out how to kill the real enemies among the Zerg. As the brain, the Queen controls everything. However, the Queen Mother has always been hiding her head, and only occasionally shows up in an emergency to spray out a large number of soldier insects. For example, the original plan to encircle the 13th Division, a new Queen Mother landed in Heicheng, poked her head out from the suburbs and then headed north, together with another Queen Mother, intending to completely encircle and annihilate the 13th Division that was evacuating. Now that the Battle of Wuchang is underway, the Queen Mother will only advance straight ahead in order to speed up the progress. Therefore, she will have to make a choice between breaking through the defense line and crossing the defense line underground, and it is most likely the latter because the former will take a lot of time and will also result in the loss of a lot of low-level Zerg. And the strategic goal of mankind has been achieved. What will be left for the Zerg will be the completely emptied provincial capital of Jincheng. A large number of heavy industries and military factories will be restarted in the rear, and weapons, equipment and ammunition will be delivered continuously to the front-line troops. When passing through the cave, detectors placed within the defense line can accurately determine its location. In this way, the secret weapon prepared in advance can play a role smoothly. Cheng Zan was promoted through his position and learned about this action, so he began to plan to find out the hidden secret weapon. Through his indirect investigation, he successfully discovered that the top leaders had already placed several ground-penetrating missiles in the defense line when it was built 3 times that of TNT, and the damage it causes to living things is 10 times that of high-energy solid explosives. The fuel air bomb has 2 explosions. The first explosion is just to disperse the fuel in the container, so that it mixes with the air to form an aerosol cloud, which will expand into the entire wormhole and fill the cave where the mother nest is located. The second detonation that follows is used to detonate the cloud, creating a large area blast effect. Not only will the shock wave cause widespread casualties, it will also drain out the gas from the mother nest and kill large organisms inside. The 6-ton cloudburst bomb currently developed by the Federation can produce a destructive range with a radius of meters, directly covering square meters, equivalent to football fields. Once the Queen Mother is hit, she will be seriously injured. It can even kill the opponent directly. But the Federation certainly won't just launch one. As long as the hit is confirmed from the swarm's offensive on the battlefield, several ground-penetrating missiles will follow. Until the entire underground Zerg hive was razed to the ground and blown down. Cheng Zan, who was aware of the situation, first notified the Queen Mother to stop advancing, and then tried every possible means to obtain the location of these ground-penetrating missiles. Destroy human plans in advance. However, this opportunity came quickly. The fierce battle that broke out on the front line late at night prompted the Rear Division Command to dispatch a senior staff officer to the second line of defense to confirm the situation and provide timely guidance. So Cheng Zan secretly detained him imprisoned in a dark bunker. At this moment, all the guards around him had been infected by the offspring of the parasitic queen, which had drilled into their pituitary nerves. Like Cheng Zan, he became a human insect slave controlled by parasites. However, the one parasitizing Cheng Zan is more advanced. It is a second-level Zerg with psychic mutation under the command of the Queen Mother, a parasitic mother with a spiritual value of hundreds. It is deeply integrated with Cheng Zan's brain and body. It can not only produce offspring insect eggs from its abdomen, making it easier for it to control other low-level insect slaves, but also understand and obtain intelligence from humans. So its camouflage is perfect. As a result, even the teammates in the awakened camp, who were once familiar with Cheng Zan, did not notice his change. As for the low-level insect slaves around Cheng Zan, their brain memories have been severely damaged. They can only understand and execute some simple commands, but cannot understand complex things by Cheng Zan personally. However, this senior staff officer was not stupid. As someone who had climbed to this position, he quickly guessed the other party's background from Cheng Zan's cold expression and the dull eyes and wooden movements of the nearby guards. Say it, where did you put the earth-penetrating missiles? Cheng Zan looked fierce and punched him hard again. Seeing that the other party was bruised and swollen, but still refused to let go, He immediately picked up a pair of pliers and pointed them at the staff officer's shackled hands. These were the images of torture that it had found in Chang Zan's memories, although most of them were from movies and TV shows, but from the other party's trembling palm, Chang Zan determined its effect. As fingernails fell to the ground and finger bones broke, screams echoed throughout the bunker. Unfortunately, the more than 1 meter thick concrete layer blocked most of the sound, and the guard team in the main fort was deliberately transferred away by Chang Zan in advance. Half an hour later, this senior staff officer, who was a low-level awakener, finally spoke. "Since you are so wise, why don't you negotiate with us? Is it true that in the universe, the only outcome between different races is life and death?" Chang Zan showed a contemptuous smile on his face, squatted down, and looked at the dying human. "You are not qualified to negotiate. As for life and death, when you humans reach the top of the food chain on this planet, it seems that you did not give other races a chance to survive. But there is one thing that is worth affirming. You guys are really tough, but it doesn't matter. I can tell even if you don't tell me." After he finished speaking, Chang Zan opened his mouth wide. As his abdomen contracted and expanded, an object as big as a fist rolled out from his abdomen and moved up his esophagus and throat. Finally, a curled up, long, gray-black insect egg came out of its mouth on the senior staff. Then the mucus outside the eggs was pulled apart by the parasite curled up inside, and this low-level parasite began to look for its target. Under the guidance of the queen insect, it crawled onto the face of the senior staff officer like a centipede or millipede, and then, in the target's terrified expression, it pried open his mouth and drilled in with all its might. Its body was covered in slippery mucus, making it impossible for the staff officer to bite it off. It quickly slid into his throat, and then the slender legs on both sides of its abdomen inserted into the cervical vertebrae and invaded the nerves. Even if the humans who would rather die than surrender, they will also become parasite slaves. However, these low-level parasites in the offspring body cannot achieve the same detailed and comprehensive fusion as the mother body, so the search and inheritance of the target's memory is not comprehensive. It is just Chang Zan's last resort. It would be best if we could find out directly through interrogation. Unfortunately, the other party refused to budge, and this was all that could be done in the end as the parasitism was completed. The staff insect slave who obtained the memory fragment began to make a clicking sound. This is some kind of communication language among the Zerg. Hearing the answer given by his descendants, Chang Zan's expression changed. It turned out that he had misunderstood. The ground-penetrating missiles are not hidden within the defense line. Instead, it is launched from strategic bombers in the rear, carrying out long-range delivery from hundreds of kilometers away. But the defense still played an important role. That is to confirm the whereabouts of the Queen Mother. Human beings' methods are very sophisticated. They plan to take advantage of the Zerg's habits and launch trackers to mark the coordinates of second-order Zergs such as tiger spine worms. As long as the signals gather in large numbers at the same location, it means that there is a high probability that the Zerg Queen will appear at the source of the signal. In this way, the Queen Mother can be accurately located. As for the launch of the tracker, there is one more chapter. Work hard. Chapter 102, Taking Advantage of the Situation. The tiger-backed worm appears. Humans have never given up on the beheading plan specially designed for the Queen Mother. The elite team led by Chang Zan was just the first attempt within the 13th Division. The main purpose is not only to find out the strength of the mother nest, but also to resolve some unstable factors. As the abilities of the awakened ones increase, many groups in the camp have begun to develop different ideas, which will seriously threaten the stability of the top leadership. But with Chang Zan's unexpected return and his expression of loyalty to his superiors, this unstable factor was temporarily resolved. Especially when the original Major Qin was no longer suitable to be the leader of the Awakener camp, the top leaders were in urgent need of a powerful Awakener who could both obey orders and convince others. That's why Chang Zan's promotion was so smooth. In addition to the efforts of the 13th Division of Lu, cooperation between the federal government and the Research Institute developed a decapitation plan for this fuel air bomb. The powerful fuel air bomb is comparable to a small nuclear weapon. Once it came out, it was listed on the list of banned weapons. However, for a big country like the Federation, it has no binding force at all. Hundreds of fuel air bombs stored in the arsenal are about to play their role at this moment. Especially in a confined underground space, the vaporized fuel mixes with the air, and the explosion produces a destructive force far exceeding that of a nuclear bomb. After all, the ultimate goal is to kill alien organisms like the Queen Mother, not to destroy the mother nest facilities. At this moment, Chang Zan obtained this shocking plan. We need to find a way to inform the Queen Mother as soon as possible. Do not send out the Tiger Spine Squad as originally planned to destroy the defense fortress. But right now the fighting on the front lines is fierce. What suitable reason can I find to take the risk and go there? Cheng Zan thought for a moment, and when he saw the new red battle suit he had taken off, an idea suddenly came to him. It was early this morning, and a new type of human defense equipment called red armor had just been delivered to the supply transportation line in the rear as the name suggests. When Cheng Zan first saw it, he knew it was made from the shells of those low-level worker insects. The research institute promised to send 10,000 sets of red armor at this moment. Priority is given to supplying the 3rd Divisional Defense Line, a total of 5,000 people, and the remaining half is distributed to their 2nd Defense Central Line. But Cheng Zan knew that it was most needed at the front line where the first line of defense was about to engage in a close combat with his Zerg. There were more than 500 sets of red armor left in his own awakened camp, stored in those 5 trucks. Send them to the front line to help the newly awakened ones in the mixed company to enhance their defense capabilities and consolidate the strength of the defense line. No one can find fault with this reason, and even if the superiors know it, they will still give some praise. Having made up his mind, Cheng Zan immediately put on his red armor, led several parasitic guards out of the bunker, found the car soldiers who were resting, and set out at night. The fighting is now breaking out towards the south. The dozen or so main fort defense lines in the north did not encounter any attacks from the Zerg army. Only sporadic swarms of Black Spine Zerg continued to test, delay and hinder the support plans of the defenders. It arrived safely in more than 10 minutes. After delivering the new red armor on the truck to the defense team members, Cheng Zan asked the truck to return first, while he drove a detour and arrived at the edge of the battlefield. On the way back, unhatched insect egg, which contained the information. He gave it to the Queen Mother so that she could read it. After watching this group of black-backed worms drill into the wormhole on the surface, Cheng Zan left with peace of mind, thinking about how to find the human soldiers who had trackers on the front line. Worms evacuated and traveled through the complex and ever-changing wormholes. They soon returned to the suburbs of Wuchen, 200 meters deep underground. This is the newly excavated mother nest cave of the red beetle swarm. The Queen of the Zerg will soon be entrusted here. When the Queen Mother's huge body appeared from the shadows of the tunnel under the flickering dim green light, countless swarms of insects crawled on the ground with their abdomens pressed against the ground, welcoming the arrival of the Queen Mother with a most respectful attitude. Smelling the familiar smell, the Queen Mother immediately ordered the black-backed worm carrying the flesh and blood of the parasite mother to step forward and complete its mission. The black-backed worm trembled as it ran to the Queen Mother and spat out a tiny insect egg from its huge jaws. An invisible and powerful spiritual energy emanated. It lasted for dozens of seconds before slowly fading away. The Queen Mother's brain is equivalent to a high-speed biological computer. After learning the important news from the parasite, it quickly thought of a countermeasure defense line using humans themselves. It is easy to break through the defense force. This is an open conspiracy to take advantage of the opponent's own strategy. If humans are determined to kill the Queen Mother, they can either withdraw the defenders within the defense line. Once they leave the fortress bunker, they will be easily swallowed up by the army of black spine insects, or they will be destroyed together with the defenders by the fuel air bomb. Anyway, no matter what, the collapsed cave will also destroy the foundation of the defense line and tear gaps in the impregnable fortifications. In this way, the Zerg only needs to sacrifice the lives of a few tiger spine insects in order to advance smoothly. Although the second-level Zerg are precious, this LV-33 Queen also has hundreds of second-level Zerg under her command, of which the tiger spine insects account for more than half, up to. As for those late-stage second-order tiger spine worms, they cannot naturally be wasted here. Sending a second-stage early-stage team like the previous one is enough to deal with humans. The Queen Mother also wanted to take the opportunity to pull out a nail that was blocking her way. An independent outpost located in the south of Wuchen, originally a service area next to the highway. This is also where the tough opponent is. Even if the tiger-backed worm team fails to succeed, they can use the human decapitation plan to force them to leave the city to fight. Leaving the protection of the sturdy bunker, the Queen Mother is confident that she can mobilize the second-level Zerg to deal with a human awakener who has been harassing and plundering her. After swallowing up hundreds of awakened people in the outposts and eating tens of thousands of humans on the defense line, the Zerg Queen, who has been upgraded to level 33, is confident that she can directly enter the middle stage of the third stage. Its real purpose is actually the defenders themselves. Using the method of raising insects, They plunder humans' brains and the special abilities they awaken. By then, not only will the number of Zerg units it controls increase exponentially, but the second-level Zerg that can be hatched and controlled will also give birth to new types and new abilities. The tumor hidden on the armor behind its head was emitting a light blue light, and it couldn't wait to break out of the shell. With these new second-order insect species, all the high-tech weapons currently possessed by humans will become useless. Because the insect eggs that emit blue light contain high-energy electromagnetic ions, they can release energy attack methods such as electromagnetic pulses. Long-range missiles like Earth-penetrating fuel-air explosive bombs can no longer get close to the mother nest. From now on, they no longer have to hide underground like they do now, not daring to look up. As the Queen Mother found a way to deal with the situation, the surface battle on the distant defense line gradually came to an end. Among the dozens of main forts where the battle broke out, 3 were breached by the Zerg horde. However, as the mid to late stage awakeners wearing red armor joined the battle, the swarm of red beetles that broke in were all killed at close range in the long and narrow corridor. In order to ensure the strength of the defense line, large caliber rifles cannot be used to encircle and suppress the invading swarms of red beetles. Because the bullets will destroy the walls on both sides, it will help the Zerg to destroy the concrete walls at times like this. The awakened ones with enhanced physiques are needed to step forward and engage in close combat. Although the defense of the red armor cannot stop the huge jaws of the black-backed beetle, for low-level red beetles, it is a solid armor that cannot be broken. Wearing red armor, equipped with long swords and spears, as well as taking advantage of the narrow and advantageous terrain. The awakened ones quickly blocked the way again and continued to pour into the broken door of the red beetles. Then they brought in boxes of weapons and ammunition and blocked the door. Looking at the thick iron door that was destroyed by the giant jaws of the black spine worm, everyone knew that these several tons of weapons and ammunition boxes would not last long. Not to mention that the broken door rails on both sides had been eaten away by the black-backed insects. It changed from a narrow door of 1.5 meters wide to a large hole of 2 meters in diameter. The swarm of insects slowly retreated into the cave in groups. Just use quick-drying cement to block this place. A late-stage awakener wiped the insect juice and blood that splashed on his face and spoke. The companions around him nodded. Then he looked worriedly at the Zerg army hiding underground in the distance. Lin Feng put away the level 19 howitzer in his hand and fought all night. He attacked 5 times in total and seriously injured more than black-backed insects. The rest of the harvest was left to the new recruits because of its special location. The outpost is subject to attacks on a larger scale than the front line of defense. Fortunately, with Lin Feng's support, the Zerg, which suffered heavy casualties, quickly retreated into the underground wormhole. From the late night to the early morning, only a few black-backed insects came out to consume ammunition. Unfortunately, the heavy machine gun with unlimited bullets did not care about these losses. Seeing that the battle was over, Li Ran ordered everyone to take turns to rest, and then came to Lin Feng to report the situation. There were no deaths, only a few recruits who accidentally fell while carrying ammunition boxes and injured their insteps. After resting, I have recovered most of it. Last night's battle not only saw the appearance of black-backed insects, but also green-winged insects hovering in the sky. Fortunately, there was Chen Yanayan, who controlled the flying wing tank and used machine gun bullets to block the entire airspace of the outpost. The thrilling night battle finally ended. Lin Feng was eating breakfast, and after hearing the result, he nodded, but then his face changed. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, and went straight back to the fortress. Looking at the front battlefield in the distance appeared the brightness, shape, size, and speed of the light. In my mind all confirmed, that was a powerful second-level Zerg. On the second day after the battle broke out, the Zerg sent out the tiger spine worms impatiently. It seems that breaking through the defense line is inevitable. Chapter 103, Take a risk and kill the tiger backworm with a sniper. Every day they delay here, the evacuation of Jinchang will increase, until the entire city is emptied. So even if the Zerg captured 2 cities in a row in a few days, all that would be left for them would be 2 large, useless concrete forests. So Lin Feng did not doubt the appearance of the tiger-backed worm. It is estimated that the Queen Mother discovered that the low-level army of black-spined insects was unable to conquer the human fortress, so she had no choice but to send out a small number of second-level insects to seek a breakthrough. Right now, 3 tiger-backed worms are poking their heads out from a huge cave 2 kilometers away. They act very cautiously. Not too close. Free at the limit of human vision will be extremely conspicuous. Although Lin Feng guessed the Zerg's intentions, He found it difficult to understand the behavior at the moment. Why do they frequently appear far away from the defense line? Is it to intimidate the defenders in the fortifications? Or seduce humans to go out of the city and fight? Lin Feng prefers the former. After all, in the wilderness, humans who have no advantage of terrain protection are still very vulnerable to second-order tiger spine worms, even if they hide in armored vehicles. Under a bite force of more than 10 tons, even the thickest alloy defense will be squeezed and deformed. Lin Feng even worried whether the 7-centimeter thick iron door behind the outpost bunker could survive 3 rounds of biting and hitting by the tiger-backed worm's giant jaws. If the raid last night was led by the tiger-backed worms, the 201st Company in the fortress would definitely have suffered heavy casualties. If it had been on the front line of defense, at least several large main forts would have fallen, with casualties exceeding 1,000. It's a pity that the Zerg missed the best opportunity to make a last-ditch effort. Tonight, the human defense will be more experienced. But Lin Feng could no longer wait until night. As the tiger-backed worm's figure appeared and disappeared in the distance, the urgency in his heart continued to surge as he held a level 19 howitzer, whose upgrade had stagnated before that. Lin Feng was not stupid enough to fight a life-and-death battle with the tiger-backed worm after fighting hard for a whole night. See? They are already 2 kilometers away, ready to move, waiting for the Zerg Queen's order. As long as they enter within 1 kilometer, it is the limit of what the awakened can see with the naked eye. Call me over directly. We must not allow the tiger-backed insects to get close to the bunker. They can destroy walls, tear apart the firing intermediate layers on outposts, and even leap straight into the interior. Li Ran and Shenji put down the telescopes in their hands and solemnly with worried expressions, the second-level tiger-back worm is not something they can deal with. Even powerful machine guns can hardly cause damage to them. Only large howitzers with a range of more than 100 millimeters or rockets can seriously injure them, and this can be done in the outpost. Only the Master Chief with his super bullet power. The joy of victory did not last long. With the appearance of the second-order tiger spine worms, a heavy stone was placed on the hearts of the defenders, whether they were outposts, bunkers, or the front line of defense. When everyone looked solemn and hardly smiled, Lin Feng slept until 2 in the afternoon. During this period, I was not woken up once. After he washed his face and woke up in the bathroom of the chariot, he learned from Chen Yannian that the tiger spine worm seemed to have settled down 2 kilometers away. There has been no other action. 500 meters underground directly in front of the outpost, there was no sign of the red beetle swarm, and the wormhole was widened into a large cave to allow the tiger-backed worms to launch a surprise attack through the tunnel. While eating the stir-fried military rations, Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking about the strange behavior of the tiger-backed insect. Could it be that it was just as he guessed, that it only showed up during the day to shock and intimidate the defenders within the defense line, making it difficult for humans to rest in peace, and then it could gain the upper hand at night? But this is completely ineffective for me because he has the level 20 flying tiger armor on him. Lin Feng is not at all afraid of a few cheap tiger spine insects. Judging from their size, they are about the same size as the ones that were chased last time. Lin Feng's identification skills require a closer distance to scan out objects that are not too large, so we can only estimate from the size comparison that these 3 tiger spine insects are probably in the early stage of the second stage. In this case, let's go and meet them anyway. At this distance, after the flying tiger armor turns on the flight mode, it can fly back and forth at a 400 km per hour in just seconds. If there was still time, Lin Feng would even have the opportunity to use the Eye of Death in advance, aim at a lone tiger-back worm, and shoot it in the head. 190 points of basic damage, doubled by critical speed hit. It is a huge damage of 380 points. The tiger-backed worm in the early stage of the second stage can't stand it at all. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decided to take a risk before night fell. After all, the late night will not only affect the soldier's combat effectiveness, but also hinder his pre-aiming, reducing his combat effectiveness and making it impossible to accurately shoot the tiger spine worm in the head. Can easily solve the threat of tiger-backed worms. Lin Feng told Chen Yannian about his plan. After a little worry, the other party agreed to cooperate with Lin Feng's plan. Because this time we are fighting outdoors, we also have to guard against threats from the sky. Lin Feng needs Chen Yannian to control the LV-19 flying wing tank and use the life radar to provide early warning. The one that can directly threaten his safety in the wild is not the powerful tiger-backed insect, but the second-order flying insect that has never revealed its true form, the advanced version of the blue-winged insect. The wind-winged insect is as powerful as a fighter jet. According to the information sent by Ding Chenghe, The minimum speed of the wind-wing insect has reached 800 kilometers per hour, and even high-level wind-wing insects have the ability to fly at supersonic speeds. Once they target Lin Feng, it will be difficult to escape unless they find shelter, such as by entering a wormhole. Therefore, Lin Feng needed Chen Yan'an to give him an advance warning and notify him in time through the intercom so that Lin Feng could take shelter. However, Ding Chenghe also mentioned that because the wind-wing insects are too fast, they only target high-altitude targets to curb air attacks from humans. Low-altitude flying is generally not performed because of the risk of stalling and falling, as well as hitting obstacles. After all, at that speed, even if it hits a bird, it would cause serious damage just like a human airplane. But Lin Feng couldn't possibly gamble his life on this possibility, so he tried his best to make full preparations in advance. When everything was ready, Lin Feng activated the full-body form of the flying tiger armor from the center of the outpost, then activated the tiger bug power attribute, and finally turned on the flight mode. A pair of blue-gray folded membranous wings slowly unfolded. The extremely high frequency of the fanning stirred up the dust on the surface, and the powerful updraft made Lin Feng's feet fly into the air outpost and flew straight towards the front battlefield. With a speed of over 100 meters per second, in just 15 seconds, Lin Feng appeared in front of the cave where the tiger backworm emerged. It's only 500 or 600 meters away from the cave. At this distance, Lin Feng was able to raise the muzzle of his gun and accurately lock onto the fragile HUD behind the tiger spineworm's huge jaws wormhole. The level 19 howitzer in his hand was ready to go. Hold your breath. The Death Eye attribute is activated, previewing and locking. In the cave below Lin Feng, countless red beetles and black-backed insects smelled the scent of humans and wanted to crawl out to attack the sudden prey, but as the tiger insect's power was released, they were frightened and instantly retracted their heads and retreated deep into the cave. Not long after, a tiger-backed worm, attracted by the flapping sound of the green-winged worm's wings, came out of the cave and half of its body appeared to check the situation. Tiger spine worm, LV 2329 horsepower 350, VT 350. SPR-35A mid-level unit of the Zerg, an advanced and upgraded version of the first-level soldier worm, the black spine worm. It has strong physical functions and is extremely aggressive. The power of its pair of giant jaws ranges from tens to dozens of tons, and it can move at a speed of nearly 100 kilometers per hour. It is a powerful weapon for attacking the Zerg. Note, the jaw giant can be used as an orange-quality material for fusion upgrades. Lin Feng only glanced at its health value. After that, without any hesitation, he locked onto the insect's eye, made a prompt decision, and pulled the trigger. In an instant, a flash of fire appeared. The shell left a straight tail flame and dissipated in the air, but then, a loud explosion was heard from the entrance of the cave in the distance, and a flame several meters wide rose into the sky. The next moment, a message flashed across Lin Feng's eyes: successfully killed LV-23 second-order Zerg LV-19 howitzer. The upgrade conditions have been met. Should we upgrade to higher level? Lin Feng smiled, but before he could click to confirm the upgrade option, the joy on his face disappeared in an instant. He stood up immediately and retreated instantly. The next second, the entrance of the cave under Lin Feng suddenly collapsed. A pair of bright yellow, 10-meter-long jaws opened, stick out from it, 6,000 words, done today. Chapter 104 Upgrade. Level 20 Armor-Piercing Cannon. The once hidden mound of earth at the entrance of the wormhole collapsed in an instant, revealing a loose deep pit. Just as the mud and sand were constantly flowing due to the high-frequency tremors, a 10-meter-long giant jaw suddenly broke out of the ground from the position where Lin Feng was previously, like a thorn. With a click, it closes and cuts. The sharp barb at the tip of the giant jaw was only a few centimeters away from Lin Feng's toes after he jumped into the air. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. If he had been a few microseconds slower, he would have lost both legs and suffered serious fractures. Previously, due to the activation of the Eye of Death attribute, Lin Feng entered a state of full concentration, holding his breath, especially at the moment of pulling the trigger at the last moment. His attention was ignored for changes in the soles of his feet. A large number of red beetles used their chelicerae to insert into the wall cave, and then began to shake in unison. It was exactly the same situation that Lin Feng had encountered in the Heichang dormitory building at that time. The red beetle swarm knocked on the ground and walls together, calling for their kind to come. Their consistent behavior at this moment is to use rapid vibrations with synchronized frequencies to destroy the stability of the soil structure, turning the soil on the cave wall into quicksand. allowing nearby tiger-backed worms to quickly swim through the cave. When the tremor reached Lin Feng, it was at the last moment that he discovered a change under his feet in time. And he had no time to upgrade the LV-19 howitzer that had completed the kill. Lin Feng retreated several steps and flew into the air. The tiger-backed worm stretched out a pair of huge jaws, but found that it could not bite the target, so it slapped heavily backwards, trying to injure Lin Feng attributes, but its IQ has also been improved, which is fully worthy of the dozens of points of mental value. If Lin Feng had not acquired the ability to fly, it would not have been so easy to avoid this crisis. As he took off into the air, the level 19 howitzer in his hand was already aimed at the quicksand cave below. The shells were fired like flowing water, madly. Amid a series of explosions, the tiger-backed worm quickly hid deep in the tunnel, but the red beetles that helped it build the quicksand river were not so lucky. The howitzer has a damage of up to 190 points, and the shock wave generated by the explosion can kill them directly. Then the tremor stopped and the fluid-like oil gradually stabilized. Even though the tiger-backed worms lost their breakthrough point for attack, Lin Feng still pulled the trigger until he blew up a more than 10-meter deep pit in the concave pit under his feet, and then stopped the bombing. Fortunately, the tiger-backed worm ran fast, and it was protected by this oil with its hardest jaws facing upwards. So Lin Feng only inflicted nearly 100 points of damage after firing dozens of shots. To the tiger-backed worm, it was not even a serious injury. It's a pity that it was let go. Lin Feng groaned and spat out yellow phlegm on the ground nearby. Lin Feng decided not to stay any longer and gave up the idea of going to the distant cave where the tiger-backed worms died to check the bodies. Qin Hu's experience is still vivid in my mind. Even though Lin Feng was protected by the flying tiger armor, he did not want to take the risk of fighting with his erg for corpses in the cave. If he were to besiege several tiger-backed insects, his level 19 howitzer alone would not be able to handle it with a flash of light. Within 15 seconds, Lin Feng maintained an altitude of 50 or 60 meters and flew back to the outpost fortress. At this moment, many of the new recruits, as well as Li Ran and others, were stunned. With Shenji's reminder, they already understood that the humanoid creature wearing black and yellow flying armor who broke into the Zerg's hinterland was none other than their chief sergeant, Lin Feng. When the familiar explosion sounded, Li Ran and others who were observing through telescopes cheered for the tiger spine worm being hit to death, but also clenched their fists for Lin Feng, who successfully avoided the Zerg counterattack at the critical moment. At this moment, the Master Chief returned victoriously, flapping his membrane wings and landing steadily next to the tank in the center of the outpost. Li Ran, Shenji and others came over, and after the smoke and dust cleared, they saw the facial armor unfolded in the black and yellow flying armor, revealing a familiar face, and they were immediately overjoyed. 90% of the outpost bunker's combat effectiveness comes from Lin Feng himself, and the stronger Lin Feng is, the greater their chances of successfully defending. Whether it is demonstrating its unique flying ability or its means of fighting against or even killing tiger spine worms, it can greatly alleviate the deterrent pressure that the second-level Zerg brings to the defenders. Morale is an important thing. Especially in long-term battles, the loss of morale means that the team's combat effectiveness will plummet. This psychological factor can sometimes even determine the outcome of a war. Lin Feng's achievement of going deep into the Zerg's hinterland and not only killing a tiger spine worm but also escaping unscathed will undoubtedly greatly encourage the soldiers at the outpost, and they will no longer be afraid of the more difficult battle tonight. Because they are led by the sergeant. Even if the tiger-backed worm attacks, there is nothing to fear. Facing the gazes of Shenji and the others, as well as the expectant looks of many soldiers on the shooting floor on the wall, Lin Feng spoke calmly. I have successfully killed a tiger spine worm and am about to enter the second stage of awakening. Disperse, I need to have a good rest and complete this awakening before night falls. Hearing the chief's personal confirmation, everyone cheered. The awakeners of the second stage are powerful beings that are one in a million. Not only will the superpowers achieve a qualitative leap, but the combat power will also be greatly enhanced. For example, Major Chang, who returned unexpectedly, was promoted 3 levels directly because he successfully advanced to the second level of awakening, becoming the only awakener with the rank of colonel, but he is just an awakened one with enhanced physique, and at this moment, Sergeant Lin in the outpost is the famous Super Bullet Awakener. Once the ability is further improved, it is estimated that it will be possible to kill tiger spine insects remotely and directly bomb the insect swarm army in expectation of everyone. The excitement filled the outpost and did not dissipate for a long time. Chen Yannian stood up from the driver's seat and saw Lin Feng take off his full body armor, revealing his true form. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as she stepped forward to help Lin Feng take off his short-sleeved pants that were already soaked with sweat. Continuous flight would cause the flying tiger armor to overheat, and the sudden increase in heart rate and adrenaline due to the previous life and death crisis made Lin Feng sweat all over. Ease and invincibility are shown to outsiders. Only Lin Feng himself knows the true danger. Did you find any traces of flying insects? Lin Feng took the dry towel handed to him by Chen Yannian, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked. Chen Yannian shook her head. No wing insects were detected, but there were a few green wing insects. One was hiding in the distance and watching, and never approached. They will probably go back and tip off the Zerg Queen. She will definitely be on guard. Next time we go out of the city to fight, it won't be so easy. Lin Feng nodded. The flying mode of the flying tiger armor could not be hidden for too long. He had intended to use it to exchange for equipment upgrades from the very beginning. Now that this goal has been successfully achieved, Lin Feng, who has been upgraded to level 20, will have corresponding solutions even when facing the attacks of wing insects. Moreover, the flying mode is only the variant form of the flying tiger armor, and one of them is an auxiliary form. The remaining two types, whether it is absolute defense or explosive scale armor, can effectively resist wing insects. Then you continue to monitor. I need some time to wake up and cannot be disturbed. As he spoke, Lin Feng frowned slightly, his eyes deep. If during this period, the Zerg launched a general attack and several tiger spine worms were preparing to attack the city, you could just press the detonator of the explosives on the road and drive away from here. As for the others, take them if you can. Chen Yannian took a deep breath and then nodded solemnly. As the awakening unfolds, Lin Feng will inevitably lose his combat effectiveness for a period of time, and this will also be the most vulnerable and dangerous moment for the outpost. As Lin Feng's most trusted person, he must make a decisive decision when necessary to abandon some of the garrison and protect Lin Feng from escaping from the outpost. Seeing the detonator Lin Feng placed on the table, Chen Yannian watched him walk into the bedroom and then return to her post to confirm that the tiger spine beetle has not come and take revenge. In the bedroom, Lin Feng started the upgrade of the LV-19 howitzer, then walked into the bathroom to wash off the sweat on his body, and at the same time rinse the arm guard that was covered with dust and mud. Lin Feng lay on the bed, quietly waiting for the completion of the howitzer's upgrade. It's only 1:30 now, and there are still about 5 hours before dark, so there's still enough time. What I told Chen Yannian before was only the worst possible scenario with a very small probability. If the Queen Mother had any brains, she would not launch an attack during the day when she knew that the sentry had the ability to kill second-level Zergs. The best decision is to retreat and make plans later. Soon, after an hour of upgrading, the LV-19 howitzer successfully entered the orange quality, armor-piercing cannon LV-2029. Orange quality damage 250, effective range 10 kilometers, remaining bullets 6,000, 6,000 additional attributes, bullet recovery 1/S, space magazine 6,000 spare bullets, death I0 for 50, fire coverage damage 50 plus 50/S, coverage area square meters added additional attribute, bullet time evaluation. This is an armor-piercing cannon that can penetrate 100 millimeters of defense. Its powerful penetration makes it difficult to maintain its narrow body, but the changing form can better exert its long-range combat power. The enhanced shell can penetrate 10 meters deep soil through multiple energy additions. Hitting the target can cause internal explosion damage, posing a serious threat to targets with extremely high armor values. Looking at the level 20 armor-piercing cannon in his hand that flashed with orange light and transformed from a pistol to rifle, Lin Feng could already feel its weight increasing exponentially. Don't be fooled by its appearance at the moment. It looks like only a dozen pounds. Its actual weight is up to hundreds of kilograms. But in the hands of a first-level perfect awakener who can exert several tons of force with a swing of his arms, a gun weighing 100 kilograms is no different from the wooden stick it once was. Lin Feng can still aim the gun with one hand at will, and after the upgrade it is also equipped with a matching zoom lens, which can be switched from 4x to 8x at will. What's more important is that this scope can superimpose Lin Feng's eagle eye vision as an awakened person. In other words, its actual observation and aiming distance is within 8 kilometers. Like small rockets and anti-tank missiles, Lin Feng's actual combat distance was increased several times, but there seems to be no night vision mode, There will still be a big discount at night, but this time the upgrade directly increased the basic damage by 60, which made Lin Feng very excited. With 250 points of basic damage and the Eye of Death, the headshot damage can be doubled. Even a level 25 Tiger Spine Worm will die on the spot. As for the ammunition, 1,000 were added, but there was no actual change in other aspects. Lin Feng continued to look down and saw the newly added additional attributes that he had been missing. Bullet time. Chapter 105 Lin Feng LV20, Copying Ability Enhanced. Bullet time. At close range, it increases the speed of aiming and reaction by 20% for the first time. It lasts for 10 seconds and has a cooldown of minutes. Just like the first demonstration, the speed increases 20% for 10 seconds, followed by a 10-minute cooldown. It is equivalent to a weakened version of the physical enhancement ability, but the speed has been enhanced, especially in close combat, which can speed up Lin Feng's nerve reaction speed and make the use of equipment items faster. For example, when facing the attack of green-winged insects or wind-winged insects, activate the absolute defense form of the flying tiger armor, or raise the gun to counter-attack points. The 20% at this time can make his speed directly comparable to that of the first-level early Tiger Spine Worm. Among the same level in the future, he will be invincible in both close combat and long-range combat. No flaws. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng threw the can that had not moved yet into the air, and then activated bullet time to continue falling at an accelerated speed. It was then that Lin Feng discovered that the bullet time state not only increased his movement speed by 20%, but also enhanced his sensory organs including vision and hearing. In his eyes, the movement of surrounding objects was slowed down by half, but his own nerve reaction speed and ability to move were not affected. Lin Feng had only seen this wonderful feeling in movie special effects. Now that he experienced it himself, he realized the terrifying power of bullet time, a rare power that combines physical and mental abilities. In its eyes, ordinary physical enhancement is not worth mentioning at all. Perhaps only the physical enhancement after the second level Deep Awakening can match it. Although the bullet time only lasts 10 seconds, in Lin Feng's eyes, it seems like a dozen seconds have passed. With the upgrade of the armor-piercing cannon, its duration and cooling time will be extended and shortened simultaneously. Perhaps in the future Lin Feng will be able to activate it indefinitely. Would that mean he would be invincible on the battlefield? There is firepower coverage from armor-piercing cannons at long range, and defensive counterattacks from bullet time at close range. Lin Feng's fighting power is comparable to an army of one man. After upgrading to the late second stage, it can completely block the invasion of a high-level queen with its own abilities. Thinking of this, Lin Feng raised his toes at the last moment and kicked the tin can that was about to fall to the ground in the outside world. Only 2 or 3 seconds had passed normally, but in Lin Feng's brain, it felt like 7 or 8 seconds. With the increase in speed, this sense of slowness became more obvious. After a moment, the bullet time ended, and then left this wonderful state. After testing the newly added attributes, Lin Feng's eyes turned to the final evaluation. The LV-20 armor-piercing cannon, as its name suggests, is designed to break through the defensive armor of the target. As the Zerg continues to upgrade and evolve, its armor defense also continues to improve along with its health and physique. For example, the Tiger Spine Worm that attacked Lin Feng before, its huge jaws were 10 meters long before they were fully exposed. Lin Feng turned around and fired, and with a quick glance, he saw that it was a mid-stage second-order Tiger Spine Worm with a health value of over 400. His level 19 howitzer could hardly cause much effective damage to it. You have to find an opportunity to hit its abdomen, or weak points in armor such as insect eyes, in order to seriously injure it. Originally, Lin Feng had a chance to take down the opponent through continuous shooting, but unfortunately the thick layer of soil blocked it, helping the tiger-backed worm to relieve most of the damage, and finally escaped safely. Now, with a level 20 armor-piercing cannon in hand, the shells it fires have extremely strong armor-piercing capabilities. They can penetrate armor millimeters thick and can also drill into a depth of 10 meters underground. This allows Lin Feng to easily snipe the second-level Zerg that shows its head at a long distance, and then with the help of the Eye of Death, he can easily achieve headshots with every shot. Just like cheating in the game. The preliminary drilling function also allows Lin Feng to directly deal with the wormholes that appear on the battlefield, eliminate the Zerg hiding inside, and block the continuous invasion of red beetles. After seeing all the functions of the upgraded LV-20 armor-piercing cannon, Lin Feng gently stroked the black spear in his hand. Its streamlined lines did not look like modern firearms at all, But more like futuristic weapons in science fiction works, it is worthy of being orange quality equipment. Not only is its power beyond imagination, its appearance is also top-notch. Feeling its power, Lin Feng now wants to climb up the outpost bunker, lie on the shooting level, and experience the joy of sniping and killing tiger-backed worms. But the personal synchronous upgrade has not been completed yet. Lin Feng knew that after the upgrade, he would become even more powerful, so that he could perfectly match the LV-20 armor-piercing cannon. He suppressed his inner excitement and held the level 20 armor-piercing cannon in his hand. Lin Feng then started the synchronous upgrade. With a flash of orange light, a strong energy flowed from the gun into his body and traveled throughout his body. This is another deep evolution comparable to the first level superpower awakening. Even though Lin Feng is prepared, he still feels strong discomfort, unbearable pain. It made Lin Feng sweat all over and veins bulged on his forehead as he tried to endure the pain. Fortunately, the process only lasts about an hour. After the core, torso and brain complete the second level upgrade, the pain caused by the strengthening of the remaining limbs, skin and muscles will no longer be so severe. Lin Feng panted heavily and wiped away the black and yellow impurities and dirt on his face that had seeped into his eyeballs. They covered his entire body surface like a layer of mucous membrane. He picked up the large bottle of mineral water on the table and drank it all in one gulp. After replenishing the lost water, Lin Feng returned to the bathroom again, turned on the shower head, and washed off the dirt. 10 minutes later, when he was clean and walked out of the bathroom, he saw himself in the mirror. The skin all over his body has become light yellow and delicate, especially on his face, where the pores have shrunk and the edges and corners are sharp, making him look like the tough male protagonist in a movie. Not only that, Lin Feng also keenly discovered that his height increased from 1.82 meters to 1.85 meters. Although this was not the effect of a single upgrade, it also meant that he was becoming stronger as his level increased. This is good news. Physical attributes have always been the shortcoming of human evolution. But this defect does not exist in Lin Feng. After Lin Feng admired his own changes and put on his clothes, his second level awakening upgrade was also declared complete. LV-20 29 horsepower 220, VT 220, SPR 215. Note: second level awakening increases basic attribute values by an average of 50 points, and the value that exceeds the limit can be inherited. The copy ability has been improved. The characteristics of the copy will only work within 1,000 meters of the original. After completing the second stage awakening, you will get the right to bind a new piece of equipment. The highest quality of the bound item is orange. Lin Feng's eyes showed joy. The result of this personal upgrade was beyond his expectations. Not only did his basic attributes increase by 50 points, but his true ability, replication, was also strengthened. It has grown from the original range of 100 meters to 1,000 meters. By analogy, when it is upgraded to the third stage, the replica will be able to take effect within tens of kilometers. You can use materials such as fine steel to copy and synthesize a large number of weapons, and then arm the territory you rule. Even if faced with attacks from several Zerg queens, we can easily deal with them with a large number of equipment replicas. If the system's upgrade of equipment only arms Lin Feng himself, then the copied superpowers can lead a race to achieve a leap in civilization. In fact, the one with the greatest potential has always been his supernatural power. Lin Feng immediately turned his gaze, looking at the level 20 armor-piercing cannon on the side. After copying dozens of level 19 howitzers, Lin Feng even had the confidence to lead an elite team to directly enter the underground wormhole and take the initiative to attack against the second-level Zerg. Just do it. At present, there is no suitable item to bind as equipment. Lin Feng originally wanted to bind the flying tiger armor on his body as equipment, but after thinking about it carefully, it and the flying wing chariot, as both are auxiliary equipment, their functions overlap. Lin Feng still wants to bind a weapon equipment. For example, high-end melee weapons that can match the properties of bullet time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's mind emerged with a scene of a young girl practicing with a sword. I don't know how Liu Yuki is doing now. After the Battle of Wucheng is over, we will retreat to the provincial capital Jincheng. I don't know if there will be a chance for us to meet again. Lin Feng took a deep breath and then stood up. He opened the door and walked outside. Second Order Awakener, Sergeant Lin. Chapter 106 Replica, Steam Hammer Shotgun, Beacon. The upgrade, which was originally expected to take 5 hours to complete, was completed in just 3 hours. It was nearly 5 o'clock. The defenders also took turns eating and resting. Lin Feng raised the wine glass on the table and clinked glasses with a beauty in front of him to celebrate. Chen Yannian opened a bottle of low-alcohol red wine food on the table. The upgrade and strengthening of awakening consumes most of the body's stored energy. At this moment, not only had he digested and absorbed the previous food, but even the subcutaneous fat around his waist and hips had been completely broken down. The suppressed hunger is completely released when you smell the delicious food. It was not until Lin Feng had eaten 5 dishes, equivalent to 3 soldiers' rations, that the hunger in his body was slightly relieved. After eating and drinking, he took out a rifle slung over his back and showed Chen Yannian this rare and dangerous weapon. There is only one orange quality weapon at present. The basic damage of up to 250 and the armor-piercing attribute allow the holder to easily deal with several tiger spine insects. Even if it was a large tiger spine worm in the middle stage of the second stage, Lin Feng was now confident that he could take it down directly. After a short rest, Li Ran's voice came from outside the house. Report, the defense deployment for tonight has been completed. Please inspect it, Mr. Lin. Feng opened his eyes from Chen Yannian's arms and long legs, realizing that it was time to come forward. The so-called inspection is more to boost the morale of the soldiers guarding the outposts. As long as he can appear at the outpost, everyone present will feel absolutely safe and have the courage to face the more difficult battle tonight. As Lin Feng got ready and walked out of the chariot, he saw commanders such as Li Ran and Shenji outside the chariot, all of whom showed expressions of joy and anticipation. Lin Feng said nothing more, and followed everyone to the sentry post. He greeted the new recruits who had lost their childishness, and encouraged and praised their efforts. From their gradually determined expressions, Lin Feng saw the maturity and stability of the veterans. As long as they survive the Battle of Wuchen, they will grow into elite veterans. The 201st Company will also serve as Lin Feng's team, and at some point in the future, it will be expanded into thousands of Salvation Army soldiers returned to their posts, and then led Li Ran and Shenji to the center of the outpost, the rear of the flying wing tank. Lin Feng opened the trunk and took out the few remaining steel plates. The standard steel plates made of fine steel were the leftovers from the batch sent by Han Yuxin. Each plate was 1 square meter in size, 5 millimeters thick, and weighed 40 kilograms. Spent a total of $20 to equip each of the current awakened team members with a heavy machine gun. Now looking at the remaining 10 pieces, Lin Feng decided to make a few replicas of the LV-19 howitzer to deal with the Zerg's increasingly fierce night offensive. Not powerful enough to directly kill the second-level tiger spine worm, as long as the distance is close enough, it can still seriously injure the opponent by hitting it several times in a row, delaying the Zerg's offensive pace and preventing them from destroying the fortress walls until Lin Feng arrives can temporarily solve the problem of uneven firepower distribution. As Lin Feng stretched out his hand to cover the steel plates, a reminder of copying appeared in his eyes. Do you want to consume 100 kilograms of fine steel to make a level 19 howitzer? The replica of the LV-9 guard-level pistol only requires 5 kilograms of fine steel to be produced, but I didn't expect that the LV-19 howitzer would cost 20 times more. 1 ton of fine steel is only enough to produce 10 howitzers. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This huge amount of material consumption is also a costly expense. You have to know that these are all refined steel, which is different from ordinary remelted iron. Now that the coastal federal ports have fallen, we have lost a high-quality iron ore from abroad, and the domestic mines and coking and steel mills have both declined in quality and quantity. In the future, the output of fine steel will only get lower and lower. At this moment, finished fine steel used in weapons production has become a controlled commodity, with access to it being even more strictly controlled than food. It is not easy to stockpile a large amount of fine steel at that time. It will all depend on whether Hu Fei and Han Yuxin can find a stable channel. Otherwise Lin Feng will have to go to the steel plant in Huliao Pass in person. Go find sister-in-law Yu and ask for some flexibility. However, the steel plant is 400 or 500 kilometers away from his chosen battle site, and transportation is also a big problem. While thinking about how to obtain fine steel in the future, Lin Feng had already completed the synthesis of the replica with his hands as the red light came out 10 from his hands, covering the remaining steel plates. The next moment, their shapes changed until they became 4 identical large-caliber rifles. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. When he copied and synthesized a replica, he imagined the appearance of a legendary weapon that had never been mass-produced, a large-caliber shotgun nicknamed Steam Hammer. It is also the shotgun weapon with the highest single-shot damage among all major shooting games. Now looking at them, which look exactly the same as in the game, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Howitzer Replica LV-19, Red Quality Damage 190, Effective Range 5 km, Remaining Shells 5000 Basic Attributes, Bullet Recovery 1/S, Space Magazine 5000 Spare Bullets. Note, the effective range is within 1 km of the original product. 1/10 of the profit from killing the target will be fed back to the holder. It cannot cause damage to the original product holder. All basic attributes are activated based on the target killed. After reading the properties of the replica, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the properties such as automatic bullet recovery and space magazine are retained, the role of the replica will still be very valuable. As for additional attributes such as death eye and fire coverage, as long as there are enough copies, they can focus their fire to achieve the same effect. With 5,000 rounds of spare ammunition and a recovery rate of 3,600 rounds per hour, it is fully capable of standing the attack of the insect swarm. 4 LV-19 howitzer replicas can easily block and destroy tens of thousands of black spine insects. With them around, Lin Feng can feel much more relaxed. Then, he took out 2 large steam hammers and handed them to Li Ran and the other man behind him, while introducing them. This is a weapon as powerful as the hand cannon I had before. 1 round is comparable to a 155mm howitzer. There are 4 of them now. You can use them to guard the other 4 protruding blockhouses to prevent the tiger spine insects from destroying the outpost walls. The bastion has a total of 5 protruding towers, which can increase the crossfire during shooting and enhance output. After hearing Lin Feng's introduction, taking the large caliber gas hammer shotgun and feeling its heavy weight, Li Ran and Shen Ji were immediately excited and wanted to take it to the outpost immediately to experiment with it themselves. Li Ran, who had already seen the heavy machine gun with unlimited bullets, was the most excited. The presence of this gas hammer gun meant there was 1 more super shocked bullet awakener. With a few more, the power will be comparable to that of an artillery company. Holding the killer weapon in his hand, Li Ran couldn't let it go and said, "Shotgun? It might as well be called a shotgun." Lin Feng nodded. "Steam hammer shotgun, good, let's call it that from now on." Then he took out the remaining 2 and said, "It's very powerful, and the recoil is also quite strong. It weighs 100 kilograms, plus the strong push from the continuous shooting. If you are not a first stage late awakener, you can't hold it for long." Li Ran and the other man were both commanders on the front lines. After a fierce battle last night, they had successfully entered the late first stage using machine guns. Among them, Li Ran is level 17, and Shen Ji is already level 18, and is only 1 step away from reaching the perfection of the first level. Fully capable of controlling the powerful steam hammer cannon. Among the outpost defenders, there are several others who have also entered the late first stage, so the personnel of the holders is not a problem. Watching the 2 of them leave in high spirits, Lin Feng immediately returned to the front of the outpost and watched the sun set in the distance, and the deep night was about to fall upon the earth. Countless Zerg began to poke their heads out of the cave. A new round of battle is about to begin on the front battlefield. The defenders of the main fort, who were worried and had not had a good rest all day, could only rely on coffee and other substances to maintain their spirits and stay excited. The Zerg's tactics of shock, intimidation and exhaustion have taken effect. The defenders, who had not had a good rest for nearly 40 hours, were extremely tired. Especially during this period, half of the time was spent in arduous defensive operations. Even the awakened ones found it difficult to survive, not to mention the many recruits who were only at the level of enhanced humans. Tired bodies and numb spirits caused their combat level to plummet. Whether it was aiming and shooting under the cover of night or replenishing ammunition in the later stage, they were no longer as handy as they were last night. Many veterans saw this and knew clearly that this was a situation that no one could avoid. They were the same at the beginning, full of confidence, thinking that these low-level Zerg from alien planets would be destroyed in an instant under the artillery fire. But with wave after wave, a steady stream of insect swarms came to attack the defense line. Even if there are sufficient logistical supplies and ammunition, humans with flesh and blood will not be able to hold on and their condition will decline. Especially tonight, there may be a tiger-backed worm attack. If we fail to launch anti-tank missiles and large mortars in time to block it, the wall gates of the defense line will definitely suffer heavy damage. Once the Zerg are allowed to get close, they will cause casualties to the defenders. Even if they succeed in holding on, it will only become increasingly difficult as time goes on. Fortunately, the frontline commander was not stupid. He immediately replaced the companies in the north-south defense line and the main fort. The personnel from more than a dozen main forts in the north who did not participate in the battle last night were sent to garrison in the south. As long as the Zerg are not stupid, they will definitely focus on one line of defense and launch a fierce attack, especially since the entrance gate in the south has been broken. Attack on the human side. They can also reduce the decline in combat effectiveness by rotating the defense line from north to south, but humans obviously do more than that. To the tiger spine beetle's outer armor is injected into the bullet. The warhead that was originally planned to be embedded in the carapace was directly rejected after Ding Chenghe took samples and analyzed the giant jaws of the second-order tiger spine worm. Because the most hardness of the tiger worm's giant jaws is as high as a terrifying 10, which is harder than diamond, the hardest stable natural substance known to mankind. Ordinary steel bullets have a Mohs hardness of only 4.5. Even the tungsten-used alloy in armor-piercing bullets has a hardness of only 9.5, which is simply impossible to penetrate. The tiger backworm's biological alloy armor is as thick as 2 millimeters. Therefore, the Research Institute had to change its thinking and attach the signal transmitter to the surface of the tiger spine worm with glue. In this way, it could also be used as a beacon to detect the hiding place of the Zerg Queen. Several special bullets with adhesion ability, which served as beacons, were used by 3 super bullets awakeners of the 13th Division. They used the awakened energy as a driving force and an electronic optical surface mirror to accurately hit the tiger spine worm 2 kilometers away. They fired a total of 30 bullets, marking the 18 tiger-backed worms that appeared on the battlefield headquarters and the federal top leaders. The most important thing is to confirm the location of the Queen Mother, send strategic bombers to launch long-range earth-penetrating fuel air bombs, destroy the Zerg's brain, and complete the decapitation operation. And with a beacon locator, the location of the tiger-back worm swarm is sent back one by one. Looking at the connected trajectory on the screen, the Research Institute's data analysts and surveying engineers quickly located 3 locations where the Queen Mother was most likely to be. One of them is located in the south of Wuchen, outside the former highway toll station, now a sentry post. Chapter 107: The choice between launching and evacuating. The tiger spine worm approaches. As one of the participants in the decapitation operation, he was very clear about where Lin Feng was stationed, which was inside the outpost. Although he still didn't know why the tiger-backed worms gathered in a group where he was, Ding Chenghe was very clear that the power of the earth-penetrating fuel air bomb that was about to be launched could easily flatten an outpost. Even if there is an explosion nearby, anyone within 1 kilometer will be affected. The secondary damage caused by the explosion is very serious. In particular, the collapsed Zerg hive produced tremors as strong as an earthquake, and the deep pits on the surface would destroy the entire outpost. Therefore, the defenders inside must evacuate in advance. Otherwise, they will be affected by the residual power of the fuel air bomb. But Ding Chenghe was just a small member in charge of the logistics and weapons department and had no qualifications to participate in the high-level meeting to make the launch decision. In order to maintain confidentiality, all grassroots personnel participating in the decapitation operation had to hand in their personal mobile phones and were not allowed to contact the outside world. Ding Chenghe frowned, and wrinkles appeared on his chubby face. Soon, he suddenly remembered the signal receiver he had given to Lin Feng. That thing could receive radio waves and transmit messages with just an ordinary radio station. There just happened to be an obsolete radio station in the logistics warehouse. Found an old, dusty radio. After turning on the power, press a piece of digital symbols on the typewriter. Damn, I hope you guys can take the time to pay attention to the flashing lights on the signal receiver, Ding Chenghe silently complained and sent out the information. At this moment, in the high-level meeting to decide on the launch, the federal top brass has authorized the 13th Division on the front line to launch and use the earth-penetrating fuel-air explosive bomb thousands of miles away. A strategic bomber with a gray, black and iron appearance has been loaded with several heavy guided missiles. As long as the signal is connected with a launcher on the tiger-backed insect for guidance, it can achieve long-range tracking and accurate hit. With a launch of 3 strategic bombers, the Federation's first decapitation operation test entered its final stage. At this moment in Wuchen, inside the division headquarters located within the third line of defense, a more intense debate was taking place. Although the top leaders had given authorization, the fierce combat situation on the front still put the senior officers of the 13th Division in a dilemma. 2 days had passed since the Zerg arrived at the city and the battle broke out. According to the Zerg's original advancement plan, They should have expanded to behind the second line of defense by now. Therefore, the construction of the Zerg mother nest is likely to reach the first line of defense. It is very likely that the queen mother will appear in the underground location where tiger-backed worms gather. The large-scale appearance of daytime tiger spine beetles also indirectly confirms the insect habit data sent by the Research Institute. What this all means is, the queen mother is about to arrive under the defense line. The division headquarters could either order more than 10,000 defenders to break out and escape the attack range of the Earth-penetrating fuel-air explosive bomb, or directly launch missiles to kill both the people and the insects. As for canceling this decapitation operation on the grounds of inappropriate timing, that is obviously the least likely option. The hard work of so many people, and the only chance for humanity to defeat the alien Zerg, they will choose to bet without hesitation, even if it means gambling with 10,000 lives. So the questions arises as to whether or not to allow the defenders on the front line to break out and leave the bunker that is about to collapse, or let them hold on and complete the harvest. Most generals tended to the former, first gathering the troops from the front line and consolidating the second line of defense. But Colonel Chang, who was sitting at the end, raised an objection. No, if we break out now, we will inevitably be chased and intercepted by the insect swarms emerging from behind the defense line. Without the protection of the defense line and without transportation, the company will surely suffer heavy losses. Don't forget our breakout in Haicheng, where we lost nearly 40% of our personnel overnight. These are professional soldiers who have received long-term training. The new recruits on the front line have no experience in group combat, so the damage will only be greater. Issue an order to have them retreat to the main fort outside the strike position. Even if we launch ground-penetrating missiles, we can only destroy 6 or 7 main forts at most. The others can still be used. If the decapitation operation is successful, these soldiers can clean up the Zerg swarm that has lost its command on the spot. If it fails, we can't just give up the important first line of defense so easily. Chang Zhan became more and more excited as he spoke. Although most of the officers present had higher ranks than him, as the battalion commander of the Awakener camp, he held considerable power. After all the awakened veterans were under his command. As he expressed his views, he quickly convinced some hesitant officers, especially the newly promoted middle-level commanders. The people they had were all on the front lines. According to Chang Zhan, once they were withdrawn, if the decapitation operation was successful, then they won't get much credit in total. 2 on the southern line, and outside the outpost bunker in the service area, to notify the soldiers inside to retreat. Fortunately, those in the defense line can walk through the corridor to other main forts, but the outposts in the service area are not connected to the defense line of the front battlefield. The only way left for them is to break through. Tell them to hurry up and execute. In 20 minutes, the missiles will be launched and will hit the target within 3 minutes. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone go get ready. As the division commander made a decision, the communicator began to issue instructions to the division headquarters, and after Chang Zhan left the meeting room, he went to the radio room. Looking at the busy communication personnel inside, he immediately said to the communications soldier who was about to issue an order, "Just send it to the defense line. The one at the service area outpost is my Captain Li Ran. I have already informed him in advance. The target location is still some distance away from the bunker, and they want to continue to hold on and fight. Breaking out now will only result in heavy casualties. It is better to wait for the launch results to come out before making any plans." Signal soldiers are just ordinary technical soldiers with a rank of corporal. Even their superior is only a captain. Faced with a colonel's order at this moment, they naturally cannot refuse. Moreover, the soldiers stationed at the outpost were Chang Zhan's own troops. He had no reason to cut off his own hands and feet. Thinking of this, the signalman, who had originally planned to ask his superiors for instructions, immediately turned off the transmission of codes to the outpost radio station. Chang Zhan nodded, turned around and left the communications room, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile of success. After communicating the battle plan with the Queen Mother, everything is proceeding steadily according to its plan. But what Chang Zhan didn't expect was that the tiger spine worm that was originally sent to test the super bullet awakener at the outpost would be ambushed by Lin Feng inside. He is not in the beacon program at all. This made it and the Queen Mother very angry. The attempt to steal a chicken ended up with a loss of rice, and the loss was huge. Therefore, this time, we will take advantage of the opportunity to use human hands to destroy this outpost bastion with powerful firepower, and at this moment, Inside the outpost bunker, looking at the surging army of black-backed insects that were charging forward one after another without fear of death, Lin Feng frowned slightly because he hasn't made any move yet in other directions. Li Ran, Shenji and others were holding steam hammer shotguns and frantically harvesting large black-backed insects in the late first stage. From nightfall till now, more than 2 hours have passed, and no tiger spine beetle has been seen poking its head out. Until this moment, Chen Yannian's exclamation came from the intercom hanging on her chest. Lin Feng, problemmakers. Several second-level tiger backworms appeared in the underground wormhole below outpost. They seem to be preparing to emerge from underground, break the ground and attack. Chapter 108, Unexpected News, Breakthrough and Winning Over People. Anyway, they are both cities, and the ready-made cement factory products have too much inventory due to the rapid decline of the real estate market in the past 2 years, and the shelf life is short. It would be better to transport more steel and grain instead of shipping them back to the rear. So we took local materials. This created the engineering wonder of the watch and defense line beetles take action themselves. It will take more than 10 days to scrape out a hole. As for the flat wall, the black-backed worm and the tiger-backed worm have no way to start with their huge jaws that cannot open to 180 degrees. Not as good as a professional digger like the red beetle. By the time the Zerg broke through the defense fortress from underground, human strategic goal of expansion blocking the Zerg's expansion had been successfully achieved and they had already retreated. So Lin Feng's first reaction was that the tiger-backed worms wanted to launch an encirclement attack from the back of the outpost, catching the defenders off guard. So he hung up the intercom and replied, "Don't worry, they can come out from underground, just pay attention to the movements of the tiger spine insects, and focus on the air to guard against the wind wing insects. With the protection of the outpost, attacks from the ground are easy to deal with." The only thing that Lin Feng cares about is the extremely fast second-order wind-wing insect. The defender's reaction could not keep up with their. Moreover, as a second-level Zerg, the huge size of the wind-wing bug means a stronger takeoff weight. It is entirely possible to throw the bug into the center of the outpost, or transport it to the top of the city wall, and then drill into the shooting air layer from above. A sudden attack would definitely cause considerable unrest among the defenders. However, what Lin Feng did not expect was that 10 minutes later, when the tiger-backed worm dug under the sentry post, it suddenly stopped where it was. At this moment, there is no need for the tank's life radar. His telepathy alone can clearly show that more than 70 meters below his feet, there are 5 or 6 bright light sources, gathered together under the sentry post threats. Soon, Lin Feng saw Li Ran running hurriedly from the opposite side of the sentry post. He stopped in front of Lin Feng and said excitedly, "Brother Feng, good news." Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked him to speak properly. Li Ran took a deep breath and immediately explained, "The brothers who followed Brother Qin are now in the main fortress on the front battlefield. They sent me the latest news, the southern front as soon as possible and head north, because not far from those main forts, there are a large number of second-level tiger spine insects gathered. As the mother nest of the Zerg, that is most likely the hiding place of the Queen Mother." Lin Feng sensed something was wrong and asked, "So, the division is now going to launch nuclear bombs at those places to kill the Zerg Queen?" Li Ran shook his head, "Probably not. The impact area of a nuclear bomb is too large to be avoided by simply evacuating a few hundred meters. Moreover, the ability of nuclear bombs to strike underground targets is not ideal. They should be special ground-penetrating missiles equipped with some conventional weapons that are extremely lethal to biological organisms, for example, white phosphorus bombs or fuel-air explosive bombs." Hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed, and a faint iron-blue color appeared in his solemnity because of the dim vision. Li Ran did not realize that something was wrong, so he continued, "Once the division's decapitation operation succeeds and the Zerg Queen is seriously injured or directly killed, these controlled Zerg hordes will fall into chaos. That will be the best time for us to leave the city and launch a counterattack. This is a great time for us to turn the tables. We should take this opportunity to kill a few more tiger spine insects and promote a few more people to the second-level awakening. By then, Changzhou will still be a." Li Ran was talking non-stop, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Feng, who was lost in thought. "Run. Notify to take their heavy machine guns, abandon the sniping mission, and run directly back to the troop carrier. Give them 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I will open the gate at the back. Be the first to break out." Lin Feng said everyone as he walked, his tone hurried and his face fiercely. Ran, who was interrupted, was stunned when he heard this order. Why? Lin Feng turned around and left only one sentence: "Those tiger-backed insects that are about to be hide are right below the outpost, right under our feet." After saying this, his figure disappeared in the corridor leading to the stairs downstairs. Li Ran was left standing there in a daze. After a few seconds, he finally reacted and immediately spoke loudly, instructing several teammates and the captain to let the recruits assemble quickly. "Evacuate the post within 2 minutes. Run. Run. The missiles are coming. We can't stay here." 1 minute left, everyone left. The soldiers were at a loss, but still obeyed the captain's orders because they found that the sergeant who had been defending the line with them had disappeared. Retreating with him were several other powerful veteran captains in the late first stage. After receiving the notice, Shenji and others immediately left the posts with their weapons and returned to the troop carrier in the center, converted of the outpost a lot of supplies, but there was no extra time for them to think about it. The several machine guns fixed on the shooting windows of the outpost had no time to be dismantled. One by one, they climbed onto the troop carrier without hesitation and squeezed onto the narrow benches on both sides. Lin Feng had already directed Chen Yan'an to turn the car around and aim it at the iron gate that was about to open. At this time, outside the outpost fortress, because there were no longer any defenders on the defense line to block the attack, and after losing their firepower, the rolling tide of insects instantly rushed to the bottom of the city wall and piled up. Many red beetles have climbed up the walls and drilled into the outpost like cockroaches through the 10-meter-high shooting window. The soldiers who were left behind turned around and fired to kill the approaching swarm of red beetles, while calling on their teammates in the vehicles to provide cover. Not be a big deal. Lin Feng calculated the time accurately, and as soon as 3 minutes were up, he pressed the detonator directly. Before the battle broke out, the TNT explosives placed in a circle around the outpost were detonated instantly. The violent explosion caused the ground of the entire outpost to tremble a few times. As the fireball rose, the shock wave instantly blew away hundreds of insect swarms nearby. Lin Feng then aimed at the iron gate and fired a shot. The armor-piercing shell penetrated the middle door lock and exploded outside, not only blasting the 2 iron doors open, but also instantly killing the remaining black-backed insect swarms outside. Seeing this, Chen Yan'an stepped on the accelerator, and the flying wing tank rushed out of the outpost first and led the way. Outside the outpost, the corpses of insects were scattered all over the service area. Under the city wall, there was even a pile of black-backed insect corpses 5 or 6 meters thick. All died tragically in the explosion of high explosives, but at the entrance of the wormhole not far away, there was still a steady stream of black-backed worms crawling out and rushing towards them. Lin Feng came to the second-floor observation deck of the tank, holding 3 level 19 machine guns, and fired wildly at the swarm of insects. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Yan'an drove the flying wing vehicle out of the service area, followed closely by 4 troop carriers. After leaving the safe outpost, the soldiers on the vehicle huddled in fear, but under the orders and calls of captains such as Li Ran and Shen Ji, many of them still plucked up their courage, leaned half of their bodies out, and launched an attack on the swarm of insects, chasing them from both sides and behind. The heavy machine gun in his hand spewed out tongues of fire, and bullets hit the army of black-spined insects like a torrential rain, slowing down the Zerg's pursuit. At the same time, the leading flying wing tank had successfully onto driven speed the highway, and the troop carrier following closely behind also left the service area. On the road behind, a large number of black-backed insects were chasing us like mad. Looking back, it was like a black tide of death, unstoppable. Dozens of heavy machine guns and the 4 gas hammer shotguns in the hands of Li Ran and others were simply unable to stop the thousands of black spine insects that were coming at them with all their might and without fear of death. The machine guns on the flying wing tanks also have to guard against threats from the sky and cannot provide support for too long. The LV-20 armor-piercing cannon also needs to be charged for a few seconds before it can cover the bombing. At this moment, the large army of black spine insects was less than 100 meters away from the last troop carrier. Seeing this, Lin Feng made a prompt decision and directly pressed another button on the detonator in his hand. Afterwards, the remaining 20 pieces of C4 clay explosives buried on both sides of the road were detonated simultaneously. The flames from the simultaneous explosions were as dazzling as the sun, instantly illuminating an area of several hundred meters in radius. The shock wave generated by the explosions then set off a violent airflow, causing even tanks and troop transport trucks weighing more than a dozen tons to shake violently. When the fireball gradually dissipated and died out, The small mushroom cloud that rose up, along with the dust entered all over the sky, and the broken limbs of the insect swarm, turned into red, yellow, green and black smelly blood rain. Of the thousands of black-backed insects that were chasing, half died directly, most were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Only a few hundred at the front could continue to move, but they were no longer able to chase. They seemed to be frightened by the explosion. The spiritual connection with the Queen Mother was disturbed by the energy waves of the explosion and became unstable. On the troop carrier in the rear, witnessing the crisis being resolved in an instant, the people who had come to their senses burst into thunderous cheers for surviving the disaster, their guns and shouting in celebration. As a large number of black spine insects fell to the ground, the danger of the insects chasing them was immediately resolved. After walking forward for another 3 kilometers in one breath, finally escaped from the edge of the Zerg's activity range. At this time, Lin Feng raised his gun and aimed towards the north. He could already see the second line of defense prepared by the 13th Division. Feng frowned slightly and looked at the light that was flying rapidly in the sky in the distance. He wanted to know why the division headquarters would evacuate in advance without notifying the outpost. The abnormal behavior of the tiger-backed worms underground indirectly confirms that the Zerg Queen has long been aware of the decapitation operation of humans' reason, that is, there is a traitor in the top leadership of the 13th Division Zerg spy. It was it that stole the secret plan and informed the Queen Mother. In this way, the person who acts as the traitor will be exposed. It was Chang Zhan, Major Chang, who had unexpectedly returned from the Zerg hinterland. No, he has now been promoted to colonel and is fully qualified and capable of accessing internal secrets and helping the Queen Mother complete her plan of killing someone with a boro knife. For example, this time the missile launched a long-range decapitation attack. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Because he had originally planned to let Shenji and Zhang Liang, the two awakened ones who had awakened the ability to devour and assimilate, disguise a bug in the future and sneak into the Zerg hive. Find out the enemy's details. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the Queen Mother would be able to plant spies so quickly. It was estimated that the human leaders had never thought about it in this regard because so far, only high-level Zerg have shown high intelligence. Whether these low-level insects or second-level Zerg, their IQ is like that of a child, and their mental attributes are far lower than those of humans of the same level. They are all puppet tools controlled by the Queen Mother and have extremely low intelligence, but only Lin Feng knew what terrible consequences would come from underestimating the Zerg. Humanity must pay the price for its arrogance. Seeing that there were no more insect swarms chasing him, Lin Feng immediately ordered the vehicle to stop. Wearing a set of flying tiger armor, he walked out of the chariot and came to the troop carrier at the rear. Li Ran and others jumped out of the cab, wearing red armor, putting away their joy of surviving the disaster and turning their expressions into solemn ones. They are also aware of the problem. At this moment, we saw the tail flame appearing in the sky, which was a sign that a cruise missile was about to arrive. Could it really be shooting at the sentry post? Facing the tense gazes of the soldiers on the vehicle, Lin Feng pointed directly at the light and said in a deep voice, "In a few minutes, the missiles above our heads will hit the outpost where we were originally located. The missiles have been launched. Why didn't the top brass of the 13th Division warn us in advance?" Lin Feng then pointed to the second line of defense not far away. They are safe and comfortable in the rear, giving orders while we risk our lives on the front line to stop the Zerg. If it were just that, it would be fine. And now, they actually want to use our lives in exchange for the chance to kill the Queen Mother. Believe it or not, if we run back now, we will be accused of deserting our post and losing our position. The top brass of the 13th Division really disappoints me. From now on, I, Lin Feng, will no longer obey the command of the 13th Division, nor will I participate in the watch and blocking battle. As for everyone else, we have fought together. You can choose to go back, or you can decide to follow me, although I can't give you any other guarantees except killing insects and becoming stronger, but there is one thing I will never give up on any of my teammates." As he was speaking, a meteor streaked across the distance. I saw a missile with a tail flame coming straight from the sky and hitting the outpost fortress where was once stationed. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise was heard. Even the whole earth was rumbling and shaking. Then of Rhiannon, the indestructible sentry tower slowly sank into the ground, collapsing more than 10 meters, as if the firewood had been drained from the bottom of a cauldron. At this moment, the ironclad facts were in front of them. The people who were in danger recalled that before, under the strange order of the sergeant, they withdrew from the fortified outpost. If you hesitated and didn't leave, The end of the outpost at this moment would be your burial place. When everyone thought of this, they began to feel a surge of fear, and then, like their superior, they began to feel endless indignation in their hearts. Immediately, many people indignantly questioned their company commander, Captain Li Ran from the 13th Division. After Li Ran came forward and confirmed that they had not received an evacuation order from the top, this feeling of anger escalated into raging fire. It was natural for them to choose to follow Lin Feng and leave the command of the 13th Division. They are all new recruits who have just joined the army. Apart from their passion to serve their country and save humanity, they only have their personal ambition to kill insects and become stronger. Now, with the help of Lin Feng, he has safely become an awakened person, so naturally he doesn't want to work for the 13th Division anymore, especially when being abandoned or betrayed. The anger in many people's hearts has turned into resentment. This experience of betrayal has made them lose trust in the 13th Division. And this is exactly the effect that Lin Feng wants. When the explosion of the bunker-penetrating missile in the distance caused the outpost to collapse and the smoke and dust raised gradually, dissipated the remaining insect swarms, affected by the underground shock wave, scattered like birds and beasts. Lin Feng then raised his gun and shouted, "Since everyone wants to stay, then come back with me now and catch the Zerg off guard. Encircle and destroy the black spine insects. Insect killers awaken. By the way, destroy the remaining tiger-backed insects." After saying that, Lin Feng boarded the chariot. He looked back at Li Ran, who had stood up, then took the lead and rushed back to the outpost. Shenji and his companions commanded the two troop carriers in his hands to keep up with Lin Feng's pace. Li Ran hesitated for a few seconds, and finally looked at the brightly lit second line of defense in the distance, and ordered the sergeant's tank to follow. "I'm taking a day off today. I really can't bear it anymore. There was originally one chapter left, but I have already finished half of it. But the toothache is severe. I took ibuprofen for 2 days, but there was no improvement. The gums behind the tooth socket are red and swollen, and have covered the molars. Now I can only drink porridge. It hurts when I speak, and I can't open my mouth. I can't bear it anymore. I'll go to the hospital to get an IV to reduce the inflammation." Toothache is really the most uncomfortable thing in the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Counterattack, Tank Upgrades and Materials. But now that they've just pledged their allegiance to him, to deepen this trust, Lin Feng cannot just do it on his own. At critical moments, they are also required to show their loyalty and execute Lin Feng's orders to make this follow-up relationship more solid. The Zerg wanted to use the human decapitation plan to deal with him, so Lin Feng naturally would not be polite. He simply changed direction and went back to catch it off guard. Of course, he would not let the team of awakened people that he had cultivated with great difficulty be destroyed by the army of black spine insects, so the flying wing tank stopped 1 kilometer away from the outpost. Lin Feng got out of the car and asked the convoy behind to deploy in formation, relying on the troop carriers, and clear out the severely injured black-backed worms that remained after the explosion of the previous C4 explosives. These are all living upgrade points. It would be a waste not to kill them. Most of the awakeners in the team are still in the early first stage and urgently need to become stronger as soon as possible. Then Lin Feng found Li Ran and others and told them the plan. The tiger back worms are in the deep pit under the outpost. The explosion destroyed the worm tunnel. They will either die directly or be seriously injured. Sigh of relief, fearing that Lin Feng would get carried away and destroy the team he had just led. Shenji, standing aside, felt a little regretful. He hoped to follow Lin Feng and enter the cave together. However, this mission is extremely dangerous, and Lin Feng may not be able to take care of himself, so how can he bring anyone with him? Especially since Shenji is an important part of Lin Feng's future plans, he cannot be easily sacrificed here. Signaling him to stay in the team, Lin Feng called Li Ran alone before setting off. He is the only unstable factor in the team at the moment. Unlike the soldiers below, they had just joined the army and had no feelings for the 13th Division, while Li Ran had been in the army for many years, and Lin Feng was not Kin Hu, so he was not familiar with him. Facing Lin Feng's silent gaze, Li Ran felt like something was stuck in his throat. Knowing the other party's concerns, he spoke first. "Before Brother Qin participated in the biological experiment plan, he told me to follow you. The decision made by the 13th Division this time also proves that they are not worthy of my life. I have no other ambitions. As long as you continue to resist the Zerg invasion, I will always follow you. Lin Feng nodded slightly. On the one hand, he was really short of manpower. On the other hand, Li Ran and the veteran teammates he brought with him could organize the team in time and stimulate the fighting power. Shen Ji and the others are too young. Although their personal strength is up to standard, they are a blank slate in terms of combat proficiency and have no idea how to give commands and make arrangements. Without Li Ran and his men, if Lin Feng and the 201st Company left, they would only be able to become a third-rate gang or abandoned force. This is what Lin Feng is really worried about. Rear area industries will basically be relocated, and the Federation will gradually reduce its main logistical supply to the south. The 13th Division will inevitably fall apart by then, and it will be difficult to continue to maintain its huge scale of tens of thousands of people. The second is the incident of the missile accidentally hitting the target. You should have noticed it, right? Li Ran took a deep breath and nodded. After a few seconds, something went wrong with the top brass of the 13th Division. Lin Feng hummed and added, "There is a traitor, and it is most likely a Zerg traitor." Hearing this, Li Ran's pupils shrank sharply and cold sweat broke out on the hand holding the shotgun. He originally thought that this was just the result of a power struggle within the 13th Division, which wanted to wipe out Qin Hu's remaining forces. But no one expected that Lin Feng would come up with such a shocking idea. A Zerg spy. But on second thought, if the Zerg Queen was not at the strike location of the missile, then humans would have given up multiple defense fortresses in vain. This way, it seems to become more reasonable. When Li Ran thought of this, a figure immediately popped up in his mind. Looking at the solemn Lin Feng in front of him, he blurted out, "It's Major Chang." "Chang's on." Lin Feng nodded and patted Li Ran on the shoulder. "Don't let this matter leak out. We don't have direct evidence. Chang Zhan is now a second-level Awakener, a colonel and commander of the Awakener camp. He can't be arrested with just a few words. If they really start to wreak havoc, with their superhuman physique, they can kill most of the senior members of the 13th Division. Then, Wuchen's defense line will collapse without a fight. There's still time. If you can contact the old teammates who sent the message before, tell them to break out as soon as possible and escape the Zerg encirclement. This is the chance. Last we need to be decisive in sacrificing what needs to be abandoned." When we were trying to break out, a large army of black spine insects emerged from the darkness. This shows that the Zerg Queen had already made preparations for both scenarios. Their real purpose is not just as simple as breaking through the defense line, it is also within its plan to devour the tens of thousands of enhanced people and awakened people who are guarding the line of defense. After saying that, Lin Feng sighed softly, boarded the flying wing chariot and sped away. Li Ran, who was left with a terrified look on his face, ran to a troop carrier carrying a radio and ordered the signalman to contact his awakened teammates on the front line of defense and escape from the line. At the same time, after the explosion, the swarm of insects that were frantically attacking on the front line of defense suddenly seemed to be disconnected and stood there in a daze. Many of them crawled directly back to the wormhole entrance center. The news they received made them cheer. Judging from the sudden changes on the battlefield, the previous attack by the ground-penetrating missiles most likely killed or seriously injured the Zerg Queen. The Zerg army, which has now lost control and command, is like a headless fly, at a loss. Were several companies mobilized in full force to encircle and eliminate the remaining insect swarms in the city. Stationed in other main forts had to stay behind on the defense line to block possible Zerg attacks from outside due to lack of weapons and ammunition. But a large number of awakened veterans planned to follow the main force out of the city to kill the black spine worms and grow to the late first stage. Among them are many of Li Ran's old teammates. They are organized into several elite teams with clearly defined roles, and there are even platoon-level communications soldiers carrying small portable radios. Soon, they received an urgent notice from Li Ran. In the darkness before our eyes, at the entrance of the wormhole, there are many black-backed worms hiding and ambushing. Insufficient firepower. The Queen Mother's conspiracy is about to be realized at this moment. Even if Lin Feng guessed the truth, he would still be powerless to change the situation. We can only do our best to weaken the Zerg's manpower and enhance our own strength with the LV-19 flying wing vehicle. We used the ground effect flight mode to cross the messy highway and arrived at the service area. The surface of the originally clean and stable service area was completely torn into pieces, with raised earth mounds and deep pits everywhere. If it were not for the ground effect flight mode, the ground pressure of the tank's tires would be greatly reduced. Otherwise, even if a tracked vehicle drove over, it would be stuck in several 3 or 4 meter deep tunnels and unable to move forward. Fortunately, the ground effect flight mode was powerful, and with Chen Yannian's superb driving skills, the tank was able to stop steadily next to the outpost. The collapsed outpost was tilted, with one side completely sunk into the ground, while on the other side there was a 3 or 4 meter high wall exposed outside the pit. It seems that the scarlet beetle dug a huge cave below for the tiger-backed worm to hide in and attract missile tracking. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the cave and looked at the center of the outpost. A huge hole with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared in the open space where supplies were originally piled up. Using telepathy, he detected that there were still 2 lights below. Chen Yannian in the chariot also sent the detection results of the life radar, which were the same as Lin Feng's. Lin Feng then took a deep breath, activated the flight mode of the flying tiger armor on his body, and flew into the deep pit. The destruction caused by the explosion collapsed the entire cave. But the tiger spine worm is faster than the Zerg Queen, and can evacuate when the earth-penetrating missile breaks into the ground, and the tail explodes to accelerate. The fuel air bomb has a secondary explosion. The first explosion is only to diffuse the high explosive gas stored inside, which is highly mixed with the air to form an aerogel. It is only when the secondary ignition causes the explosion to spread that it is a truly devastating attack. This is similar to the first time Lin Feng used a mixed explosion of gasoline and hydrogen. Although the Zerg Queen certainly didn't have time to escape in these few seconds, it was enough time for the highly maneuverable tiger spine bug to climb up dozens of meters. Thus escaping from the central area of death, Lin Feng remembered that when he evacuated the outpost, there were 5 spots of light under his feet, representing 5 tiger spine insects. At this moment, 2 of them were still glowing. This means there are still 2 live worms. And their movement trajectory is to dig and climb upward madly. Because as the outpost continues to sink, the living insects buried in this oil will eventually be crushed to death. The red beetles immediately scattered. Lin Feng successfully landed at the bottom of the pit, which was more than 30 meters deep. A scan showed that one of the tiger-backed insects had already poked out a sharp claw from its bottom, but most of its body was still buried under the sentry post. With a flapping lift of the wings on its back, he finally pulled the struggling tiger-back worm out of the pit. But before it could react, a pitch-black gun muzzle was already pointed at its limbs. 4 shots were heard, and the armor-piercing cannon switched to level 19 howitzer form, directly locking onto the fragile joints of the tiger-backed worm's limbs and removing its 4 thick limbs. In fact, this level 23 tiger spine worm had already been seriously injured, and its health points had dropped from more than 300 points to about half. Now that its limbs had been removed, it had less than points left. Even a howitzer can take its life. After eliminating the threat of the tiger-backed worm, Lin Feng was still worried, so he picked up the steel wire-braided cable of the elevator from the side. This kind of steel wire rope can bear tens or even hundreds of tons of terrifying pulling force. Ship chains of 10,000-ton cargo ships or cross-sea suspension bridges all use steel cables. Although the steel cable of the elevator was only 4 centimeters and 2 fingers thick at this time, it was definitely more than enough to deal with the tiger-back worm that was already on the verge of death in the hands of Lin Feng, a second-level awakener. A steel cable weighing hundreds of kilograms is as convenient as a hemp rope. Use them easily to tie up the tiger spine worm's giant jaws or even tie a knot. More than 10 tons of force erupting from the body are not just talk. It can directly break 4-centimeter steel bars, let alone flexible steel cables. However, the tiger-backed worm with only its trunk and giant jaws left is not light. A pair of 10-meter-long giant jaws alone weighs over a ton, and with a head and body, the total weight exceeds 3 tons. Even with the membrane-winged flying wings working at full capacity, Lin Feng can only carry objects weighing half a ton. But when he saw the steel cables, an idea struck him. So he found 2 more ropes, tied them up, and then tied one end to the giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm at the same time. He tied the other end firmly to the rear trailer hook of the LV-19 flying wing tank. After Lin Feng flew out of the meter-deep cave after making all the preparations, Chen Yannian stepped on the accelerator, and with the roar of the engine, she cooperated with Lin Feng to drag the tiger-backed worm out of the deep pit and onto the surface. Then, following Lin Feng's instructions, he turned the car around and rammed the other party to death. Watching the 3 pairs of sharp horns on the front of the car pierce into the tiger spine worm's head, yellow-green blood gushed out like a fountain. Before Lin Feng's eyes, a reminder of the chariot upgrade flashed by. LV-19 winged chariot, cross-level upgrade conditions have been met. Upgrade points 10/10. Kill tiger spine insects 1/1. Enable upgrade. Note, you can give up your own synchronous upgrade to perform equipment fusion upgrade. Now is not the time to upgrade. So Lin Feng used the upgraded LV9 ordinary longsword to cut the giant jaws of the tiger-back worm. As a result, the blade bent halfway through the cut. Lin Feng had no choice but to move the entire remains of the tiger worm into the trunk. Fortunately, its body was narrow enough and he could squeeze in with just a little effort. After putting one in there, the 50 cubic meters of space was already too small, so Lin Feng immediately used up his reserve upgrade points to expand the capacity to 200 cubic meters. During the escape, heavy machine guns and machine guns killed a large number of black-spined insects. In addition, the C4 explosion was close enough to absorb a lot of dissipated energy. At this moment, the chariot's upgrade points have been reserved to as many as 600. Lin Feng thought about it and wondered whether the properties of the upgraded storage space should still be calculated according to the black spine worm. Since I'm about to upgrade to a higher level anyway, there's not much point in keeping them, so I might as well use all the remaining upgrade points on space expansion. The trunk capacity has been expanded to 500 cubic meters, and the living and combat area is 150 cubic meters. In other words, the bedroom and living room of the tank can be about square meters in size. One bedroom, one living room and one bathroom are enough. After finishing the materials for upgrading infusion, Lin Feng heard Chen Yanyan's cry, "Lin Feng, there's another one." The other one has already climbed up. It turned out that after Lin Feng left the central cave of the outpost, the red beetles that had scattered and hidden in the cracks obeyed the orders of the tiger-backed worm and reappeared to dig it out. Second stage mid-stage tiger spine worm, tiger-backed worm, LV2429, seriously injured, horsepower 250, VT 350, SPR 36. As it struggled to climb out of the outpost cave and stepped onto the ground, the entire outpost finally couldn't bear the weight and collapsed, buried in the sinkhole. It was just a little bit away from crushing the seriously injured tiger-backed insect to death in the pile of dirt. At the same time as the ground was shaking, there was also a loud explosion. Just beside the chariot not far away, Lin Feng slowly put down the level 20 armor-piercing cannon in his hand, and walked towards the level 24 tiger spine worm, whose body was completely exploded with an expressionless face. It had just survived a battle for survival, and before it could react, it was shot dead by Lin Feng. The armor-piercing shell penetrated its outer armor and exploded inside its brain, eventually tearing it into pieces, leaving no intact body. After dragging the only intact thing on the ground, a pair of giant jaws, back into the trunk, Lin Feng looked around and saw that the black spine insect swarm was gathering again. Deep underground in the Cheyenne King below their feet, red beetles had already dug out the dead bodies of tiger-back worms and dragged them away. There is no value in staying any longer. He immediately turned around and got into the car in order to return. After returning, in addition to find a safe and sec temporary camp to settle his soldiers, the tank must also be upgraded to level 20 orange equipment. Then use the copy skill to upgrade everyone's weapons and equip them with LV-19 tanks. Even if only the basic attributes are retained, they can be comparable to military armored vehicles. After completing these, Lin Feng still had an extremely important matter that he needed to solve alone, that is to return to the 13th Division's base. Find Chang Zhan, the Zerg trader, and repay him for the missiles they prepared for him. It is natural to reciprocate gifts. There is one more chapter, around 10:30. Sorry for the long wait. Chapter 110, Temporary Camp, Arrangements and Disastrous Result. While harvesting tiger-back worms, the brave soldiers followed Shenji and his men deep into the hinterland to hunt down black-back worms. At this moment, many of them had been upgraded to the late first stage. Those who stayed behind by the troop carrier could only rely on heavy machine guns to kill the small number of seriously injured black-backed worms nearby. As the saying goes, wealth and honor come from risk. The brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. When Lin Feng has the confidence, he will always choose the former and take a risk. For example, this time when he turned back, he successfully harvested 2 tiger-backed worms and collected all the orange materials for upgrading the tank. At this moment, the army of black-backed insects is gradually gathering and forming. If they continue to waste time, they will easily be chased and attacked by the army again. Most of them breathed a sigh of relief, sighing in their hearts that they could finally leave this damn place. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a convoy of 5 vehicles was heading west alone on the highway. They drove all the way to the Dahu service area, 20 kilometers away, where there was a weak cell phone signal and a rest building, so Lin Feng chose to camp there. As a temporary camp, It is only 15 kilometers away from the Zerg front line, which is both safety and convenience for attack. The soldiers got off the troop carrier and drove along. Although there was an sure flying wing tank leading the way, the bumpy ride of the troop carrier still made everyone dizzy and uncomfortable. The troop carrier, which was converted from an old truck, had a very poor shock absorption system, almost equal to zero. Naturally, it was difficult for people without riding experience to adapt to it. Looks like I need to replace my equipment as soon as possible. The combat effectiveness of those sitting in this truck has been weakened. Hu Fei and Han Yuxin are needed to deliver a large amount of gasoline and high-quality steel plates. Thinking of this, Lin Feng got off the chariot and Sa Li ran directing the soldiers to carry out defense tasks and patrol arrangements. Take control of the commanding heights on the roof of the mall, and at the same time check inside to see if there are any survivors or traces of Zerg. This is the value of keeping Li Ran. It can make this group of people more professional and go further. Lin Feng turned around and started upgrading the chariot. At the same time, 2 pairs of tiger-backed worm jaws were melted in. The upgrade of the tank is more important than the flying tiger armor. The future core team must be built on the tank. Because it can run, fly, resist and fight, it can be called the perfect doomsday artifact. As the upgrade command was issued, a flash of orange light appeared on the surface of the chariot, and the 2 pairs of giant jaws of tiger-backed worms in the trunk were also wrapped and melted, and entered the chariot. At this point, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to return to the car, take off his flying tiger armor, and rest for a while. When he entered the living room from the side door, changed his full body armor into arm guards, and was about to take a shower, Chen Yannian walked over with a black instrument in her hand, looking a little solemn. What she was holding in her hand was a signal receiver, which was given to her by Ding Chenghe. It contained the Research Institute's analysis report on Zerg species. In the initial stage, it made up for Lin Feng's information gap after giving it to Chen Yannian. I haven't looked at it much at this moment. The other party handed it over and said that Ding Chenghe sent a warning message 2 hours ago, saying that the Federation's decapitation plan and the missile launch would threaten the service area outpost, and asked us to evacuate as soon as possible. Look at the time. It's more than 10 minutes earlier than when we discovered a gathering of tiger spine worms. It's a pity that this thing can't make any sound. Only the breathing light on the top will flash. I was concentrating on driving and didn't notice it. Lin Feng took it and took a look. As expected, Ding Chenghe, who had learned the intelligence, sent himself a warning in advance. Unfortunately, the power has been cut off in the frontline war zone, and naturally there is no mobile phone signal, otherwise it would be much more convenient to make a phone call to notify. Forget it. Next time, pay attention and put it in a conspicuous place. I'll call him back now. After saying that, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and called Fatty Ling, but after a few beeps, it showed that the other party's phone was turned off. After calling 3 times and still getting the same result, Lin Feng changed the number and called Han Yuxin. She is currently in Jincheng, gathering the remaining security personnel in the city to collect important supplies that cannot be taken away. At this moment, the Battle of Wuchang broke out. The situation on the front line was unclear, and the provincial capital of Jincheng in the rear was gradually becoming chaotic. Many citizens who behind began to scramble for supplies, or carried large and small bags, with their families, and blocked the highway. They were all waiting and watching before, either because they missed their homeland or wanted to bet on winning the Wuchang battle. If they stayed, they would have opportunities all over the city. When the train station is closed, the airport is out of service, and there is constant sound of heavy artillery fire in the distance, these people finally panicked. Unfortunately, the rich can buy boat tickets and have a smooth journey to the rear, but they can only squeeze on the highway and look for a way out. Now the city is in chaos, with black smoke from the fire floating everywhere, but no one cares. Screams and gunshots were heard from time to time. Han Yuxin stood on the high building of the Public Security Bureau, answering Lin Feng's call and learning about his introduction to the Battle of Wuchang. Han Yuxin felt nervous when she heard that the Zerg had conquered the most solid first line of defense in less than 3 days. Understood. I will report the actual situation to the State Guard as soon as possible. Regarding your identity, I have already negotiated with the higher-ups. All they need is a batch of live black spine worms, and they will promote you to an officer and grant you the rank of colonel. While recognizing your status in the Guard, you also acknowledge your own independence. Lin Feng nodded. You can handle this matter. As long as you shut up the 13th Division, it won't matter if you spend some black-backed insects. This Wuchen battle is imminent, and they will beg me for help when we evacuate. Prepare the supplies I need, at least 10 tons of fine steel, as well as food and gasoline. Cooperate with Hu Fei on this. I want to see it tomorrow, at the Tehu service area. Han Yuxin thought for a few seconds and slightly in agreement. No problem. After taking care of these logistical matters, the eastern sky gradually brightened. The farcical outcome of this beheading operation gradually emerged from the darkness. The 13th Division lost a total of 85 companies, 12,000 people in total. Only 15 mixed companies, less than 2,000 people, escaped, which was a tragic defeat. 1/3 of the troops were lost in one fell swoop. Thousands of awakened ones and countless strengthened recruits directly caused heavy damage to the 13th Division. When Lin Feng heard the news from Li Ran, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. After he woke up, having only slept for 4 hours, he had already anticipated the tragic defeat of the 13th Division. Instead, the appearance of several shabby military vehicles in the service area brought him an unexpected surprise. It turned out that the old comrade who had sent a reminder to Li Ran at the beginning broke out in advance after receiving the warning from Lin Feng. New recruits after escaping death, they had lost their direction and could only drive south in the dark onto the highway. Following the directions given by Li Ran, they successfully arrived at the Dahu service area and reunited with the 201st Company before the fuel ran out. After hearing Li Ran's shocking guess, everyone temporarily gave up the idea of going back to report. After all, without Qin Hu, there is no one to support him. Words alone are useless. As a traitor, Cheng Zan will be suspected and targeted by others, who will think that they are shirking responsibility. After all, the first line of defense has been lost, and the primary responsibility still falls on them. The grassroots commanders on the front line. Lin Feng naturally welcomed their arrival very much, and these dispirited defeated soldiers were extremely envious after seeing the state of the new recruits on Lin Feng's side. All of them were wearing red armor and each of them had a heavy machine gun. Moreover, most of the awakened ones have already been upgraded to the middle stage of the first stage. There are even more than 20 who exist in later periods. They are all recruit companies. Why is there such a big gap? Naturally, Lin Feng would not personally explain the doubts in their hearts. Good and bad are determined by comparison. He believed that through private contact and communication, these people would soon take the initiative to join his team, and before that, Lin Feng has something else that he needs to do in advance. Since the battle situation on the front line has been reported back, he has to take action in advance, in order to prevent Cheng Zan from escaping back to the Zerg. 7,000 words. Today Cheng Zan will die in the next chapter, and Lin Feng wants to establish his authority. Chapter 111. Qin Hu returns, confronts and kills the traitor. After explaining things to Chen Yannian, he took the level 20 armor-piercing cannon, flashed away from the patrolling guards, and quietly left the temporary camp. After he leaves, the copies in his hands will become invalid. During this period, only the flying wing tank controlled by everyone Chen Yannian was left, retaining the heavy firepower of 3 machine guns. So the safety of the camp depends entirely on her pair of membranous wings. Behind him instantly unfolded, and he flapped his wings to fly. Fly all the way to the third line of defense 10 kilometers north. That was also the last line of defense in the Battle of Wuchen. The headquarters of the 13th Division is located here. Last night's disastrous defeat not only resulted in the loss of the first line of defense, but also the loss of half of Wuchen, which was 5 kilometers deep, and the loss of tens of thousands of elite defenders. Even if they were allowed to withdraw earlier and rely on the city buildings to engage in street fighting, they would not be in the current situation where they were wiped out by a large swarm of black-backed insects under the city walls. Although this mistake was made in cooperation with the decapitation operation, the Federation will not admit it and the top leaders will not take responsibility for it. In the end, the ones who will have to take the blame will most likely be several frontline commanders within the 13th Division, and Cheng Zan, who as the obstructionist, will also have to be investigated and interrogated. If Cheng Zan chooses to escape once the other party's identity is exposed or before being controlled, then it would not be so easy for Lin Feng to find it again and take revenge. And when Lin Feng flew to the headquarters at high speed, in the lifeless military camp, a more tense confrontation is quietly taking place. The reason is that Qin Hu, who signed a transformation plan at the field hospital 4 days ago, has now returned safely. The biological transformation experiment went extremely smoothly, especially since Qin Hu's foundation as a second-level awakener greatly enhanced his affinity for Zerg genes, while also suppressing the risk of rejection in the body. So when he woke up from the operating table, his lost left leg had recovered, but the epidermis was very hard, and thick, Hard shell like an insect scale had grown on it, and it was the black and yellow color of the tiger spiny beetle. At the same time, the internal structure is no longer a combination of bones and muscles like that of humans, but instead consists of a large number of long and thin strips of muscle that are tied together like hemp ropes. Same with a hydraulically powered robotic arm. After a lot of physical tests, a staff member nearby gave a report. After the initial fusion, Qin Hu's left leg reached the strength of a second-stage early tiger spine worm's limb, which is a full 12 tons. The ultimate whip kick force is more than 15 tons. It can easily kick off a half-meter thick wooden stake or a solid steel column with a diameter of 10 centimeters. As for himself, he has already integrated 10% of the tiger spine worm genes at this moment. His data is almost the same as that of the early second-stage tiger spine worm, which makes up for the attribute growth defects by the broken leg during the second-stage awakening. At the same time, there is a bright yellow hexagonal implant on his lower back, which is directly inserted into his spine and connected to his nervous and blood systems. This hexagonal embedded device, called a zygote by the Research Institute, stores all the genetic fluid of a certain insect species and can be absorbed by the body through an infusion tube at present. The maximum degree of fusion that Qin Hu can withstand is only 30%, which alone can increase his strength to the peak of the early second stage. It is equivalent to LV-23 tiger spine worm, with its basic physical attributes increased to over 300. Combined with the physical enhancement ability, it is increased by another 50%, directly possessing the strength of a mid-second stage. With such a powerful physical stage attribute, Qin Hu's strength directly exceeded 20 tons, and even reached about 30 tons after activating his supernatural powers. He could directly lift a large truck and punch through a main battle tank. At the same time, the speed has increased to an incredible level. The running speed exceeds 100 meters per second, which is equivalent to more than 360 kilometers per hour. It only takes 10 seconds to run 1 kilometer, which has surpassed most land vehicles comparable to steel with the help of tiger spine worm genes. The hard and blackened skin alone can withstand the shooting of rifle bullets. Faced with such horrific data, it is difficult for humans to match it by manufacturing individual thermal weapons. For example, the tiger-backed worm that Qin Hu has to face is not afraid of attacks from small grenades and individual rockets at all. Powerful genetically modified warriors require new weapons to match them. However, before that, Qin Hu, who had just completed the initial adaptation training, was transferred back to the front line because of the disastrous defeat in Wuchen and the failure of the decapitation operation. The low morale and the weak second line of defense all urgently need a powerful hero to bring hope. As part of the decapitation plan, the transformation experiment was once again highly anticipated when all conventional weapons failed. Everyone is looking forward to the performance of the genetic warriors. Before Qin Hu left the Research Institute, the researcher in charge specifically told him that before he entered the middle stage of the second stage, he must not increase the degree of gene fusion to more than 30%. Otherwise, even if he had strength comparable to the late stage of the second stage, excessive absorption and fusion would cause irreversible changes. Simply put, once Qin Hu exceeds his own endurance limit, he will become more and more like a bug rather than a human being. In particular, this change is not as simple as the appearance, but also includes psychological aspects attributes. It will lead to continuous deterioration of the mental state and even permanent weakening of mental, until he fell into insanity and lost his mind. Just like the hundreds of experimental subjects before, they failed to survive the initial fusion and either turned into alien monsters that were a combination of humans and insects, or their brain consciousness collapsed, turning them into lunatics with no combat value at all. Sitting in the jeep, Qin Hu, who was wearing a military uniform, frowned slightly as he looked at the Research Institute going away. He knew very well that what the experimenter said was right. During the process of testing the data, he couldn't help wanting to destroy it. But he suppressed it with a firm will. Therefore, unless it is an emergency situation involving life or death, the tiger spiny worm genes must not be over-integrated. Thinking of this, Qin Hu returned all the way to Wuchen. Then I learned about the defeat last night. At the same time, a sentry post was accidentally bombed and fell. The 201st company led by Li Ran that he arranged for Lin Feng was completely wiped out, and no one survived. Qin Hu, who was furious, went straight to the liaison personnel of the division headquarters and questioned them why they did not notify Li Ran at the outpost in advance and withdraw from the missile range in time. However, the explanation given was that the commander of the Awakener camp, Li Ran's immediate superior, Senior Colonel Chang Zhan, intercepted the evacuation order that was supposed to be sent, preventing the signalman from sending the message. After learning of this situation, he later found Chang Zhan, who was at the combat center discussing the deployment of the second line of defense with senior staff of the 13th Division. Qin Hu pushed aside the guards on both sides, then kicked down the door of the operations center and asked loudly, "Old Chang, get out here." Chang Zhan, who was still listening to the plan at this moment, suddenly changed his expression and his muscles tensed up. When the smoke and dust cleared, everyone looked at the figure at the door. It was Qin Hu, who had returned safely from the research institute. At this moment, his aura was aggressive. The tangible feeling of oppression made the people present terrified. Then Qin Hu and Chang Zhan looked at each other. Sparks seemed to be popping out of their eyes, as the only two second-level awakeners in the 13th Division were about to take action. Before that, Chang Zhan caught a glimpse of the unhappy and frowning faces of the senior executives beside him from the corner of his eyes, so he raised the corners of his mouth slightly, pretending to smile calmly and replied, "Congratulations, Major Qin, for successfully completing the transformation plan. This momentum is really no less than before, in my eyes, HMPH. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, why do you want to frame Li Ran and others, as well as Lin Feng in the outpost?" Qin Hu interrupted Chang Zhan directly and slowly walked towards him. Li Ran and Lin Feng were people he had high hopes for, especially the latter, who would definitely play an important role in humanity's fight against the alien Zerg invasion in the future. But he was framed by the villain in front of him. Thinking of this, Qin Hu's clenched fist was covered with a layer of black shell and was about to fall on Chang Zhan's face. Chang Zhan put away his smile and replied calmly, "This is what Li Ran and I had discussed before. He wanted to stay at the front line and cooperate with Lin Feng, the Super Bullet Awakener, to kill a second-level Tiger Spine Worm and complete the second-level awakening. Besides, the target was about 300 to 400 meters away from the sentry post, so it couldn't reach them at all. Who would have thought that after the missile was launched, those dambugs would actually dig underneath the outpost's bunker in just 20 minutes? This is just an accident at best. Do you want to put the blame on me? Just for the death of a captain? And Lin Feng, an outsider who didn't even belong to the 13th Division." After saying that, Chang Zhan looked at the senior division leaders around him, especially the commander, who was nearly 60 years old. He was Qin Hu's former superior and cultivated him. It was because of this relationship that Qin Hu, who was only a first-stage mid-level awakener, was able to serve as the battalion commander of the upper awakener camp. However, now, the one who behaved excessively and refused to obey discipline was Qin Hu himself. Looking at Qin Hu, who looked excited and ferocious, the teacher looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Qin Hu, you've crossed the line. Zerg invasion, rather than engage in internal fighting. We must put the overall situation first." Qin Hu gritted his teeth and suppressed his desire to attack under the stare of his old boss. Then he saw the documents placed on the long table next to him. It shows the person in charge of this defeat, the personnel list and their portraits. They were none other than his former subordinates, dozens of lieutenants and 2 majors. And all of these frontline commanders who were responsible were killed without exception. If the charges are proven, it means that not only will their own death, but also the posthumous compensation and condolences they should receive will be stripped of everything. Behind each portrait is a family. Their parents, wives, and children all rely on this pension to survive with difficulty. But the division headquarters actually took advantage of the situation. This made Qin Hu's anger, which had just been suppressed, rise up again in an instant, and it was several times stronger than before. He picked up the list of people on the table and shouted at everyone with gnashing teeth, "Who the draft hell?" This the intense anger made Qin Hu's skin turn black, and yellow-brown stripes appeared on his face, which was very scary. Realizing that something was wrong, everyone turned their attention to Chang Zhan standing aside. The consequences of this defeat were very serious. Even Chang Zhan was affected. In order to clear himself of responsibility, this was the explanation he gave early this morning. Realizing that the traitor behind the scenes was Chang Zhan, Qin Hu could no longer bear it. He tore up the list and document rushed towards him without saying a word. The iron fist as big as a sandbag hit Chang Zhan's chest. In a flash, there was a loud bang and the wall of the combat center was instantly pierced. A figure flew dozens of meters away, and then stopped after it hit another building. However, Chang Zhan, who fell to the ground, just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then stood up and looked at the person in front of him, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. It smelled a familiar scent from the tall figure that walked out of the gap in the wall, confirming the parasitic mother's guess. This group of humans who don't know how to live or die are indeed absorbing the Zerg's original genes. In this way, they will never be able to defeat the queen who controls everything. Not only is the genetic level suppressing them, but also the loss of human mental strength, which makes them lose the last chance to fight against the Queen Mother's mental control. Even though Kinhu appears to be extremely powerful now, in front of the Queen Mother's thousands of spiritual power, he is just a puppet or a toy with a little more strength. Thinking of this, Changzan smiled even more deeply. As long as he brought this news back, the Queen Mother would be able to send the second-level Zerg to the front battlefield with peace of mind. Because of the genetic warriors conspired by humans, the threat to the Queen Mother is greatly reduced. But when the parasitic mother body confirmed that the person in front of it was carrying the breath of a second-level tiger bug, Kinhu, who was walking in front of it, was also in the state of activating the reproductive zygote. Smell a strange smell. At this moment, he was like a Zerg in human consciousness, and his body would instinctively feel disgusted with the humans around him. But when he saw Changzan not far away, this feeling of strangeness turned out to be extremely familiar. Kinhu had only experienced this feeling in the laboratory when he faced a black-backed worm face, and his sharply shrunken pupils revealed shock. Then this disbelief turned into raging rage, and poured out on Changzan like a pair of heavy punches. After several punches, Changzan quickly blocked with his arms until it seized the opportunity and used a weakened version of mental control to make the genetic warrior in front of him lose consciousness for a short time. Then his figure flashed, turned into a stream of light, and quickly ran out of the defense line. The parasitic mother has realized that it has been exposed. The most important thing now is to leave this place, so as to prevent humans from finding evidence of Zerg parasite spies. Although we did not get the gathering arrangement of the second line of defense, we know the next plan of humans against the Queen Mother. It also counts as mission accomplished as long as they escape from this place and pass on the information about the characteristics of the human genetic warriors. The Queen Mother will be able to arrange for the second-level Zerg to participate in the war with peace of mind. In this way, the human defense line will also be broken through with ease. Moreover, there is no guarantee of victory for the parasitic mother. It is just a mutant second-order Zerg of the spiritual system, equivalent to the simplified offspring of the Mother Queen. Even if he controlled Changzan's body, it was only equivalent to an ordinary human awakener at level 20. His physical attributes could not be compared with those of a genetic warrior like Kinhu. The power he burst out at this moment has already climbed to the middle stage of the second level. If the mother body had not seized the opportunity and distracted him for a moment, he would probably have died directly from the random punches chased after him. He ran and shouted loudly, "He is a spy sent by the Zerg. Changzan has the aura of the Zerg." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted countless eyes. The teacher who originally wanted to give an order to stop Kinhu looked at Changzan, who was running away, and said, "Review the previous report on the investigation of Changzan, as well as the missing staff officer on the second line of defense the day before yesterday. Go to the main fort where Changzan is stationed to conduct an investigation." The other senior executives on the side wanted to speak, but he interrupted them with a wave of his hand. They are all second-level awakeners. Their destructive power is no less than that of a company of hundreds of awakeners. How are you going to stop the murderous Kinhu? By sacrificing more people? Now that Kinhu represents the Institute and the Federation, his personal conflict with Changzan can be resolved at this point. After the teacher made the final decision, no one objected at this moment. Kinhu, who was chasing forward, was soon blocked by Changzan. I saw several first-level awakeners rushing towards him without fear of life and death, blocking in front of him. Among them, there are former awakened teammates as well as newcomers who are unfamiliar to me, but Kinhu instinctively felt that the familiar smell emanating from them, like Changzan, was a puppet traitor controlled by the Zerg. Then he swung his fist, and at a speed of 100 meters per second, he turned into a shadow, leaving behind a corpse with a big hole in the chest. Even though they were wearing red armor for protection, they were as vulnerable as tofu and eggs when faced with the tons of power of the mid-second stages. For one of them, Kinhu grabbed its neck with his big hand and squeezed it hard, instantly crushing the throat and cervical vertebrae. Then he pulled out a long worm as thick as an arm from it. The familiar smell that I feel comes from it. Kinhu then crushed it. Throw it on the 20 headless corpse in front of you with the living evidence before their eyes. The other awakened teammates who wanted to come and dissuade them immediately realized that the situation had changed, and they all retreated away from the several corpses on the ground. Stimulated by his mental strength, reached 70 to 80 meters per second. After 10 seconds or so, He had already run 1 kilometer away, another 4 kilometers, and it would be able to break through the second line of defense and escape back to the Zerg hinterland. Seeing this, Kinhu understood its purpose and immediately chased after it at full speed without hesitation. At this moment, any vehicle has become a burden to them. The speed reaches over 300 kilometers, and the mobility and flexibility of the feet are far faster than that of a sports car. The gap was 1 kilometer, but as Kinhu tried his best to catch up, he got closer and closer, and soon he saw Changzon's disappearing back. It was not until more than 30 seconds later that two figures appeared outside the second line of defense. Looking at the more than 10-meter-high city wall blocking their way, and the more than 10-meter-wide canal around the city outside, Kinhu knew that the other party had nowhere to escape for the time being, so he quickened his pace and pressed forward step by step. However, what was unexpected was that the main fort behind Changzon seemed to know about it in advance and took the initiative to open the back door and let him enter the defense line. Kinhu thought to himself that this was not good. The other party also has accomplices in the main castle. Seeing the gap in the iron gate that was about to close, Kinhu accelerated and ran wildly. Worm muscles. The whole person was lifted up more than 20 meters high, and then landed on the top of the fortress of the defense line. Then he saw Changzon had crossed the pontoon bridge and reached the riverbank. It was less than a kilometer away from the Zerg's current occupied area. If you were to enter the wormhole, not only would most of the human combat intelligence be leaked, it will expose also the Gene Warrior project ahead of time. More importantly, Kinhu's new and old grudges were piled up in his heart, and he had no way to repay them. At this moment, Kinhu was burning with rage. His anger had clouded his reason, and he rushed to the riverbank alone, completely disregarding the danger of the Zerg and his own safety. Once he was surrounded by several second-order tiger spine insects, Kinhu, who had no weapons or armor, would die on the battlefield even though he was a genetic warrior. And his situation soon became a reality the moment he caught up with Changzon. I saw a wormhole in the distance suddenly collapsed, forming a deep pit more than 10 meters wide. Immediately afterwards, a team of tiger spine worms emerged from it, consisting of a total of 3 second-order tiger spine worms. They received the message and came to pick up the parasitic mother. Changzon then hid behind them and jumped onto the back of a tiger spine insect person. I think Her Majesty the Queen must be very interested in you. Humanity will be defeated, and the human race will perish. Your condition won't last long, and over time, it will produce a lot of side effects, until death. Join us, Her Majesty the Great Queen Mother, and we will find a way for you to survive. At this moment, Kinhu looked at the smug face of the other party and became so angry that blood flowed from his eyes and nose. He jumped up and pounced, but was knocked down by the tiger worm's legs and fell to the ground. Just as the first genetic warrior of mankind was about to be captured alive by the Zerg, suddenly, a noisy buzzing sound of flapping wings came from the distance. When Changzon and the tiger-backed insects heard the familiar voice, they didn't pay much attention to it. They thought it was a swarm of green-winged insects sent by the Queen Mother to investigate the situation. However, the next moment, a loud gunshot rang out. Then there was a flash of fire. The tiger-backed worm that Changzon was standing on exploded directly from the inside of its body. Black and yellow figure with a gun floating in the air in the distant sky. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at the remaining 2 tiger-backed insects. Fire 2 more shots to kill them. A team of tiger-backed worms was wiped out in a matter of moments. Lin Feng had no expression on his face as he looked at the reminder that appeared in front of him. Successfully killed 3 second-level tiger spine insects. Armor-piercing cannon LV 2029, orange quality upgrade point. 4-2, damage 250, effective range 10 kilometers, remaining bullets 5,997, 6,000 exited. The Death Eye attribute state the armor-piercing cannon can be upgraded. Note, a special variant of the Psychic Zerg has been detected. It has been seriously injured. You can obtain a certain amount of psychic energy after killing it, and achieve a breakthrough in psychic attributes. 6K big chapter. Actually there is one more chapter today, but I have to drive back to my hometown in Hunan on February 2nd. It will take more than 10 hours to drive on the highway. I will definitely not have time to write on that day if I don't want to take leave. I have to save some manuscripts when the time comes. I will find some inspiration in the service area, and I can also collect some inspiration when I return to my hometown to understand the environmental characteristics of the hilly area, and prepare for the human-insect war led by Lin Feng later. Chapter 112, Seduction, Capital and Farewell, Upgrading Armor-Piercing Cannon. He had originally planned to temporarily break through his limit and risk escaping from the siege, But he saw 3 10-meter-tall tiger spine worms around him explode one after another from the inside. A large amount of warm insect blood, along with the shattered limbs, splashed all over the ground, also giving him who was kneeling below a smelly bloodbath. The strange yet familiar liquid and meat residue sprayed on his face, some of which seeped into his mouth, making Qin Hu feel an indescribable weirdness in his heart. It felt like he was eating the flesh and blood of his own kind, the remaining sanity of humanity, which made him feel nauseous as if his stomach was churning. However, the instinctive desire of his body made these dregs seem extremely delicious. But soon, Qin Hu regained his senses from the continuous explosions. Such a strange and amazing attack method is difficult to achieve even for the most elite artillery, and requires launching several high-end guided armor-piercing shells from the rear. As far as he knew, the 13th Army Division, which had always been marginalized and neglected, was not equipped with such high-end weapons. So when he raised his head and looked in the direction of the sudden loud buzzing sound, he saw a familiar figure floating in the air hundreds of meters away. As the flying shadow approached, Qin Hu realized who the other party was from the sophisticated black and yellow armor. Although that guy's stuff is always changing, each change will leave behind the original background, so it is easy to recognize. Moreover, only that guy could think of and make the ability to fly using the wings of the green-winged insect a reality when Lin Feng, wearing the flying tiger armor and holding the LV-20 armor-piercing cannon, landed steadily in front of the remains of the tiger spine worm. He looked at the human struggling under the muzzle of the gun. In other words, the parasitic Chang Zhan, Colonel Chang. His eyes were cold. Judging from his highly raised neck and chest, it was obvious that he was no longer human, especially as the flames were burning, causing the skin all over his body to peel off. As he struggled in pain, he broke free from the burnt outer layer of clothes and tore off large pieces of cooked skin from his torso, revealing wriggling insect eggs between the 2 rows of ribs. These egg sacs are like a bunch of grapes, clearly visible under the ribs, and many of them have already burst of parasite. In Lin Feng's eyes, after using the identification skill, the opponent's data quickly appeared: parasitic matrix, LV21/29, seriously injured horsepower 150, VT 60, SPR 220. Evaluation: parasitic mother, a simplified replica of the high-level queen of the Zerg, with powerful mental attributes and low physical fitness. It can only survive as a parasite, and is generally calculated according to the physical fitness of the parasitic target. A mother's IQ is extremely high, and it can continue to breed offspring parasites, expand the parasitic range, and collect enemy intelligence for the Zerg. But he also got an unexpected surprise of spiritual attributes. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger and shoot, Chang Zhan, who was spitting blood and on the verge of death, suddenly said, Don't kill me, Mr. Lin is so powerful, why do you have to stay among humans? The 13th Master has no feelings for you, even though I was the one who schemed against you. But this is also the result of their tacit consent. With Mr. Lin's supernatural abilities, as long as you are willing to join us, the energy for awakening and strengthening will continue. We can help you advance to the late 2nd stage awakener as soon as possible, and even one day, enter the 3rd stage. As long as you can help us take Wuchen, Jincheng, and even a few states in the rear, I think Her Majesty the Queen Mother will not mind giving you a few cities and letting you govern them completely. Then you can do whatever you want, such as ruling over hundreds of thousands of human survivors, and you can also preserve the continuation of your race. As she spoke, the Zerg mother coughed violently a few times, spitting out the blood that was blocking her trachea, and continued, cough cough. The Zerg will not exterminate all the natives. What you see of us are actually multiple races from different planets. For example, the red beetles responsible for excavation came from the low-level civilization on the mining planet that we once conquered. You humans are very gifted in spiritual aspects, and the intelligence of a few individuals is even beyond common sense, which makes you very valuable to absorb and utilize. Lin Feng frowned slightly. At this moment, he was almost moved by the other party's sincere words. Although he was well aware that the other party had used some kind of mental means to interfere with his judgment, it was still not enough compared to his own mental attribute of 215 points. However, if the Zerg are willing to negotiate and guarantee the safety of most humans, Lin Feng believes that most countries in the world will take the lead and surrender. They were even willing to become puppets of the Zerg and push their country and nation into the abyss of colonialism. Therefore, the conditions given by the parasitic mother body are indeed very tempting, especially when Lin Feng has just experienced betrayal and is no longer so active in resisting the Zerg invasion. It seems to be a good option to reach some kind of ceasefire agreement with the Zerg in exchange for a stable supply of upgrade energy. Just as Lin Feng showed a hint of hesitation, Qin Hu, who stood up from behind him, retorted sharply, "Stop trying to deceive people. You never thought about negotiating with humans. Your real goal is to exterminate all humans. The so-called absorption and fusion is nothing but genetic plunder and enslavement." After saying that, Qin Hu picked up a 2-meter-long broken limb from the ground and continued walking towards Changzan. Lin Feng seemed to be thinking about something, then turned to look at the parasitic mother body under my feet, his eyes shaken. So before Qin Hu could make his move, Lin Feng's armor-piercing cannon had already fired dozens of machine gun bullets. The dying parasitic mother and Changzan's body were smashed to pieces. Its physical properties come from the target it parasitizes on, humans, who have poor physical constitutions and especially weak defenses, which means that even a heavy machine gun can kill the mother. The LV-19 howitzer and LV-20 armor-piercing cannon can not only blow it to pieces, but also affect Lin Feng and the other person nearby. Seeing Lin Feng take the initiative, Qin Hu breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party is really moved by this damn parasite, that would be the real trouble. This is 100 times more serious than the so-called Zerg spies. Not only is it difficult for me to survive, Qin Hu knew very well in his heart how devastating a powerful awakener could be to the current federal order. Lin Feng slowly lowered the gun and looked at the reminder text that appeared in front of him. Kill a second-level Zerg, parasitic mother, upgrade point +1, gain extra spiritual energy, stored in equipment, can be used next time you upgrade armor-piercing cannon LV-2029, orange quality upgrade point 5/2, damage 250. Effective range 10 kilometers, remaining bullets 5,996, 6,000 LV-20 armor-piercing cannon can be upgraded. Lin Feng immediately started upgrading, smiled at the man beside him, and said with a little interest to the black spots on his face, "How is it? The conditions it offers are very tempting, right?" Qin Hu was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Feng's first sentence would be like this. He firmly refused. That was just something it made up to survive. It is impossible for humans to be slaves of the Zerg. Joining them is the same as being castrated and directly erasing civilization. Even if it really goes as it says, and weaves a beautiful illusion for the future surviving humans, it is ultimately just a lie. Lin Feng shrugged. No, that's not what I'm thinking about. For most civilians, it's just a change of masters. What's the difference between being ruled by humans and being ruled by Zerg? The reason I refused, besides the lies and deception of this damn parasite, is also because the Federation is not doing its job well. Do you know what it saw in its eyes when I pointed the gun at it? As Lin Feng spoke, he walked forward and used the remaining limbs on the ground to stir up Changzan's shattered body, then picked out 2 surviving egg sacs that were still wriggling. It's arrogance, the kind of disdainful look humans give to ants. In their eyes, humans who have been completely defeated are not qualified to sit at the negotiation table at all. Don't even think about getting what you can't get on the battlefield, but you can get it through negotiations. So before they defeat the Queen Mother and prove themselves, they will never negotiate, even if humans voluntarily offer all their land, all their resources, and even humans themselves. Hearing this, Qin Hu stopped talking. A trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. He knew all these things. But soon, this depressed mood was dispelled by his clenched fists. He watched Lin Feng walk towards him, handed him 2 incomplete insect eggs, and then patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Take it and give it to the research institute to see if they can find out anything. Remember to bring the corpse with you. I think those Frankensteins would be so excited to see the bug man. Tell them to find a way to investigate as soon as possible. It will take forever for the genetic warriors to find out if they just rely on sniffing." Qin Hu forced out a smile, looked at the struggling insect eggs in his palm, and asked, "Are you leaving?" Lin Feng looked back at the scattered Zergs in the distance. Before the battle of the second line of defense broke out, it was difficult for the second-level Zerg to show up, so there was not much point in staying. So nodded and admitted, "Well, the outpost is ruined. It's time to leave." Qin Hu quickly dissuaded him. "I can help you arrange an independent main fort within the second line of defense and put it completely under your command." Lin Feng shook his head and declined the offer. "If you stay in the defensive line, you will always be passive and attack from both sides. I prefer to be more flexible and mobile, and have more freedom. If humans want to defeat the Zerg, they can only rely on being cowards. There is no hope of victory." After saying that, Lin Feng walked over to the 3 tiger-backed insects. His hands touched their remaining solid jaws, and with a flash of orange light, they were completely wrapped up and instantly disappeared into the flying tiger armor worn by Lin Feng. With 3 pairs of giant jaws, the same method was used to quickly increase the reserve upgrade points of the LV-20 flying tiger armor to 3/2, which was enough to successfully start the next upgrade. Unfortunately, we can't take it away directly now. If we leave it here, it will soon be taken back by the Zerg. Lin Feng's sudden appearance actually caught everyone off guard, including the Zerg queen, killing 3 tiger spine insects in 1 second. The queen in the nest must be even more worried. Before the green-winged insects come to investigate, Lin Feng must evacuate quickly to avoid triggering a new round of insect swarms. As for entrusting the 13th Division with the transportation, it is estimated that it will only be delivered to the Research Institute in the end. It would be better to integrate it into the flying tiger armor. It's a pleasant surprise anyway seeing Lin Feng clean up the battlefield and prepare to leave. Qin Hu picked up Chang Zan's body, chased him and asked, "Where are Li Ran and the others? You were the only one who escaped from the outpost?" After seeing Lin Feng's flying ability, Qin Hu no longer had any doubts about his survival, so he began to care about the whereabouts of the others. Lin Feng paused, turned around and asked, "Want to hear the truth or lies?" Qin Hu was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on, but he quickly understood and replied directly, "Truth." Lin Feng shrugged, "All survived, including the 201st Recruit Company you gave me. All of them are now awakened. Their combat effectiveness is no worse than that of the awakened battalion of the TH Division. With my assistance, it will be easy for them to block the attack of tens of thousands of black spine insects. Li Ran and his men are here too, including several veterans who survived the frontal battlefield, and they all plan to go with me." Hearing this news, Qin Hu breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. Then his face changed and he said solemnly, "From now on, the entire 201st Company and its commander will be killed in the breakout of the Zerg pursuit. The 13th Division will not trouble you again. Tell Li Ran and the others that their families in the rear will be properly accommodated." Lin Feng nodded and smiled. "Thank you." Qin Hu then took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "One last thing. Soon, I will be sent to the northern capital to take charge of the defense of the capital. According to the latest news, the 3 satellite cities east of the federal capital have been captured one after another, and more than 8 Zerg queens will form a 1,000,000-strong Zerg army to launch a siege and general attack on the capital. This will be a super battle for the entire southern continent. Directly affect the future direction of the situation. Once the federal capital is lost, the entire continental defense line will retreat thousands of miles. Without the support of the city buildings, there is no place to defend the 1,000-mile plain. We can only retreat and preserve our manpower. Once the 13th Division begins its retreat from Wuchen, it will disband and split into multiple regiment-level forces, advancing northwest until they meet at Huliao Pass. If there is a chance, I hope you can lend a hand and rescue more people along the way." Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that the actual situation was worse than he had imagined. He originally thought that the dry climate in the north would be better than the mountainous south. Unexpectedly, the Zerg also knew the location of the federal center, concentrated their firepower and attacked the capital. Thinking that this might be the last time they met, Lin Feng stopped, turned around and agreed, "No problem. If I can help them, I'll rescue more people. This will give me more strength to launch a counterattack against the Zerg later. Your gene fusion is an irreversible process. It will only get worse. Please use it with caution." After giving the reminder, Lin Feng glanced at the sky, spread out a pair of membranous wings behind him, and slowly floated into the air with the flapping of his wings, leaving behind a sentence, "Take care of yourself." Then he turned into a black shadow and fled far to the south. Watching the other person's figure disappearing into the distance, Qin Hu was sighing with emotion when he suddenly felt a large amount of mixed aura surging behind him, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. 2 minutes later, after flying at a low altitude of more than 10 kilometers, Lin Feng successfully arrived at the temporary camp, the Dahu service area. Fortunately, nothing happened and everything was safe. When he left, only about half an hour had passed. As expected, the flying mode is the most convenient, because traveling in a straight line is much faster than driving or running. There was no need to be so cautious when he came back fast-moving after image and landed on the side of the chariot. He saw Chen Yan'an, who was making lunch. Seeing Lin Feng return safely at this moment, Chen Yan'an put her hand on her chest and also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, exited the full-body armor form, and looked at the upgraded LV-21 armor-piercing cannon in his hand. Armor-piercing cannon LV-21/29. Orange quality upgrade 0.3/3, damage 300, effective range 10 kilometers, remaining bullets 7,000, 7,000 additional attributes, bullet recovery 1/S, space magazine 7,000 spare bullets, death I 0/50, fire coverage damage 50 plus 50/S, coverage area 10 square meters, bullet time S, cooldown 5 minutes. Note: the extra spiritual energy contained in the equipment can be absorbed during the simultaneous upgrade. Apart from a direct increase of 50 points in damage, more reserve ammunition, and faster bullet cooldown time, there are no other changes. But now that Lin Feng holds it, he can directly threaten the LV-26 Second Order Zerg, which is already very good. Lin Feng's gaze then stopped at the comment at the bottom. So he ate a lot to get his body into the best condition. Then, full of anticipation, he lay on the bed with a woman in his arms and started upgrading himself. Touching the level 21 armor-piercing cannon beside the bed, a powerful spiritual energy merged into the warm current and flowed into the body from the gun body. The next second, Lin Feng's spiritual consciousness came to a desolate and dark world. 300,000 words is enough to reveal the main storyline. Chapter 113, The Bizarre Spiritual World, The Benefits of Breaking Limits. Different from the normal levels, the extra spiritual energy added by this upgrade directly allowed Lin Feng's spiritual to enter an extremely bizarre and pale world. Just like an inexplicable phenomenon in a dream, facing the desolate scenery before him, Lin Feng quickly realized that this was not reality, but an illusion simulated in his mind. However, when he raised his hand, he saw that he was still holding the spear, the level 21 armor-piercing cannon, and the flying wing chariot parked quietly behind him. However, the appearance of the chariot was blurry at this time, probably because it was in an upgrade state. With the appearance of two pieces of bound equipment, Lin Feng's self-awareness became clearer and clearer. He seemed to realize something, opened the side door of the chariot and walked in, then came to the master bedroom behind the living room. Sure enough, a figure was lying quietly on the bed. It was Chen Yanyan, who was sleeping soundly in his arms in the real world, and her projection in the spiritual world was also sleeping peacefully on the soft bed. Lin Feng looked around again, and after confirming that all the details were consistent with reality, he returned to the outside of the car to observe this strange world that was both strange and somewhat familiar. Everywhere you look, it's desolate, like a desolate wasteland after a nuclear war, without a trace of life. The dim red sky was filled with red clouds, motionless as if time had stopped. This strange world seems to have no concept of time. Lin Feng frowned slightly and fired several shots into the sky. The shells flew upwards without stopping or exploding until they disappeared among the clouds without gravity. There would be no laws of physics. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was thoughtful. Then he slung the armor-piercing cannon on his back, leaned forward and sprinted, accelerating forward for dozens of meters in one breath. Finally, on a raised stone slope, he pushed hard and jumped up with all his might. The next moment, Lin Feng's entire body was like the cannonball that was fired before, relying on the inertia of jumping upwards, and continued to rise at the same speed. Floating in midair, he seemed to be in the vacuum of the universe, drifting endlessly without friction, flying between the clouds. As Lin Feng flew higher and higher, he explored the truth of the spiritual world before him. After passing through the foggy clouds with lightning and thunder, he finally saw the scenery above the sky ring. Its outer ring glowed with a layer of red light, and the emitted light was like radioactivity, evaporating and spreading to the planet below, illuminating the thick clouds bright red. This scene reminded Lin Feng of the strange solar eclipse that occurred in the real world when the alien Zerg invaded. Could it be that the scene I saw at home has been deeply engraved in my mind, and then in my subconscious mind, it has replaced the sun in my nightmare? Just as Lin Feng was doubting himself, his body continued to soar forward. He couldn't stop, and it was hard to notice. When he looked up again, he suddenly discovered that the strange sun in front of him was only the size of a basketball. Suddenly, it became an enormous ball. The strong storm almost tore it apart. Lin Feng felt that he was out of control and was about to be pulled in and sucked into this strange and dark planet space. It seemed as if everything was lost here. Lin Feng could not even see his own hands. Only when he touched himself could he confirm that his limbs were still there. And as he floated in the endless darkness, a crack as big as a canyon slowly appeared in the middle. A dark red sphere appeared inside, moving up and down and left and right, like the pupil of an open eyelid body. When that continent-sized black and red pupil stared at him, Lin Feng was suddenly shocked and realized that the other party had noticed him. The next moment, He seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and his hands and feet were tied up. An overload caused by the accelerated fall have made Lin Feng's consciousness increasingly confused, and his rationality has been reduced. When he was about to die, Lin Feng vaguely saw a point of light appear in the darkness and reached out to grasp it. A familiar female voice came from inside. Lin Feng, use your abilities well. Turned over to sleep on the other side. Lin Feng himself was almost soaked. Not only his clothes were soaked with sweat, but even the bed sheet was printed with a human-shaped sweat mark. Lin Feng frowned slightly, not caring about his heavy sweating. His mind was full of the last scene in his spiritual world before he woke up. The sound coming from that light spot was a tone that he would never forget in his life, because that was He Yuan's fucking voice. Damn it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng frowned even more tightly. His mother has been missing for several years. How could she appear in his subconscious mind? Except for the time when the two of them just disappeared, Lin Feng could still dream about. Many years have passed and I almost forgot it. Could it be that the spiritual world in nightmares is not fake, but real? He Yuan is not actually dead? Lin Feng shook his head, thinking that this was too fantastical and just a nightmare. However, my mother's words kept lingering in my ears. Use my abilities well. Lin Feng looked at his hands and muttered to himself, why did He Yuan give such a warning in the dream? Before Lin Feng could think of any useful clues, the upgraded character attributes appeared in front of him. Lin Feng, LV 2129 horsepower 270, VT 270, SPR 295. Basic attributes increased by 50 points, spiritual attributes increased by an additional 30 points, and the broken value can be inherited. Note, currently, one new piece of equipment can be bound, and the highest quality of bound items is orange. Note, the spirit value has been greatly exceeded. Basic skills, identification, upgrade, copy, telepathy, gain additional enhancement effects, identification, limit range increased by 50%, 5 kilometers, identification detail increased. Upgrade time reduced by 10%. Replication, the effective range of the replica has been increased from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. Telepathy, detection range increased from 3 kilometers to 5 kilometers. Seeing the overall improvement of his own skills, although the effect was not too strong, the simultaneous growth of his overall strength still made Lin Feng feel excited. As expected, the effect of breaking the limit is amazing. It is equivalent to a small qualitative leap. In particular, the increase in upgrade speed can greatly alleviate the problem that Lin Feng is currently most worried about, which is that the upgrade speed of large equipment is too slow. For example, the upgrade of the level 19 flying wing tank under him has been going on since 5 in the morning, and it is almost noon now. But it has not been completed yet. Although this is a major upgrade, it does take longer. But in the future battles against the Zerg, the speed of upgrading will be extremely critical. Perhaps upgrading one step faster can change the outcome of a tough battle. Thinking of this, Lin Feng became more and more looking forward to slaughtering the second-level spiritual Zerg. In the future, you should try to get in touch with more places where a large number of humans gather, and then use your identification skills to ask around, and maybe you will get an unexpected surprise. After all, a second-level psychic bug can increase the psychic attribute value by 30 points, which is too cost-effective. While Lin Feng was experiencing the benefits of breaking the limit, he was full of energy and suddenly remembered the reminder left by his mother in his mind. Use your abilities well. Did He Yuan already know in advance that she would possess powerful superpowers, or was it a subconscious warning from the dark side of her heart? Lin Feng rubbed his face with his hands and stopped thinking about these things that might happen in the future. He is not yet powerful enough to control the fate of mankind. If that happens, he will be able to turn the tide with his own powerful strength, no matter what difficulties he encounters. After calming down, Lin Feng stood up. Glancing at his phone, he realized that he had only slept for over an hour, and the fatigue from staying up all night had already disappeared. At this moment, Lin Feng is full of energy and vitality. This should be an additional benefit of breaking the mental limit. Looking at the woman still sleeping soundly on the bed, her speed recovery would be much slower. Lin Feng walked into the bathroom quietly, took a shower and changed into new clothes. Come outside the chariot. I saw that my teammates were taking turns to rest at this moment. Li Ren saw Lin Feng wake up, said hello, and then couldn't help but fall asleep in the car. Lin Feng nodded and was quite moved when he saw the luxuriously decorated service area building. In the past, Wucheng's economic development was very rapid, and the infrastructure construction in surrounding cities was extremely complete. Even the service areas on the highway were built like shopping malls. There are all kinds of fast food, milk tea shops, coffee shops, and even clothing supermarkets. But now it has been looted by refugees. Only on the second floor of the hotel were there some beds left for the team members to rest. Just as Lin Feng was getting familiar with the environment of the temporary camp, Shenji came running over with good news. Zhang Liang, who had awakened the same superpowers as him, had now successfully fused with the flesh and blood of the green-winged insect. A pair of blue-winged membranous wings grew on the back. What is certain is that Yuan is dead and cannot be resurrected. The spiritual world is like some kind of subconscious channel also. The protagonist's abilities come from herself and have nothing to do with her mother. Chapter 114 Winged Angel, LV-20 Land Cruiser. At this moment, she has regained consciousness, and with the help of Shenji, her personal level has entered the late first stage. Seeing Lin Feng appear, Zhang Liang's fingers grasped the blanket, looking a little restrained. Lin Feng coughed lightly, and while using the detailed identification function, he said, "It's okay, I'll just take a look. How was the process?" Nothing serious went wrong. Lin Feng remembered that Zhang Liang had always been with Shenji, and most of the upgrades were completed by Shenji with her. No one was seen in the outpost for 2 days. Shenji replied, "It's okay. It's much easier than it was before, because she had been eating it gradually." After she had eaten the membranous wing muscles of the green-winged insect, 2 lumps of flesh appeared on her shoulder blades. Feng nodded. He had previously handed over the membranous wings he had collected and the remaining blue-winged insect corpses to the 2 of them. Now he finally had some gains. "Use your superpowers and try assimilating them." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhang Liang's expression looked a little unnatural, and she wrapped the blanket tighter in her hands. Lin Feng realized something, so he took Shenji outside, closed the door and let the girl change her clothes. In the corridor outside the door, Lin Feng looked at the outside patrol members and asked, "Do you have any relatives outside?" Shenji shook his head. "When the insect plague broke out, we had just arrived at school. We were lucky to escape. My parents are probably already. Lin Yang and I are both from Heicheng, and our other relatives are also in the area." Lin Feng sighed lightly and patted Shenji on the shoulder. "Live well, and when things become stable, you should also settle down in your relationship as soon as possible." Shenji was stunned for a moment, then fainted silently. A few minutes later, the door was opened, revealing a woman in red armor with a pair of folded transparent membrane wings growing from her back. At the same time, behind the waist, there is a pair of the green-winged insect's iconic flat pseudo-legs, which serve as a harvesting sickle when diving. Lin Feng saw that the armor was the full-body form of the red armor shield, and it had also been modified by Zhang Liang, who removed the 2 pieces of carapace on the back so that the membranous wings could be folded and stowed. The price is that it cannot be transformed back into the carapace form, and you have to take it off by yourself every time, and then put it on again with great effort when needed. But the effect is obvious. Wearing armor will undoubtedly make flying much safer, and it has certain advantages when facing blue-winged insects. Even if you unfortunately fall, you will not be seriously injured like the blue-winged insects. When Zhang Liang walked into the aisle, she turned sideways and spread the membranous wings on her back. They were 5 meters wide and more than 2 meters long on one. There are 2 large muscles raised high on the side. There are 2 large muscles raised high on the back to provide flapping power for flying. The appraisal results appeared in front of Lin Feng. Zhang Liang, LV 1919 horsepower 150, VT 220, SPR 140 superpower awakening, devouring and assimilation. Winged angel note, the target is in the state of assimilation with a blue-winged insect. Energy consumption increased by 100%, physical fitness increased by 50%, and mental state is unstable. Watching Zhang Liang take off her armor, revealing her face at this moment, her originally fair skin was now of deep green, with a pattern of insect armor emerging, and the raised ridges, like saw teeth, were distributed on both sides of her lower jaw. Just like Shenji's dark warrior form, with a green face and fangs, he looks ferocious and terrifying. I guess she herself finds it hard to accept. But she herself finds it hard to accept in this state. Her physical ability is already comparable to that of an early second-stage awakener. Shenji, standing aside, also entered the dark warrior form. A 2-meter-long sharp bone blade protruded from the outside of the arm, and as the degree of assimilation deepened, even the head was covered with a layer of solid black armor, and even a pair of small giant jaws grew on the face, and there was a claw on each side of the shoulder. It can be described as a smaller version of the black-backed worm. Lin Feng thought of Qin Hu, whom he had met this morning. As one of the first genetically modified warriors, he looked similar to Shen Ji, but he was not as over-assimilated. But Shen Ji's ability is his own, while Qin Hu's is a forced fusion. Judging from the degree of enhancement, it is obvious that devouring and assimilation is not as powerful as genetic modification, and it is between physical enhancement and genetic modification. It is more powerful than physical enhancement. After all, a 50% increase can make the physical attributes of the late first stage undergo a qualitative leap and break through the limit of 200, Shenji, LV 1919 horsepower 150, VT 225. SPR 135 Superpower Awakening, Devouring and Assimilation, Black Warrior Note, the target is in the state of assimilation of the black spiny worm, energy consumption increased by 100%, physical fitness increased by 50%, and mental state is unstable. Lin Feng nodded and asked the two to exit the assimilation state. The mutated outer armor gradually merged into the body until the appearance returned to normal. But the places where the spikes and bone blades emerged are difficult to restore to their original state, and the dark red scars exist for a long time. This is even more true for Zhang Liang's back, which looks like she has 2 arms worth of fleshy growths. But compared with the price paid by the genetic warriors, it is undoubtedly much lighter. Lin Feng recalled the results of the identification on Qin Hu in the morning and pulled them out for comparison. Qin Hu, LV 2029 horsepower 200, VT 440. SPR 150 Superpower Awakening, Physical Enhancement, Tiger Insect Fusion Note, the target has been injected with a Tiger Spinosaurus gene fluid and has been contaminated by the Zerg genes. Energy consumption has increased by 100%, mental state has continued to decline, vitality has been damaged, and lifespan has declined faster as the degree of fusion deepens. Genetic warriors are equivalent to forcibly fusion of external objects. Although they are very strong in the early stage, as their vitality decreases, they are not only weak in the later stage, but they are also consumables that cannot be restored. It can only be regarded as a roundabout way to save the country. But if we can mass produce and bring them together, we can still turn the tide. There's no one around, Lin Feng explained, thought for a moment and then spoke again. Once all the supplies are available, we will return to the front lines to continue leveling up and obtaining Zerg corpses. Don't just eat one kind, only by possessing the damage defense of the black spine insect and the flying ability of the blue-winged insect can one come and go freely on the battlefield and shine. The 2 people who have merged into the first order complete form are equivalent to Lin Feng at level 19, equipped with level 19 Chixu and flying armor and level 19 howitzer, and can even work together to kill tiger spine worms. Seeing the 2 of them early smiling at each other, they nodded happily. Lin Feng left immediately on the way back. Ding Chenghe called Lin Feng, thanked them, told them about the current situation in Heicheng, and asked them to evacuate as soon as possible. Wei on the front line probably can't hold out for much longer. Ding Chenghe seemed to have anticipated this. It's okay. After the decapitation plan failed, it was a foregone conclusion. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't retreat until the equipment was transported away. We have been given an urgent task by our superiors to create new weapons and equipment that can match the genetic warriors. Now we either have to miniaturize the large weapons, or start with the Zerg biometal shells and create armor-piercing weapons for the gene warriors. We have never taken the route of strengthening individual soldiers before. All the research was centered around weapon platforms. Now we have to put it on a platform as big as a person, so all the research has to start from scratch. It's very tricky. The tiger spine worm's huge jaws make it difficult to even cut it. Lin Feng's mind flashed with a weapon from the past, and he said half-jokingly, in the past, there was a small nuclear cannon, a nuclear howitzer, with a range of 5 kilometers, but a killing radius of 6 kilometers. Maybe if we shrink it down, we can use it, Ding Chenghe said speechlessly. The production conditions of miniature nuclear bombs are too harsh. They cannot be mass-produced, and the radiation is more serious. There are few qualified genetic warriors, and they are not disposable consumables. We are now planning to make a high-temperature flamethrower and a single soldier howitzer. Combined with a giant jewel-heavy sword, it should be quite effective in close combat. If you are interested, you can come and have a look. Lin Feng, that's it for now. We can actually start with their genetic mutations. The mutated tissues may be able to directly control the Zerg's organ weapons. This sentence gave Ding Chenghe inspiration, and he nodded. Yes. We can cooperate with the biotechnology department. 19 winged chariot, upgraded to higher level, upgraded to level 20 land cruiser, Please select the following additional attributes: indestructible, bio-armor, armor-piercing hood fusion upgrade, defense plus 150, damage plus 100, super firepower, unlimited firepower, self-propelled artillery fusion upgrade, get 10 LV-20 battleship heavy artillery, basic damage 250, shooting distance 20 kilometers landboat, an upgraded version that integrates storage space and ground flight effect mode. It can obtain energy from the Zerg corpses to achieve unlimited endurance. The maximum speed is plus 100%. It can adapt to any complex water terrain. The internal space increases by 10 cubic meters for each upgrade point consumed. Select countdown. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 115, Sailing on Dry Land, Copying Chariots. The next moment, Lin Feng's physical fitness increased by 20%, and his nerve reaction speed increased simultaneously. At the same time, the speed of his perception of nearby things began to slow down. In this way, even if the countdown is only 10 seconds, Lin Feng still has more than 10 seconds to react. He quickly scanned the 3 options: increase in speed, it will be difficult to be in danger of being surrounded. Therefore, there is no need to consider the battleship's own defense and damage for the time being. The key to the choice lies in the second item, super firepower, and the last item, an upgraded version of the ground effect flight mode, sailing on dry land. The former can maximize the damage of the battleship, transforming the original heavy machine guns and machine guns into 10 level 20 battleship heavy artillery. Not only does it have a damage of up to 250, but its range far exceeds the level 21 armor-piercing cannon in Lin Feng's hand, and can directly bombard up to kilometers away. It is equivalent to fighting from the west of the city to the east and suppressing the Zerg offensive remotely. Although these level 20 cannons may not have other additional attributes, the power of a salvo from these 10 battleship heavy guns is comparable to that of an artillery company. The firepower of the land cruiser battleship has been increased several times. With subsequent upgrades, its power may even exceed the firepower coverage of the armor-piercing cannon in Lin Feng's hand. The latter's land-based boating is an epic enhancement, not only solving the fuel problem that has troubled Lin Feng for a long time, but also achieving unlimited endurance. As long as there are Zerg corpses, we can keep going. The fuel replacement means an upgrade of the entire engine, and the power it generates is naturally incomparable to the past. With a performance of doubling the top speed and the ability to adapt to any terrain, it is completely capable of pulling and harvesting the Zerg army. Seize the initiative on the battlefield through continuous harassment. One of them is more inclined to rear support, and the other is more flexible and can collect a large amount of Zerg materials. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Just when Lin Feng was in a dilemma, he suddenly felt Chen Yan'an's voice calling out in his heart, "Lin Feng, I want speed." Boating, at the last second of the countdown. The reminder in front of him disappeared, and then the entire flying wing tank suddenly flashed with orange light, and the next second, it melted into a slender land battleship. It is a full 20 meters long, with the front and rear ends presenting the slender lines of a naval battleship. The widest part of the ship is about 5 meters, and it is 5 meters high. To move the first is that there are 4 pairs of 1.5 meter high solid rubber tires at the front and rear, which are the main driving force. On the belly of the chassis, there are 2 rows of retractable track wheels, which allow the tank to adapt to field terrain or turn around on the spot. As for the original ground effect flight mode, it has been upgraded to jet outlets on both sides of the warship, which can spray out extremely fast airflow when started, reducing the pressure of the warship on the ground and achieving a bottom floating driving forward with the cooperation of these 3. We can finally realize the great feat of sailing on dry land. Lin Feng looked at this sharp warship with flaming cloud patterns all over its body, and his heart suddenly surged, especially at the front and rear of the vehicle. The triangular front of the flying wing tank has become a deep mouth with a width of 5 meters, with 2 retractable storage iron bars on both sides. When opened, it forms a trumpet mouth with a width of 15 meters, which can collect and devour the Zerg corpses on the battlefield like a harvester. Lin Feng thought of the mining cart in previous games. Now we can kill and collect the corpses at the same time, clean up the battlefield thoroughly, and leave no hair for the Zerg queen. It turned out to be the right decision to choose land navigation for this upgrade phase. He walked from the invisible door on the side of the ship, onto the automatically descending folding ladder, and approached Lin Feng. Come watch and appreciate the majestic appearance of this land cruiser. Looking at the woman's slightly blushing cheeks and her excited hugging of his arms, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Finally, I made up my mind to choose the newly added attribute of sailing on dry land, just for Chen Yannian. Because she is the captain of the land cruiser. At the same time, apart from Lin Feng, he is the driver who is most familiar with the battleship and has the deepest bond with the battleship. The final upgrade result also shows that Lin Feng was right to choose to believe Chen Yannian. At the moment, Lin Feng is not short of military strength improvement. With a copying skill in hand, he can mass-produce shotguns, and then cooperate with his soldiers to destroy tens of thousands of black-backed worms or tiger-backed worm teams. Easily battleship super firepower. How would Lin Feng train his subordinates? He alone cannot deal with the tens of thousands of Zerg troops of the Queen Mother at the same time and fight a decisive battle with the Queen Mother. LV-20 land cruiser also appeared in front of Lin Feng. Land cruiser LV-20/29, orange quality upgrade points 0/10, defense 180, damage 150, average speed 200 km, endurance limit 1000 km. Additional attributes: biological armor, defense plus 70, armor piercing head, damage plus 60, unlimited firepower, 10 machine guns, average damage 40, self-propelled artillery, 3 LV-19 machine guns, damage 160, spare ammunition 9000, bullet recovery 1/1s, life radar. Each upgrade point consumed can detect everything with a health value greater than 1 within a radius of 50 km. Landboat. An upgraded version that integrates storage space and ground effect flight mode. It can obtain energy from the Zerg corpses to achieve unlimited endurance. The maximum speed is plus 100%. It can adapt to any complex water terrain. The internal space increases by 10 cubic meters for each upgrade point consumed. Currently, the living combat area is 150 cubic meters, and the storage space is 500 cubic meters. Note, additional benefits for land cruiser include corpse collection, processing, smelting production lines, and bio-powered furnaces. Lin Feng watched from beginning to end, and found that the basic attributes of the land cruiser battleship were only limitedly improved, probably because of its large size. A pair of orange tiger-backed worm jaws, distributed over each area, only increased the basic defense by 30 points and the damage by 20 points. But the average speed increased by more than 30% to kilometers per hour. This means that when sailing on dry land, the warship's maximum speed can reach a terrifying 400 kilometers per hour, which is almost the takeoff speed of a small propeller plane and is comparable to the dive of a green-winged insect. And to break free from the pursuit of the second-level tiger-back worm is just a matter of stepping on the accelerator. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of choosing indestructible becomes very low. The additional 80 points of defense and 40 points of damage can only make the LV-20 land cruiser not afraid of the attack of the second stage early tiger spine insect. And fighting a decisive battle with the Zerg, the land cruiser will need to stack a lot of armor. But that is all a matter for the future. The most important thing right now is how to get the most out of the Queen Mother, plunder a large number of black-backed worms evolution points and giant jaw materials, and steal the rare tiger-backed worms, so that the armor-piercing cannons and land cruisers can be upgraded to the maximum level as soon as possible. The levels of Chen Yannian, Shen Ji and others were also upgraded. The core members of the team must quickly complete the second-level awakening upgrade to stabilize the overall situation. Otherwise, when the time comes, he will have a bunch of first-stage late-stage warriors of the same level and won't be able to control the situation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng, who had just gained the joy of upgrading, felt a sense of urgency in his heart. The second-level Zerg are not as common as the Black Spine Zerg, and most of the time they are hard to come by. Lin Feng had made special preparations before and ambushed them, but ended up returning in disappointment. Now that she had wiped out an entire Tiger Spine squad, even if the Queen Mother was overwhelmed by victory, she could still realize that the fighting power of humans at this moment was enough to threaten the outcome of the next expansion war. In the future, she would keep a closer eye on the second-order Zerg, especially the Tiger Spine squad. When Lin Feng saw the LV-20 land cruiser battleship with 0/10 upgrade points, he felt a headache. Unlike the LV-21 armor-piercing cannon, the battleship is a comprehensive type of equipment. The upgrade requirements are not simply progressive, but from the very beginning, you have to kill 10 beings of the same level to obtain 10 upgrade points. 10 tiger spine insects are enough to allow Lin Feng and his armor-piercing cannon to upgrade 3 levels in a row, reaching level 23, and upgrade the bullet time attribute to the top configuration. However, if they are placed on the battleship, It is only enough to upgrade it by one level and slightly improve the performance of the land boat. After putting away his joy, Lin Feng looked at the level 21 armor-piercing cannon in his hand, saw its upgrade point column, and saw that there were 3 for 3 left, so he continued to upgrade it. First, upgrade the easily upgraded armor-piercing cannon to the later stage, and then rely on its powerful firepower to harvest the second-order Tiger Spine worms, helping the land cruiser battleship to quickly accumulate upgrade points. This was the method Lin Feng used when he was at the first level. Now we have to do it all over again, but the process has become more difficult and arduous. In order to find and kill the second-level Zerg, Lin Feng is ready to go deep into the Zerg swarm. Before that, he needed to quickly make his 150 men have super combat capabilities that allow them to fight and run, and become field pioneers. After observing, Chen Yannian couldn't wait to climb onto the bow of the battleship, sit in the captain's seat, and prepare to start driving this super war beast that can sail on dry land. As her spiritual consciousness was bound and linked to the land cruiser, every aspect of the battleship appeared in her mind. Her mind was split into 7 or 8 parts, controlling the startup and operation of the battleship at the same time. Right, the roaring engines at the bottom, accompanied by the steam gushing out from both sides, are like the battleships that dominated the oceans 100 years ago, roaring and emitting the roar of the times. After upgrading to level 24, Lin Feng will add super firepower. Then it will be the time for the land cruiser battleship to sweep across the battlefield and become famous. As for now, let's get familiar with the battlefield first. Lin Feng boarded the bow of the battleship and let Chen Yannian drive the land cruiser for the first time and go out for some experience. At this moment, Li Rain and others, including the remaining defenders who had managed to escape, were also awakened by the roar. They walked out of the camp and looked at the huge ship that was synthesized in Lin Feng's hands. Everyone looked a little dazed. It's like seeing the glory of the Navy in the past. The Navy was once an important support for the Federation to dominate a blue planet. There was once a glorious record of a cruiser forcing back the entire aircraft carrier battle group of the United States. It was a pity that they were all killed in the Zerg attack and lost the important support of the Navy, which caused the Federal Army to retreat on the coastal battlefield. Seeing this miraculous boat sailing on dry land, especially the roar of the powerful engine, present was excited and their blood was boiling. The appearance of large weapons always inspires people. By the evening, the appearance of 5 large trucks restored everyone's morale and continued to rise, time, including fuel, food and medical supplies that the team urgently needed. Seeing sufficient supplies, everyone's anxious hearts were finally settled amid the joyful barbecue over the campfire. But for Lin Feng, the most important high-quality steel plates filled 3 trucks, with a total weight of 100 tons. A replica of the LV-19 howitzer only requires 100 kilograms of steel. 1 ton can produce 10 replicas. If a team of people is equipped with 1 each, only tons of steel will be consumed. But Lin Feng's purpose is far more than that. The troop carrier that the 201st Company took when they escaped was too simple and not suitable for high-intensity field combat, so Lin Feng turned his gaze to the warship parked not far away. A replica of the LV-20 land cruiser, that is, the LV-19 flying wing tank, each of which can carry people. Only 8 vehicles are needed to transport all the members. Even though the LV-19 tank replica does not have the attributes of the flying wing tank that can be fused and upgraded multiple times, its basic data alone far exceeds that of most armored vehicles. 150 points of defense, 130 points of damage, and an average speed of 150 km per hour are enough to deal with an ordinary army of black-spined insects. Even escaping from the tiger-backed worm's pursuit was extremely easy. Of course, if we can continue to fuse and strengthen it, add the wings of the green-winged insect, and obtain a ground effect flight mode. Lin Feng was already satisfied. As he reached out to touch the steel, he prayed silently in his heart that the required material would not exceed the upper limit of what he could bear. The next moment, a prompt appeared before my eyes. Do you want to consume 10 tons of fine steel and replicate and synthesize a level 19 ordinary tank? Note, there is only one chance to perform fusion enhancement when copying and synthesizing. You can add and integrate materials of corresponding red quality. Seeing the reminder above, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Comment that appeared below made Lin Feng very happy. The chariots loaded with soldiers have no shortage of offensive means. The LV-19 howitzer replica in each person's hand is the most powerful weapon. As a carrying platform, the most important attribute of a tank is its ability to adapt to all-terrain combat. Being able to run, swim and even float. It must be the green-winged insect. Thinking of this, Lin Feng first spent 10 tons of fine steel to copy a 100 shotgun, and then asked a driver who came to transport the goods, with the help of the soldiers, to load and unload the remaining fine steel plates. Then he stood on the steel plate and announced loudly to everyone, "Perhaps you all don't know yet, but the power I truly awakened is the ability to synthesize all things." Like this, as he spoke, Lin Feng easily grabbed a heavy steel plate weighing 100 kilograms, and then performed a miracle in front of everyone. I saw a flash of red light. The next moment, Lin Feng had in his hand a powerful weapon that longed for and envied, a super shotgun that was only in the hands of a few people like Li Ren and Shen Ji. Seeing the mountains of steel in front of them, everyone burst into cheers of shock. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised the shotgun replica in his hand and fired a shot into the distance, causing 190 points of horrific damage and directly blasting a deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters in the hillside. The team members immediately quieted down. Lin Feng put down the gun in his hand and continued, "Just a shotgun is not enough. We need to kill more bugs and collect more materials to build a more powerful tank." After saying that, he pointed to the land cruiser behind him. By analogy, everyone quickly understood what the sergeant meant, and the team members present immediately burst out with an unprecedented strong desire to fight. Sweep away the psychological shadow of the previous hasty escape. And Lin Feng also achieved his motivational purpose by showing off his muscles this time. Looking at the eager team members in front of him, Lin Feng and Chen Yan'an behind him smiled at each other, and finally walked towards the warship under the admiring gazes of Li Ren, Shen Ji and others in order to collect the fusion materials as quickly as possible. "Tomorrow morning, we'll set out to fight." I was stuck in traffic on the highway, and it made me vomit blood on Hue and Shanxi are all in heavy rain and full of tunnels. He originally wanted to write another chapter, but I can only publish the previous revisions. Forgive me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, The Strange Front, The Battle of Jiacheng. However, Lin Feng, the Supreme Commander, was the last one to get up from bed. It was not until Chen Yan'an came to wake him up that he walked out of the bedroom yawning. By the time he finished packing, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. The players lined up neatly, ready to go. Lin Feng asked Li Ran and Shen Ji to select a group of people who could drive and were agile, and to take gasoline and go out on the highway to look for abandoned vehicles. There are a lot of these cars now, and you can see several every 100 meters or so, and most of them are large vehicles that are fuel-guzzling, such as off-road vehicles and pickup trucks. In fact, as long as there is enough fuel, they are more suitable for field operations than ordinary cars. Soon, Shen Ji and others drove back 30 from the roadside with 4 people in one car. It could barely accommodate all the members of the 201st Company. As for the more than veterans and recruits cars who had fled, Lin Feng did not plan to take them with him for the time being. Firstly, the two sides have not had in-depth contact and do not know their background. Secondly, as latecomers, it is impossible for them to directly receive the same treatment as the old members of the 201st Company. Temporary camps also need to have people stationed there. The veterans among the 50 outsiders naturally wanted to continue following Li Ran and participate in the insect extermination operation. However, some of the frightened recruits were not like the 201st Company, which had experienced many storms. No matter how much force Lin Feng demonstrated or how much equipment he promised, it would be difficult for them to voluntarily go to the battlefield in a short period of time. It was still a field battle without any protection. Fighting Zerg in the wild is 100 times more dangerous than hiding in a fortress. As long as a black-backed beetle gets close to a human, it can easily use its huge jaws to seriously injure a human wearing red armor. None of they could withstand the bite of that sharp jaw. The bite force of several tons can easily destroy external armor and cut a flesh and blood human body in half. On the way of escape, the new recruits have witnessed too many of their comrades in arms die tragically in the ruthless attacks of the black-spined beetles. Their limbs scattered on the ground were also eaten by the red beetles under the insectide, leaving no intact body. The horrific scene, which was like hell, is still unforgettable to this day. Even when I sleep, I often wake up from the nightmare. Therefore, the current condition of these recruits who have managed to survive is not suitable for continuing to fight. Lin Feng also didn't want to force them to go to the battlefield again, So as to avoid them deserting and causing a greater crisis, it would be more appropriate to arrange them to follow the veterans in the camp and look after the remaining 80 tons of high-quality steel plates rather than sending them to fight at around 8 o'clock. The Land Cruiser that Lin Feng was in drove directly into the mud outside the highway, followed by 30 off-road vehicles and pickup trucks. Although these civilian vehicles are not as professional as military vehicles, they are much more comfortable than the previous troop carriers. Moreover, if the skylight on the roof is opened and they cooperate with other teammates, they can also attack the black-spined insect swarms. 10 minutes later, after driving 13 kilometers, they saw red beetles constantly appearing on the front line, as well as a large number of earth piles and holes. The Zerg invasion has not stopped. Lin Feng announced the stop of the ship, took out the shotguns from the storage space from the exit at the rear of the battleship, and distributed one to each team member present. With 5,000 rounds of spare ammunition and more than 100 shotguns, even an army of tens of thousands of black-backed beetles can be easily dealt with. After the distribution, Lin Feng immediately ordered to continue moving forward. But as the team went deeper, Lin Feng did not discover the existence of black spine worms in the Zerg hinterland through his upgraded telepathy, including the collapsed outpost nearby and the fallen outpost in the distance. In addition to the red beetles collecting human corpses, the black-backed beetles responsible for daily patrols seem to have disappeared. Not only in the south of Wuchen where Lin Feng was, but also on the front battlefield, there was no trace of them. Faced with such a strange phenomenon, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the Queen Mother was frightened and took the initiative to shrink the front line to prevent herself from being fleeced further? Although killing 3 tiger spine insects in an instant was a bit exaggerated, it still caught them off guard. They did not expect there would be an air threat from humans after all. Under the joint patrol of the green-winged insects and the wind-winged insects, most of the precious flying weapons on the human side, such as the 3rd and 4th generation fighters, which numbered only a few thousand, and hundreds of armed helicopters, had already been destroyed or scrapped. These fearless insects have extremely strong maneuverability due to their special structure. Thermal-seeking missiles cannot mark them, and laser locks cannot keep up with them, so they have to stop suddenly in disguise. As early as the beginning of the war, a large number of fighter planes unfortunately crashed into the bodies of hundreds of flying Zerg. It also indirectly led to a decrease in firepower support for the army, making it impossible to bomb the insect swarm in large numbers. The army is fighting alone and cannot do anything alone. In the future, they can only launch supersonic missiles at long distances, rely on locking onto the target in advance, and achieve penetration at high speed, but even so, the effect is minimal. After the decapitation plan of the Earth-penetrating missile failed, not only the second-order Zerg, but even the Queen Mother, relaxed their vigilance against the threat from the air. After all, in their minds, the Zerg have long mastered the crucial air superiority. But now this situation was completely broken by Lin Feng's sudden appearance. Naturally, they didn't dare to let the black spine insects show up and take the blame with their bodies. Looking at the empty and desolate Loess wasteland, Lin Feng thought of another possibility. With Chang'an, the parasitic mother, tipping off the Zerg queen, it is impossible for her not to know about the biological genetic modification plan that humans are plotting. If the message the Queen Mother received that day was sent back by the mother body, that it was being chased by human genetic warriors, then it would be very reasonable to send 3 second-order tiger spine worms to provide support. The 3 tiger spine worms were sent directly. In addition to ensuring the rescue of the parasitic mother, the most important thing was to test the genetic warriors that humans had high hopes for. Understanding the strength of the genetic warriors can help humans turn the one-sided war around. It poses a threat to the safety of the Queen Mother. As luck would have it, Lin Feng's unexpected appearance instantly killed 3 second-order tiger spine worms and the parasitic mother. The Queen Mother, who is unaware of the specific situation, could only think that this tragic defeat was caused by human genetic warriors. Qin, whose combat capability would definitely be overestimated by the Queen Mother, who might even believe that humans could mass-produce powerful genetic warriors by capturing first-order Zerg and second-order Zerg. After all, the transformed genetic warriors not only have the blessing and amplification of the Zerg genes, but also can stimulate their own special abilities, and their combat power far exceeds that of the same level. Ability to fight 1 against 3 or even more people in the wild. In addition, humans can still retain their brain consciousness and intelligence, which is smarter than most second-level Zerg. allowing the black-backed worms and tiger-backed worms to be captured alive and taken away to mass-produce genetic warriors for humans is the biggest loss for the Zerg. So the Queen Mother came to the conclusion that even if the insect swarms under her command were killed on the spot, they must not be captured alive by humans, so they simply cancelled the originally scheduled patrol mission for the black-spined beetles, and only let the low-level red beetles continue to build nests and collect food for the insect swarm. All the black-backed worms were placed near the mother nest deep underground. On the one hand, it can better protect the Queen Mother's upgrade and hibernation, and on the other hand, it can prevent her from being captured by humans and adding combat power to the enemy. Of course, Lin Feng was not aware of this, and the 13th Division, with low morale, had been frightened in the fight with the Zerg, and it was even more impossible for them to take the initiative to attack and engage in a field battle with the Zerg. It is precisely because of this that the Queen Mother dared to do so. And now this difficult problem is placed before Lin Feng. He didn't know that the Queen Mother was in an upgraded dormant state. At this moment, the desolate and strange Zerg hinterland was the most vulnerable time for the entire Zerg. Once missed, the upgraded LV-34 Queen Mother will possess even more powerful strength, announcing the arrival of her rule as a mid-third stage. By then, the Queen Mother in the middle stage of the third stage will not only be able to increase exponentially the number of low-level Zergs she hatches and controls, but even the second-level Zergs will also gain ability upgrades after collecting and absorbing human supernatural powers. When the new second-level Zerg appear on the battlefield, they will definitely catch humans off guard. Moreover, as the queen of the biological arsenal, she has carried out special targeted evolutions on the human strategy of building fortress defenses. By then, even if they hide in a solid outpost fortress, it will be difficult to escape the Zerg's iron feet and giant jaws. And right now, Lin Feng, the only person who can threaten the Queen Mother to complete her upgrade, is in a dilemma. He finally boosted the morale of his men and got them willing to follow him back to the battlefield, but he didn't expect to encounter such a strange phenomenon. In order to lure out the black-backed worms and attract the Zerg's attention, Lin Feng then ordered Shenji to lead some team members to drive to the edge of the Zerg territory and use heavy machine guns to kill the red beetles near the cave entrance. Just like the previous luring tactics, the mass death of the red beetle group was used to attract the black-backed worms to come and check. The sound of heavy machine guns rang out in the wilderness. Hundreds of red beetles died instantly and hid in their caves, not daring to stick their heads out. As far as the eye can see, in the hundreds of acres of Zerg hinterland, apart from the complex wormholes underground, there is not a single living insect to be seen. Lin Feng frowned even more tightly. Chen Yannian, who was driving the battleship in front of him, turned around and asked, "Why don't we just drive in and search? It's a pity that the life radar doesn't have enough energy to use, otherwise it would be able to detect 1 kilometer underground." Looking at Shenji and others who returned disappointed, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. He originally planned to use the upgraded LV-20 Land Cruiser as a trump card to deal with the possible tiger spine swarm. Relying on the awakened company of hundreds of people under his command, he used shotguns to frantically kill the black spine swarm, and then force the tiger spine swarms to come to join the battle. But what I didn't expect was that not only the tiger-backed beetles were nowhere to be seen, but even the black-backed beetles that usually wandered around the streets could not be detected using telepathy. Now we have to either go back home or take the risk and lead the team deeper into the wormhole. In the former case, Lin Feng's efforts would be in vain, and his high morale would be wasted. In the latter case, he would have to bear unpredictable dangers. In particular, these disappeared black-backed worms and tiger-backed worms are likely hiding in a secret cave somewhere. Using shotguns or armor-piercing cannons to fight underground will inevitably destroy the cave structure and cause collapse. The buried Zerg can still be dug out by the red beetles, but Lin Feng is in trouble. To fight deep into a wormhole, only a small number of elite team members can be dispatched, and they must mainly use melee weapons to ensure a safe return. In the end, the genetic warriors bred by the Research Institute are very suitable. As for now, Lin Feng feels that only he and Shenji can meet the requirements. The other team members do not have the courage and strength to engage in close combat with the black-spined insects unless he can equip everyone with a set of level 10 or above red armor, as well as cold weapons that can break through the black-spined insect's shell defense. The disappearance of the army of black-backed insects has negated the feasibility of this plan just when Lin Feng was in a dilemma. The equipment asked Chen Yannian to drive the land cruiser into the heart of the Zerg swarm to conduct a scan and investigation. Shenji, who failed in his seduction mission, walked to the land cruiser and proposed another solution. "Why don't we go further south? I remember the report saying that 2 Zerg queens invaded Haicheng to the south of the Yangtze River estuary is the coastal city of Ningcheng, where there is also a queen. They should have already invaded Jiacheng. The Zerg there haven't encountered much counterattack yet, maybe they are not so vigilant, so it's easy to succeed. Shen Ji's words instantly opened Lin Feng's mind at the moment. They were not short of fuel and weapons, and there was no need to keep staring at the queen in front of them. They can just go south and deal with the queen mother who doesn't have much combat experience anyway. The failure of the Wuchang blocking battle is only a matter of time, and the soldiers under his command are not too nostalgic about it. Whereas killing insects the same as killing them. Of course you have to pick on the weak. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and looked at the map he had downloaded earlier. Jiacheng was right below Wuchang, only more than 20 kilometers away from their current location. If you start from the temporary camp at Haicheng service area, it is even closer, only 15 kilometers. The entire Ningcheng and Jiacheng had no decent resistance, so the Queen Mother there should have successfully expanded into Jiacheng. But after a while, Lin Feng looked at the map, and the worry that had just been put aside in his heart rose again, because judging from the map, if the Zerg Queen that landed in Ningcheng invaded Jiacheng via a passage, then there is a high probability that she will continue to expand in the northwest direction all the way to the back of Tehu Lake, thereby cutting off the retreat route of the 13th Division and Lin Feng and others once again. The Research Institute said once again that the Zerg need to consume a large amount of water to survive and reproduce. They will invade the continent along rivers or large lakes as springboards. As one of the 4 largest lakes in the Federation, the Great Lake is likely to attract multiple queens. Once the Zerg obtains sufficient water sources, it will undoubtedly be a huge disaster for Jincheng in the rear and Huzhou close to the south of the Yangtze River. It is reasonable for Lin Feng to take action and try to stop the Queen Mother of Jiacheng from continuing to move north. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately agreed to Shen Ji's suggestion, and then summoned Li Ran and other captains to announce this decision. After reaching a consensus, they turned the car around and took the highway to Jiacheng North Service Area. As the convoy continued to move forward, a large number of wormholes could be seen appearing near the ring road. There are still many red beetles continuing to dig initiative to move forward to investigate an attack, ready to harvest human flesh and blood in return. They received heavy machine guns that poked out of the car windows. Firing round after round of large caliber bullets, they were beaten so hard that their armor and flesh were torn into pieces. However, the successive deaths of their companions did not frighten the insect swarm. Was when I was escaping from Haicheng before I became an awakener. It seems that the insect swarms here are really silly and cute. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately gave orders, allowing everyone to move freely and form small teams to attack in multiple places. Anyway, a dozen heavy machine guns can deal with hundreds of red beetles, so there is no value in using shotguns. As the red beetle swarms died one after another, they fell to the edge of Jiacheng City in large numbers. The number of corpses reached a terrifying number of thousands. If this is given to ordinary people, hundreds of level 9 enhanced people can be born in a short period of time. Soon after, a large swarm of black-backed insects emerged from the city. They passed through the streets and alleys and headed straight towards Lin Feng's convoy. Looking at the swarm of black spine insects attacking in front of them, they were completely different from the Queen Mother of Haicheng, who was controlling them delicately, jumping left and right, and dodging shells. It's just a huge army approaching. Lin Feng put down the side of the armor-piercing gun in his hand and smiled. It's time to teach this inexperienced and arrogant queen a lesson. Hundreds of soldiers relied on vehicles to form a temporary semicircular position. With the sergeant's land cruiser behind them, they all looked excited but not afraid, and they held the shotguns tightly in their hands even though hundreds of black spine insects in the distance have already rushed into the maximum range of 5 kilometers. But in order to kill as many as possible and keep them all here, everyone held their breath and waited patiently, while the sergeant chief who was watching behind them gave the orders. 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. As the insect swarm approaches the last mile, 500 meters. Staring intently at the aggressive swarm of black-backed insects, everyone was so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. But without orders, you cannot open fire without permission. This is the moment that best exercises one's willpower. It is also the best way to overcome your inner fear. Until the front row of this group of black-backed insects had rushed to within 100 meters, many people's arms and bodies began to tremble with nervousness. Just listen to Lin Feng, who was standing on the bow of the ship, give an order. Fire. Hundreds of level 19 shotguns, fire a volley of shells. Boom boom, Boom boom. Boom boom, boom boom. Do you set off firecrackers on New Year's Eve? Chapter 117 Devouring, killing the second stage LV-28 tiger spine worm. With a salvo of level 19 shotguns, a powerful firepower was formed, and even the fierce insect swarm would suffer the most severe blow. As a replica of the LV-19 howitzer, the shotgun has a terrifying damage of up to 190, which is enough to kill all life forms below the second level, even if it does not have other additional attributes. Especially at the close distance of 200 meters, the explosion produced a flame with a diameter of 10 meters, and the spreading heat wave and shock wave blew on everyone's faces, which was extremely shocking. With just one round of volleys, more than 200 black-backed insects were instantly killed, and 400 to 500 were seriously injured. Directly blocked the black-backed worm tied 500 meters away. Before the black-backed insect swarm could react, the next round of firepower volleys followed. Confidence to pull the trigger at will. The only thing that limited them was the trigger firing rate. Then, shells bombarded the insect tied one after another, instantly covering these chaotic and disorderly swarms of stupid black spine insects. The number of deaths and serious injuries continues to rise. Lin Feng stood at the bow of the ship, holding the upgraded LV-22 armor-piercing cannon in his hand, and looked at the city in the distance. Beware of the possible appearance of the second-order Zerg. The upgraded armor-piercing cannon has slightly improved basic properties, and its lethality against Tier 2 Zerg has been further improved. Armor-piercing cannon LV-2229, orange quality. Additional attributes: bullet recovery 1/S, space magazine 8000 spare bullets, death eye 0/50. Fire damage coverage 50 plus 50/S, coverage area 10 square meters, bullet time S, cooldown 1 minute. The basic damage is increased by 50 points to 350. It can seriously injure or directly kill a late-stage Zerg of level 26 or above under a critical hit using Death Eye. The cooldown of bullet time is also shortened to 1 minute. With such a powerful weapon in hand, Lin Feng's confidence increased minute. Each team member fired about 30 shells, and on average, each one could seriously injure or kill 2 or 3 black-backed worms that were reckless. Roughly speaking, the number of black-backed insects lying within 2 or 3 kilometers in front of the crowd reached 6 or 7,000. The maximum number of soldier insects that a third-stage queen mother can hatch and control is only about 30,000 to 100,000. And currently about 10 to 20% of them have been killed or injured. So Lin Feng is now fully capable of coping with the ground offensive of the early third-order Queen Mother. The Queen Mother of Jiacheng, who suffered a crushing defeat because of underestimating the enemy, will not let it go. Especially these black spine insect swarms, which died under the attack of equipment replicas. The upgrade and evolution energy contained in their bodies has been seized by the replicas, and the value of repeated recycling has been greatly reduced. If the enemy is allowed to leave, the Queen Mother will suffer heavy losses. This is also the reason why the Queen Mother of Haicheng is deliberately planning to swallow up the defenders of the first line of defense. As long as she swallows up more than 10,000 enhanced people and awakeners, the loss of troops under her command will not be a problem. After retraining, you will never lose money. But now Lin Feng is not only looking for the insect killer upgrade. He also covets the living insects and corpses. When the Queen Mother realized something was wrong and withdrew thousands of black-backed insects from farther away, Shenji and others still wanted to lead the team and drive in pursuit. But Lin Feng waved his hand to stop him. Staying on the highway and rashly chasing the enemy into the city will easily lead to an ambush by the second-level Zerg. Now collect the seriously injured black spine insects and throw them into the entrance of the storage room at the rear of the battleship. Shenji nodded when he heard this and called his subordinates together to form 10 teams with 3 cars in each team. Go deep into the 2 kilometers of land in front of you where corpses are scattered all over the place. He was more skilled than Li Ren in collecting live insects and cleaning up the battlefield, and knew what to pay attention to. Fortunately, the black-spined insects were traveling in groups, and the casualties were relatively concentrated, in large groups. As long as the surviving insects could still move, they were caught individually and had their limbs removed by heavy machine guns, leaving only the torso and a pair of huge jaws, and then thrown into the land cruiser following everyone. Lin Feng looked at the data panel in front of him, and the ever-increasing reserves of live insects. The corners of his mouth raised in a smile. From a dozen, it has climbed all the way to hundreds. After more than 100 team members spent more than 10 minutes to search the battlefield, they collected a total of 184 live black-backed insects. This is a big deal. Enough for Lin Feng to exchange for a large amount of necessary supplies. including promising the living conditions of the State Guard and obtain the status of an officially appointed officer. Seeing that all the live insects had been picked out, Lin Feng immediately directed Chen Yan'an to activate the battleship's land-based sailing enhancement effect, unfolding the two folding push rails in front of the bow and combining them with the opening at the bottom to form a trumpet-shaped resource collection system. When the roar and vibration of the power turbine sounded, the land cruiser, driven by tens of thousands of horsepower, began to carry out the final cleanup of the battlefield at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Countless black-backed worm corpses and broken limbs, along with half a meter of mud soaked with blood underground, were sucked in and swallowed by the huge mouth at the front of the battleship. After being calcined and released from the intermediate furnace, a pile of coke waste was dumped out at the stern exit of the battleship. As the battleships finished cleaning up the battlefield, the data in front of Lin Feng also showed new changes. Storage space: living black scorpion 184 out of 200, black scorpion jaws 123 out of 200, red quality note. Due to insufficient storage space, the valuable first-stage late-stage black spine worm jaws will be preserved, and the early and middle-stage corpses will be calcined into the driving energy of the land cruiser for storage. Land Cruiser LV 2029, orange quality upgrade points 0/10, defense 180, damage 150, average speed 200 kilometers, endurance limit 1,640 kilometers. Lin Feng made a rough calculation and found that 5 black-spined insect corpses could allow land cruiser to travel 1 kilometer. Although the cost seemed a bit high, the Zerg corpses were equivalent to unlimited free energy. Except for the pairs of giant jaws, which was a pity, there was nothing else important. Sure enough, the space is not big enough, and so is the level. If the land cruiser could be upgraded to the late-stage LV-29, and the internal storage space could be expanded by tens of thousands of cubic meters, Lin Feng would be able to consume even more live insect reserves and biological materials. Even at the bottom of the warship, a production line is installed to produce and synthesize the necessary items and materials directly on site. For example, the LV-9 red armor shield can be upgraded to LV-10 red-black armor, and equipped in large quantities to build a large mobile force that can rival the Queen Mother. Use the battleship as your home base and do whatever you want. Lin Feng looked at the constantly jumping data, and couldn't help but enjoy the future in his mind. It's a pity that there is still a long way to go before that step is achieved, and we need to fight to the death with the Queen Mother and harvest most of the second-level tiger spine insects from her before we can successfully complete the equipment upgrade. If we only rely on small fights on the surface, 3 or 4 at a time, I don't know how long it will take to catch them. At the moment, Lin Feng has the strength to fight against more than a dozen second-order tiger spine insects alone, but he has no chance to encounter them. If you want to speed up the upgrade, there's only one way. That is to take the initiative and attack deep into the Zerg's mother nest. In the underground cave, look for tiger-backed worms. To achieve this, he had to first arm his team so that they could handle the full force attack of a single Zerg queen. As long as they could hold on the front battlefield, they would be able to create an opportunity for Lin Feng, who was deep underground, to approach the Zerg mother's nest. That will also be the time to change from offense to defense. This is the strategy that Lin Feng intends to implement. Of course, before that, he also needed a reliable melee weapon, bounded as equipment, and upgraded it to orange quality to prepare in advance for the close combat in the cave. Just as Lin Feng was pondering his plans for the next few weeks, suddenly the 10 heavy machine guns and machine guns on the battleship began firing into the sky. The fire snakes shot out from the muzzle, accompanied by a rain of iron, clearing the sky. Chen Yan'an's voice came from behind. I saw the green-winged insect. Lin Feng's expression condensed, and he immediately raised the muzzle of his gun, switching the power to LV-9 guard-level pistol while using his telepathy skills to sweep out all creatures hiding in the sky. Soon, he saw several green-winged insects hiding behind the corridors of the city 3 or 4 kilometers away, using the cover of the building to quietly observe the human army that suddenly appeared. Lin Feng did not ignore them. Seeing that the heavy machine gun was not powerful enough, he directly switched to the LV-19 howitzer mode, then locked their approximate position and opened fire. With a power comparable to that of a 220mm howitzer, it could directly blow up these buildings. The heat shock wave generated by the explosion would instantly kill these fragile things. After knocking out the Queen Mother's eyes, Lin Feng saw a scorched earth suburban plain. What was left was already worthless. So after confirming that the ground beneath his feet was safe, He gave the order to continue moving forward. Now that the Queen Mother has chosen to avoid fighting, he will take the initiative to attack and force the other party to retreat. The land cruiser led the way, followed by Li Ran and others in 30 cars. When everyone passed through the suburbs and entered the city, you can see many red beetles and quite a few black-backed beetles hidden in many street corners. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to this group of defeated soldiers. He just ordered his men to be careful with the shotguns and not to collapse the buildings or smash the cars. If that didn't work, to use heavy machine guns. Shen Ji left the main force with 6 vehicles. He has the ability to deal with black spine insects in close combat, and with the firepower coordination of the 2 teams, he can easily deal with a swarm of black spine insects even if he encounters one in the city. Soon, Shen Ji returned with a full load of 20 green-winged insect corpses. The dead green-winged insects were placed on the back of a pickup truck, and a pair of their membranous wings were cut off and thrown into the rear entrance of the battleship, automatically stored in storage space. Lin Feng reserved 50 cubic meters of space to store other materials, especially the rare green-winged insects and the corpses of the second-level Zerg. During this wild hunting trip, Lin Feng deeply realized the importance of storage space. It's a pity that before the upgrade, I didn't expect that there would be such an opportunity one day. I'm afraid that even if the 13th Division comes, they will be able to easily defeat this inexperienced queen. It's just that the area it passes through has no strategic value, so it is automatically ignored. Level 19 flying wing tanks are copied, even if they do not have the additional attribute of storage space. The trunk of each car alone can provide an additional 300 to 400 cubic meters of storage space. A level 19 red and black flying armor, which has absolute defense, explosive scale armor, and the most important means of escape, the flying mode. There are still 18 pairs of blue-winged insect membranous wings left. Lin Feng plans to use some of them on the chariot replicas. He will first copy the flying wing chariot, and use the rest as rewards to fuse and upgrade a batch of red-black flying armors. After all, the current flying mode is an extremely rare special ability. A set of Chixuan flying armor is equivalent to a rare mutant. This envy and desire will also motivate the team members to fight hard and achieve great achievements. By the time Lin Feng had finished all these, had already reached the vicinity of Jiacheng City, 2 or 3 kilometers away from the edge of the city. Just as Lin Feng was looking around everyone at the desolate streets occupied by the Zerg, suddenly, he saw swarms of red beetles cowering on both sides of the main road and hiding quickly. Even the black-backed insects that occasionally walked out of the community mysteriously disappeared in a short period of time. Lin Feng frowned slightly and told to hide as quickly as possible and disperse to avoid being caught in one fell swoop. The next moment, a slight shaking began to appear on the asphalt ground of the city. Immediately afterwards, a group of giant yellow shadows suddenly appeared behind several buildings in the CBD in the city center, not far away. They were actually second-order tiger spine worms. Their strength ranges from early to middle stage of the second stage, and the leading one has already entered the late stage of the second stage, reaching a terrifying existence of LV-28. At this moment, there are more than a dozen tiger spine insect swarms, only 4 kilometers away from the location of the land cruiser. Lin Feng quickly discovered a rapidly approaching tiger backworm through telepathic detection and the sniper scope of the level 22 armor-piercing cannon in his hand. The level 28 tiger-backed worm in the lead was a terrifying meters tall, almost occupying the entire 6 lanes of the main street. And its data was quickly identified: tiger spine worm, LV-28 29 horsepower 880, VT 850, SPR-50A mid-level unit of the Zerg, an advanced upgraded version of the first-level soldier worm, the black spine worm hour. It is a powerful offensive weapon among the Zerg. After the identification skills were upgraded, the identification of the second-order tiger-backed worm became more detailed, directly giving the specific values of this huge beast. Lin Feng's heart trembled when he saw this. At almost the same time, the red beetles and black-backed beetles that had suddenly disappeared and hidden in the vicinity reappeared and gathered in groups from all directions, surround the invading humans. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face changed and he immediately shouted, "Abandon the car. Go upstairs. Hide inside a building." Li Ran, who heard the order, was the first to react. Judging from the current situation, there is definitely danger approaching, and Lin Feng noticed it in advance. He then followed his instructions and told his men to form groups of 12 to block the siege and attack of the black-spined insect swarm. While retreating into a hotel in a nearby building, choose a building that is wide and not easily destroyed. As for the swarm of red beetles in the building, they can be killed with a single sweep from a heavy machine gun and pose no threat. The real danger is the black-backed worms and the second-level tiger-backed worms that are several times stronger than them. A bite force of more than 10 tons or even dozens of tons can easily destroy the fortress's fortifications, not to mention these fragile residential buildings. By dispersing and hiding in buildings, at least they won't be wiped out by the tiger-backed worms. Its huge size also limits its range of movement. If it really doesn't work, you can hide in the basement and stop the invasion of black-spined worms. Compared to the soldiers who were fleeing in all directions, Lin Feng was under greater pressure. He must deal with a leading level 28 second-order tiger spine worm as soon as possible, otherwise once it gets close to him, the land cruiser will not be able to withstand its huge jaws biting him. With a physical attribute of 850 and a strength of up to tons, it can completely destroy the armor defense of the land cruiser. But fortunately, this group of second-level Zerg is still stupid. The strongest late-stage tiger-backed worm actually relied on its own size and strength advantages to take the lead and rush to the front. Without the protection of other tiger spine insects, Lin Feng had the opportunity to lock in a headshot. As long as you seize the moment when the tiger worm opens its huge jaws, while it is, Lin Feng held his breath and concentrated, activated the Eye of Death, and instantly entered a state of selfless pre-aiming. Chen Yanyan, who was driving the warship in the bow, also stabilized the ship and cooperated with Lin Feng to complete the sniper kill. You only get one chance once you miss or hit the target. Once the moving tiger-backed insect has reacted, it will rush forward and will not give you a second chance to kill it with a long-range shot. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. After confirming the timing, pressed the trigger decisively. Boom. Chapter 118, Shenji's One-on-One Fight, Upgrade. Charged Call, Electromagnetic Blast. Along with the flames of the explosion, a heat wave spurted out from the mouth of the LV-28 tiger-back worm, and the heat wave shock wave directly shattered the thick muscles connecting the upper and lower jaws. The rupture of the ligaments also caused the heavy lower jaw to fall apart, and it could only be connected by the remaining flesh and blood. The huge insect body fell directly onto the main road due to inertia, sparking sparks. It slid for dozens of meters and smashed the stone pillars in the green belt in the middle into pieces before it stopped. When something unexpected happened while chasing their leader, the tiger-backed insects behind him braked one after another, and dug their sharp feet into the road surface, destroying the asphalt layer and prying up deep pits. On the warship 2 kilometers away, Lin Feng did not receive any notification of the successful kill. Using the identification skill to continue checking, the seriously injured level 28 tiger spine worm only received 700 points of damage and still had 180 points of health remaining. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. Now was not the time to catch live insects. If he let the big fish escape, all his efforts would be wasted. He pulled the trigger continuously, firing 3 shots in a row, aiming at the fallen LV-28 tiger spine worm. The first armor-piercing cannon directly ended its life, and the subsequent 2 shells penetrated a shattered insect body and hit 2 second-stage mid-stage tiger spine insects at the rear. However, because I didn't use the Eye of Death to lock them, I only shattered a small part of their torso and limbs. So they were still able to move. Kill a LV-28 tiger spine worm. After confirming that the biggest threat had been resolved, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. While the other tiger-backed insects had not yet reacted, he continued to activate the Eye of Death attribute and pre-aimed and locked onto the remaining targets. However, these tiger-backed insects did not retreat and disperse because of the death of their leader. Instead, they continued to follow the orders of the Queen Mother, launching attacks and heading towards the land cruiser. The Queen Mother also knew that as long as the 2 sides got close to each other, the long-range advantage of human thermal weapons would no longer exist, and the tiger-backed worm's huge jaws would have a place to play. However, just these 2 kilometers, even if it only takes 1 minute, is enough for Lin Feng to complete the lock. 20 seconds later, Lin Feng decisively pulled the trigger. 15 shells were fired in succession, hitting the eyes of the tiger spine worm under the carapace on its trunk. Violent explosions were transmitted from the pupils of the eyeballs, shattering their brains and taking them away one by one. There was a second-stage early-stage tiger spine worm walking at the end. With the cover of the building, it was only attacked by stray bullets from the explosion and did not die. Only half of the leg was broken, and 100 points of health were reduced as the tiger-backed insect limped to the side, took cover under the building, and took the opportunity to escape. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although he could lock onto the other party's existence through telepathy, the armor-piercing cannon could not continuously penetrate multiple layers of concrete walls due to the obstruction of the buildings. Either command Chen Yan'an to drive the battleship to chase after them, or use the flying tiger armor to chase in midair. After the former leaves, the replica weapons in the hands of the nearby team members will become useless and die in the mouths of the insects. As for the latter, Lin Feng wants to save the flight mode of the flying tiger armor for the critical moment. After all, each use will consume 1 point of reserve, which is equivalent to the giant jaws of 10 black-backed insects or 1 tiger-backed insect. It's not worth it just to kill a second-stage early tiger spine worm. Just as Lin Feng was secretly considering it, he soon discovered a familiar light spot on the telepathic scan. Telepathy includes detection skills such as life radar, which can not only sweep out the Zerg, but also human awakeners. I saw a fast-moving spot of light approaching the injured level 22 tiger spine worm from the side. It still had about 200 health points left. Apart from the inconvenience in movement, its combat power was not damaged much, and it still had 70% of its strength left. The one who went out to chase alone was Shen Ji, the strongest individual in the team except Lin Feng. At this moment, he was driving an off-road vehicle, chasing and intercepting the tiger-backed worm that was trying to escape. After bypassing an urban area, it appeared behind it. Shen Ji leaned out of the car window and first used the level 19 shotgun in his hand to suppress the opponent, firing more than a dozen shots in a row. However, due to the shaking of the car and his limited shooting skills, he only hit 3 or 4 shots, and finally caused 50 or 60 damage when the off-road vehicle drove out of the effective range of the replica. Shen Ji threw it into the trunk, then drifted, turned around, and stopped suddenly, and jumped out of the car in an instant. By the time he stood firmly, he had already activated his assimilation ability and transformed into a dark warrior. 2-meter-long blades grew out of his left and right arms, his physical attributes increased rapidly, and ferocious black armor covered his entire body, emitting a dangerous aura. His physical attributes finally reached 225, having broken through to the early stage of the second stage. The qualitative change in the values was subtly transforming his body structure, becoming more and more like a bug. The tiger-backed worm 300 or 400 meters away from Shen Ji obviously also sensed the other party's existence and the strong hostility emanating from him. Although Shen Ji only absorbed the flesh and blood genes of the first-order Zerg, his mental value has not yet declined to that of the second-order tiger spine worm, and the control of his body is still under the command of the brain, so he is not afraid of the second-order tiger worm. But for the tiger spine worm, a lowly first-level black spine worm actually dared to provoke it. This is unforgivable behavior. The class divisions within the Zerg are extremely strict. This is due to factors of genetic and rank suppression, but it is also a practical need to ensure the stability of the mother nest's order. Any act of rebellion will be subject to the most severe punishment. That is to kill them and then remake them. So even though the tiger-backed worm was injured, it had already confirmed that Lin Feng was far away and would no longer launch an attack. The original order in its mind to retreat back to the mother nest, but after seeing Shen Ji, who had transformed into the Black Warrior, the genetic command to deal with the defective products took priority over the task temporarily issued by the Queen Mother. The tiger-backed worm stopped running and stared at the smaller black-backed worm in front of it. And this is exactly what Shen Ji wants. Seeing the tiger-backed worm limping towards him, Shen Ji no longer hesitated and rushed towards the target. When the man and the bug are about to meet, in front of the 12-meter-long tiger-back worm, Shen Ji's figure was as weak as a chicken, but the energy he contained was far more than that. Although body size brings advantages in strength, it sacrifices also flexibility of movement. When Shen Ji's arm blade collided with the tiger spine worm's giant jaw, the friction at high produced a lot of sparks. However, Shen Ji, who was about to be knocked away, suddenly raised his head and fell down at the critical moment. The man bent his legs and hid under the huge jaws of the tiger-backed worm, but the tiger-backed worm, unable to break in time, continued to rush forward. Shen Ji, who was performing a sliding tackle, naturally would not miss such a great opportunity. During the collision, Shen Ji deliberately used the bone blade to diagonally cut speed across the long giant jaws, using intense friction to increase the sharpness of the blade when the insect body in front of him turned into the fragile abdomen of the tiger spine worm. Stab it right in. As the bone blade cut through the tiger-backed worm's abdomen, it created 2 horrific wounds that were several meters long and more than 1 meter deep. Not only did it break through the 10-centimeter thick armor, it also cut off many organs in the abdomen. The blood of the worm spurted out like a fountain. The tiger-back worm that had stopped suddenly rolled on the ground for several rounds due to the sudden serious injury. Finally, it forced itself to turn around. However, what greeted it was a sudden cold blade. He stabbed directly into its fist-sized eyeball, then poked into its interior through the eye socket, moving it up and down, trying his best to chew up its poor brain. Before the tiger's spiny worm could react, its nerves were cut off and it lost control of its body blade on his right arm. The tiger-backed worm under him had completely died. Only the pair of huge jaws remained, still twitching unconsciously. The black warrior, who was panting and had completed the killing alone, sat on the corpse of the tiger-back worm. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous amount of energy flowing into his body from the corpse under his butt. Not only did he eliminate the fatigue from the intense exercise in his body, but even the broken arm blade on his left-hand side grew back. But that's not all. The energy is still lurking in his torso. It will not be fully released until Shenji leaves the battlefield and his condition becomes stable, helping him to enter the second stage of awakening. After a short rest, Shenji stood up and prepared to cut off the giant jaw and drag it back with an off-road vehicle. As a result, when he turned around, the mighty land cruiser had already sailed to the rear, leading the reassembled vehicles to clean up the battlefield. Seeing that the danger had been lifted, Shenji immediately shed his assimilated form. If this state is maintained for too long, it will easily cause the mental state to continue to decline, and eventually deteriorate to the point where it affects sanity. After long-term and persistent training, he can now maintain the Dark Warrior state for a maximum of half an hour. If it lasts longer, he will fall into madness. In order to win this battle, Shenji had actually been planning for many days and even came up with dozens of response plans, so he was able to accomplish it so easily. When the majestic land cruiser collected the bodies of the remaining 15 tiger-backed worms and drove to Shenji, Lin Feng jumped off the warship and walked to his side. Patting Shenji on the shoulder, he looked at the corpse of the LV-22 tiger spine worm in front of him and said, "Congratulations. You are about to enter the second level of awakening. This is just your trophy. I'll give it to you. After you eat this pair of giant jaws, maybe you can grow the armor I am wearing. The assimilation ability of the tiger form can take your strength to a higher level." After hearing Lin Feng's introduction, Shenji's eyes lit up with joy. Everyone has already witnessed the performance of the armor on the opponent, and Shenji is also looking forward to the day when he can obtain the tiger form. Possessing armor comparable to the shell of a tiger spine worm, in the future, he will participate in the battle against the Second Order Zerg. It is equivalent to having one more life. For Shenji, who is used to close combat and whose supernatural powers are only suitable for close combat, this is more important than the weapons and equipment in his hands. Shenji was also quite moved by Lin Feng's generosity. After all, he was able to win the duel successfully in the end only because Lin Feng killed the rest of the tiger-backed worms and broke one of the legs of this tiger-backed worm, making it unable to move. Without these factors, Shenji would not have the chance to encounter a lone tiger spine worm, and could only find a way to deal with an assault team consisting of at least 3 tiger spine worms. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, the other party deserves such an honor because he has the courage to challenge the second-level tiger spine worm and finally succeed in the challenge. If the flying tiger armor was not as good as swallowing the entire insect corpse, Lin Feng would have planned to make him one. Finally, his subordinates found a small truck, removed the internal wiring, started the ignition, and then transported the body away. The time came to 11 o'clock in the morning. Seeing that the team members were already a little tired after 2 battles, Lin Feng ordered them to evacuate on the way back. In order to squeeze out storage space, Lin Feng integrated the extra first-level black spine insect jaws into the red armor of the team members, upgrading them to level 10 red-black armor. On the other hand, of the 15 pairs of tiger-backed worm jaws, except for the 5 pairs reserved for the battleship fusion upgrade, Lin Feng integrated the remaining 10 pairs into his flying tiger armor. Including the 3 killed by the parasitic mother last time, a total of 13 upgrade points are now stored. Flying tiger armor LV 2029, orange quality durability 10/10, defense 200, storage upgrade points 13.2 inches. Thinking that he might have to fight deep into the mother nest in the future, Lin Feng started upgrading the flying tiger armor. The items upgraded very quickly. after the battlefield was cleaned up and the remaining low-level Zerg in the city disappeared. By the time Lin Feng ordered the withdrawal from the city and returned to the suburban highway, the Flying Tiger armor had already upgraded 3 levels, Flying Tiger armor LV23/29, orange quality durability 10/10, defense 350, storage upgrade points 4/5, basic form, arm guard, full body armor, tiger bug power, unconditional, variant, absolute defense, 1x/1 Jua, explosive scale armor, 90% damage counterattack, 10% defense reduction, 1 point of durability consumed each time, flight mode, consume 1 point of reserve to upgrade, perform minutes of flapping flight, maximum speed kilometers per hour, cooling time minutes. Note, only one variant can be activated at a time. After 3 consecutive ascents, there was no special change, except that the duration of the flight mode doubled. Lin Feng thought about it and simply integrated the remaining tiger-backed worm jaws in the battleship storage space into the LV-23 Flying Tiger armor. With another upgrade, the Flying Tiger armor, which has entered level 24, finally obtains a new form, Flying Tiger armor LV-24/29, orange quality durability 10/10, defense 400, storage upgrade points 4/6, basic form, arm guard, full body armor, tiger bug power, unconditional, variant, absolute defense, explosive scale armor, flight mode. New basic form, charged call. After activation, it emits a whistling sound, which can summon low-level life within 2 kilometers to follow and attack the target together. Note, low-level life forms that respond to the charge will have their physical attributes increased by 10% and their mental attributes reduced by 10% for a short period of time. When Lin Feng saw the last item, his eyes lit up because the functional description of the charge call form is similar to the Queen Mother's mental control, and its appearance obviously came from the LV-28 second stage late tiger spine worm. It is also expected that after the second-level tiger spine worm is upgraded again, it will become a third-level Zerg and possess abilities similar to those of a third-level queen. Although it is of little use to oneself, this ability is equivalent to directly applying a layer of morale aura when launching a collective breakout or attack, which can stimulate the combat potential of the group. After upgrading the Flying Tiger armor he was wearing, Lin Feng immediately turned his attention to the upgraded LV-23 armor-piercing cannon. Armor-piercing cannon LV-2329, orange quality upgrade point 11/5, damage 400, effective range 10 kilometers, remaining bullets 9,000 additional attributes, bullet recovery 1/S, space magazine 9,000 spare bullets, death I 0/50, fire coverage damage 50 plus 50/S, coverage area 10 square meters, bullet time S, cooldown seconds. Apart from the increase in damage and spare bullets, and the shortened cooldown of the bullet time attribute, there are not many major changes. Looking at the soldiers sitting in the cars around him, resting and eating, Lin Feng immediately started another round of upgrades. After killing 15 tiger-backed insects this time, it was just enough for the level 22 armor-piercing cannon to be upgraded 3 times in a row. This is why Lin Feng let go of the last one and left it to Shenji. Whether there are more or less guns, it will not affect the upgrade of the armor-piercing gun after upgrading twice in a row. When the lunch break was over, Lin Feng held up the upgraded equipment and smiled. Armor-piercing magnetic cannon LV-25/29. Orange quality upgrade point 0/7, damage 500, effective range 10 kilometers, remaining bullets 1W/1W. Additional attributes, bullet recovery 1/S, space magazine with 0 spare bullets, death I 50/50, fire coverage damage 50 plus 10/S, coverage area square meters, bullet time S, cooldown seconds. Added additional attribute, electromagnetic blast, switch to magnetic bomb. The range is shortened tenfold, can generate plasma bubbles, kill targets within a 10-meter range, and will continue to paralyze all life within a 100-meter radius. Note, the closer the distance, the greater the damage of the magnetic storm bomb and the stronger the paralysis effect. After understanding the new attributes, Lin Feng looked up at the quiet suburbs in the distance. The thoughts that had been hidden in my heart surfaced. With the electromagnetic blasting attribute in hand and combined with the Flying Tiger armor, the melee strength is greatly enhanced. He can definitely go deep into the city and capture the tiger-backed worm. It's so cold, and power outages are common in the countryside during the new year. My hands are frozen from typing. Chapter 119. Lin Feng LV-25, decided to explore alone. Because of the tall buildings, they can effectively block threats from the sky, such as swarms of green-winged insects and the second-level wind-winged insects that Lin Feng has always been worried about. Especially the latter. The high-speed dive is faster than Lin Feng's reaction speed. Unless he can activate the bullet time attribute in advance, he can't see the trace of the wind-wing insect. But in the city, the high-rise buildings that once protected the retreat of the tiger-backed worms will also become safe areas where Lin Feng can do whatever he wants, and no longer need the protection of warships. Lin Feng stood on the bow, looking at Jia Cheng in the distance, took a deep breath, and called up his own attribute panel. Lin Feng, LV2229, upgrading horsepower 320, VT 320, SPR 345. After completing the upgrade of the armor-piercing cannon, Lin Feng directly started his personal upgrade. One's own strength is also very important for the subsequent in-depth exploration of the city. The gap between the late second stage and the early stage is more obvious than that of the first stage. The upgrade to LV23 is then completed. Lin Feng, LV2329, horsepower 370, VT 370, SPR 395. At this moment, Lin Feng's physical fitness alone is stronger than any second stage early tiger spine worm after wearing the flying tiger armor and protecting his body. He can even kill an early stage tiger spine worm with his bare hands with a force of more than 10 tons. Lin Feng did not stop, planning to start the next stage of leap upgrade after eating and drinking his fill. Arriving at the living area inside the battleship, Lin Feng told Chen Yannian, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, about his thoughts on exploring Jia Cheng. After the individual soldier rations are heated up in a pot and some seasonings are added, it becomes a hot home-cooked meal, similar to what the soldiers eat, but with Chen Yannian's magical cooking skills, the taste and flavor are elevated to several levels. After she heard Lin Feng's plan, she came over with a pot of broth. After thinking it over, she agreed, "You're right. To infiltrate a city with a population of 1 million, relying on just a few of us is like a drop of water in the sea that can't create a single wave. The Queen Mother will find out again, just like before, and we will be attacked from all sides. The battleship is too conspicuous right now. You have the flying ability of the battle armor, so you don't have to worry about evacuating the city, but the problem is what to do with these people. Should you ask them to retreat first? Or should they stay with the land cruiser? If they are too far away from you, their weapons will become useless. If a large horde of insect attacks, the firepower of a single battleship will not be enough to handle it." Lin Feng agreed. When they ventured into Jia Cheng before, they only walked 3 or 4 kilometers in total. They were still 10 kilometers away from the real city center. However, even when groping at the edge of the city, they were almost trapped in an ambush by the Zerg. If the second-level tiger spine worms this time had not come from afar, instead, it broke out from under everyone's feet. Except for the land cruiser and Lin Feng himself, the rest of the vehicle team members will suffer serious injuries. Even if Lin Feng had notified them in advance, they would still be surrounded by the army of black-backed insects and killed by the jaws of tiger-backed insects. Lin Feng originally planned to let Li Ran and others stay in the suburbs to provide off-field support, but now Shen Ji, who has the highest combat power, will enter the second-level awakening at any time. Not only will he lose his combat ability for a period of time, but he will also have to send extra people to protect him. This made the team, which had already been greatly weakened, even more short of manpower. After eventually much deliberation, Lin Feng finally chose the latter. "Okay, let them go back first. From what I can see now, this Zerg queen is probably scared by the attack and doesn't dare to fight with us in the suburbs, nor does she have any intention of seeking revenge. Its own strength is much weaker than the one in Heicheng. If there are not many second-level subordinates, this may be an opportunity for us to understand the Zerg more deeply." Chen Yannian nodded and smiled. "Then I will stay here and drive the battleship around the suburbs of Jiacheng, firing a few shots from time to time to attract the attention of the Zerg and cover your infiltration operation." Lin Feng nodded. In fact, as long as Chen Yannian had no objection, it would basically be a done deal. Previous experience has proved that the land cruiser warships cannot drive into the inner city unless they rush around and cause massive destruction. And this time, Lin Feng also needs to have a backup plan and let the warships be responsible for supporting outside the city. The cover operation could only be carried out by Chen Yannian, so her opinion had to be sought before execution. Fortunately, apart from worrying about Lin Feng's safety, Chen Yannian always puts her man first in other matters. After making arrangements for the afternoon, Chen Yannian had a simple lunch and looked at the slightly shabby city in the distance. Suddenly I realized something and asked, Lin Feng, look, why is it that Jia Cheng was completely occupied by the Zerg, but the buildings inside were not destroyed? Even if Jia Cheng did not organize a resistance force, it should not be so complete. Do you still remember Haicheng? When we escaped, a large number of buildings in Haicheng were damaged, especially the excavation of the wormhole cave. The collapse of the surface caused the road to crack, and the houses tilted or collapsed directly. Lin Feng put down the bowl and followed Chen Yannian's gaze to look out the window. At that time in Haicheng University, tens of thousands of red beetles gathered in the square. They were working hard to open up the deep pit tunnel for the Queen Mother to be born. However, it seems that I have never seen a fallen city like Jiacheng that has remained unchanged. In the videos circulating on the internet, coastal cities will become devastated by the Zerg regardless of whether a blocking war breaks out. This is the first time I have seen the situation in Jiacheng. Lin Feng shrugged and thought of an explanation. Perhaps this queen is too weak and does not have the extra troops to destroy the city, or perhaps it has already left Jiacheng and is just passing by, so it did not dig a large nest here. Chen Yannian nodded. She was just a little worried about Lin Feng's risky decision. She wanted to detect clues of danger from the details to avoid accidents after going deeper into the city. I'm not worried about the second-level tiger spine insects and wind-wing insects. The key is the parasitic mother you mentioned before. The second-level spiritual system of the Zerg. Chen Yannian slowly stretched out her hand, controlled a battleship, and opened a window on one side. Psychic ability is different from physical attacks. Psychic attacks are the direct manipulation of energy. They are invisible and colorless, mysterious and unpredictable. If you are not careful, you can easily fall into its trap. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and he nodded seriously. What Chen Yannian said was right. Similar to the parasitic matrix, this type of rare second-level spiritual Zerg was actually what he should be most wary of. The last time he faced the parasitized Changzon, he was in a brief trance due to its sudden mental attack. Fortunately, I had dealt with the tiger spine worm threat before getting close. If I had been attacked mentally for no reason during the close combat in the tunnel, my consciousness would have been interrupted for half a second. And this moment of sluggishness will cost you your life in a life and death duel. Fortunately, Lin Feng's mental attribute value is permanently enhanced by 30 points after killing a second-level parasitic mother. As long as he focused his mind, he would not be easily disturbed at this time. Lin Feng had also eaten and drunk his fill. He stood up, kissed Chen Yannian, said a few words of comfort to her, and then returned to the bedroom. Hour later, when Lin Feng opened his eyes, looking at the data in front of him, his face lit up with joy. Lin Feng, LV24 29 horsepower 470, VT 470, SPR 495. Note, starting from LV24 and above, the basic value will be increased by 100 each time you upgrade, and the value that exceeds the limit can be inherited. As expected, the surprise brought by this upgrade is that it allows humans to make up for their genetic defects and start to keep pace with the Zerg's upgrades. This also means that after the middle stage of the second stage, the gap between humans' physical attributes and those of the Zerg will become smaller and smaller as the level increases. Unfortunately, no one knows it yet. After all, there is no other awakener like Lin Feng on Blue Star who can upgrade rapidly all the way. At this moment, Chen Yannian walked out of the bathroom, holding only a bath towel, and walked to the bed, crawling from between Lin Feng's legs to his chest, with her fingers on her abdomen. Why, have you completed the awakening of the insect killer? You seem so excited. Lin Feng nodded, chuckled, and activated the final LV25 upgrade. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he saw his soldiers gradually getting enough rest, but the city in front of him was still as quiet as a dead city. Except for the strange smell of Zerg wafting out from time to time, there was no trace of life. There was no sign of the Zerg's revenge, nor were there any traces of large numbers of scarlet beetles in the scope. This strange phenomenon made everyone, who were already on high alert, become worried. The Zerg will never give up until they achieve their goal, especially when it comes to outsiders who invade their territory. They will kill and expel the enemies one by one, even at the cost of their own lives. Of the Zerg. Could it be that the high-level Zerg are also different from each other? Just like there are huge differences between people, perhaps their personalities and behavior patterns do not follow the same habits, but each has its own characteristics. After all, the second-level Zerg can demonstrate an intelligence level that is no less than that of humans. The Zerg Queen, whose mental value is over 1,000, has a brain tissue that is estimated to be as big as a small truck, which is no worse than that of humans. Seeing the Zerg hiding underground, captains such as Li Ran, who were sitting on the battleship, began to worry whether the chief sergeant in front of them, who was facing away from them, would give an absurd order to follow him into the Zerg cave. Because they had ventured into the city and were besieged by Zerg, although fortunately no one died in the end, more than a dozen people were still injured to varying degrees. The most serious one was a broken leg. Because I walked a step too slowly, I was bitten by a black-backed insect. Fortunately, I was wearing a set of level 9 red armor, which allowed me to resist the tearing damage. However, the inner part of his thigh was already shattered, and the muscle tissue was even more shattered. It was only thanks to the protection of the red armor that he was dragged along with his tendons and skin at once. More than 1/10 of the combat power was lost. This was also a big blow to the company of only 100 people in Li Ran's opinion. At the moment they are only suitable to fight in areas with open vision, using high-damage shotgun concentrates to firepower output, or relying on the mobility of vehicles to continuously pull the insect swarm and eliminate the enemy while moving. The new recruits, who are wielding heavy weapons, have no experience in street fighting, so their caution and reaction speed will require a period of hard training. Many recruits were injured due to accidental injuries caused by the explosion of shotgun shells fired at close range. Fortunately, the awakened one had strong physique, and with the protection of level 9 red armor, he managed to hold on. This is already the case inside the corridor, and the narrow wormhole is even more restrictive for heavy firepower. Therefore, if Lin Feng plans to lead people deep into the underground wormhole next, Li Ran will definitely raise objections. There is no follow-up reinforcement at the moment. We have worked so hard to train hundreds of awakened people, and we cannot let them be wasted here. With Changzhan's example in mind, Li Ran was even more unwilling to have a team full of traitors. However, when Lin Feng turned around and said something that surprised everyone present, there are two possibilities right now. The first is what I said before: the high-level Zerg are different. The one in front of us has been scared by us, so it stays indoors. The second possibility is that they have already set up a trap deep in the city, waiting for us to fall into it. It is clear that neither of these options is suitable for our soldiers to continue to fight. Excuse me for being blunt, but they are still too weak, although this jungle fight has made each of them stronger. And many of them have broken through to the middle or even late stage of the first stage, but we are still far from being able to withstand close range, high-intensity combat. However, when the Wuchang battle is over, we will retreat to Jinshan. That's a Jiangnan prefecture with a population of tens of millions. Our soldiers are about to face countless streets battles. If they don't grow up early, the Zerg's giant jaws will teach them how to survive and fight. That's all for today. You guys should retreat first. Li Ran was stunned. Although he thought what the sergeant said was absolutely right, from Lin Feng's final tone, it seemed that he had no intention of going back together. Well, what about you? Lin Feng looked back at the quiet giant Chang in the distance. This queen mother will most likely rush to Tehu Lake to draw water in a few days, and then take over Jinshan. I want to understand its offensive habits and its approximate strength before that. If everything goes well, we'll come back tomorrow, go into the heart of Jinshan and kill more second-level Zergs to take the high-end forces in the team to the next level. As he spoke, Lin Feng slightly to Zhang Liang, who was attending on behalf of Shenji after announcing the adjournment of the meeting. She followed her to the back compartment of the SUV, where Shenji was resting. The body of the level 22 tiger spine worm killed by Shenji was checked into a truck nearby. At this moment, Shenji was lying on the square cushion in the back compartment, with black scales and erect blood vessels on his face. His upgrade seems to be different from that of ordinary people. But Lin Feng didn't have much experience either. The number of awakeners who naturally upgraded to the second level in the entire Federation could probably be counted on one hand, not counting those who were genetically modified. The second level awakening has the greatest impact on superpowers. It may be that Lin Feng's copying superpowers have changed less, so the reaction brought about by the second deep awakening is not obvious. For Shenji, who has awakened the ability to devour and assimilate, the impact of this ability on his body is huge, and he can even turn directly from a human into a bug with a current second-level awakening. Perhaps even the internal organ structure will undergo amazing changes. According to Zhang Liang, Shenji's awakening was not voluntary, but the stagnant energy became more and more active as he ate. Finally, it could no longer be suppressed and suddenly released on its own at about 1 o'clock. At that moment he fell to the ground and fainted. Zhang Liang was so scared that she panicked and supported him to lie down in the car. Lin Feng comforted him with a few words, saying that for general physical abilities, the awakening process is not dangerous. As long as one can get through the initial infiltration and fusion stage, the rest will be easy. Arrange a team to cooperate with Zhang Liang to protect Shenji's safety. Lin Feng stood at the rear of the warship and watched the convoy of 30 cars and trucks disappear at the end of the highway. Then I packed my equipment and prepared to set off. Before leaving, Chen Yannian walked out of the cab and handed Lin Feng a replica of the shotgun. "I think you need this more than I do. Take it with you." Lin Feng looked at the woman, took the shotgun, hung it diagonally on the other side of his shoulder, and pressed down the upper arm guard on her wrist. "When you get out of the warship, remember to put on your red armor. This is a life-saving detail. Don't forget the person who died in front of us." Then he patted the woman on the shoulder and jumped off the battleship. Chen Yannian, who was covered in black and red armor, opened her visor and looked at Lin Feng, who was walking dozens of meters away, and shouted, "Don't forget to come with me to meet my family and sister-in-law Yurao." Lin Feng didn't look back. He raised his arm and waved, signaling the woman to go back. This was Lin Feng's first time to act alone, and it was also a dangerous mission deep into the heart of the Zerg. Chen Yannian's worry was beyond words. To the cab, she wiped away the tears from her eyes, patted his cheeks to cheer himself up, and then provided protection and restraint for Lin Feng on the other side. In order to avoid the hidden reconnaissance side of the Zerg in the city, Lin Feng worked at full speed and called up the last upgraded attribute data in front of him. Lin Feng, LV 25 29 horsepower 570, VT 570, SPR 595. Such a strong physical attribute allowed him to run at a speed exceeding 150 meters per second, which was faster than a first-level green-winged insect. Although it is not as fast as the wind-wing insect's flying speed, it is far faster than the huge tiger spine insect of the same level, even if the flying mode of the flying tiger armor is limited in use in the cave. Lin Feng can still escape with the explosive power of his legs. With this in mind, Lin Feng slowed down and, relying on telepathy, moved carefully deeper into the city. Chapter 120, Insect City, a gathering place under the control of the Matrix. In some road corners, he saw open sewer entrances with signs of insects. Just as Lin Feng expected, the Zerg did not destroy the city, but directly integrated into it, using the existing sewer system to build nests and survive. However, this does not make sense. Just as humans cannot return to living in caves, the city's system is incompatible with the habits of the Zerg. If it weren't for the purpose of destroying and devouring the humans in the city, the Zerg probably would have no interest in the iron jungle. With doubts, Lin Feng groped forward cautiously. He walked past the edge of where the fighting had previously broken out. At this time, the insect corpses and body parts scattered all over the ground have been cleaned up. Apart from the traces of damage left by the shotgun, it is difficult to tell that a fierce urban street battle had just broken out here 3 or 4 hours ago. It is estimated that the Red Beetles came out to clean up after Lin Feng and others evacuated. The land cruiser could only travel along the main roads, so there was no time to collect the backed insect corpses in other corners and alleys. The situation at the time did not allow to stay for long. Who knows when the next wave of Zerg attacks will come? If there are twice as many second-level tiger spine worms next time, it will be difficult for everyone Lin Feng to escape and provide support. The more than 100 awakened people he has worked so hard to gather may be directly wiped out by a tiger spine worm that escapes the net. The retreat was so hasty that the battlefield was not even cleaned up. Lin Feng was not surprised to see the clean streets and shopping malls at this moment, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped because the glass at the entrance of a shopping mall was shattered by a shotgun. The broken glass on the ground was swept up and piled in the corner. The strange-smelling insect blood splashed on the ground was not licked clean by the red beetles. There was a layer of slippery water film of detergent left on it, which gave off a faint fragrance. How could low-level Zerg have such awareness? And it is impossible for them to clean up construction waste and use detergents. There is only one possibility, that is, there are still surviving humans in this city that has been occupied by the Zerg shortage. Unfortunately, telepathy cannot detect life forms below level 7, and ordinary people are not within the sensing range. With doubts, Lin Feng slowly stepped into the mall. After spending more than 10 minutes searching the place thoroughly inside and out, we didn't find a single person except for some signs of human activity. But some traces were obviously newly left, such as the soil where the footprints fell, which was still moist. Jia Chang. Lin Feng hid in the shadow of the corner and continued moving forward. He had to find this group of people in order to understand the strange situation in Jia Chang. Why can human survivors coexist with the Zerg? Insects can't talk, but humans can. As Lin Feng went deeper and deeper into the city center, he passed by a city park. The forest in midsummer was full of lush green leaves, just like the sides of the road. The red beetles did not devour these low-fat foods. Zerg seemed to treat this city as their own home, and tried their best to preserve its original appearance. Soon, Lin Feng, who was hiding in the corner, saw several figures emerging from the park and forest in the distance. There are survivors indeed. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he did not immediately walk out to shout, but hide a sight and observe the behavior of these people. Surprisingly, these survivors actually planted some crops on the park's land. They used shovels, hoes and other farm tools to loosen the soil, and looked like normal humans working. If Jiacheng had not been conquered by the Zerg, Lin Feng would have almost believed it. Without the Zerg's tacit approval, they would be a group of lambs to be slaughtered for such blatant planting behavior. Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Simply relying on force to advance and capture cities is definitely not enough to support such a large number of Zerg. There must be other stable ways to obtain energy. It has been nearly a month since the Zerg invasion, but humans still have not understood the social-ecological structure of this alien Zerg race. The Zerg mother nest is always hundreds of meters underground, or even deeper in the airtight underground, not to mention sunlight. Even the existence of life is only some ancient bacteria and primitive low-level cells that can survive with difficulty. As a result, the Zerg must rely on other methods unknown to humans to obtain additional biomass. So when Lin Feng saw the survivors farming in the Zerg-occupied area, he thought of, could it be the Zerg, enslaving humans, forcing them to grow food for the Zerg just like the parasitic mother body that controlled Chang'an revealed before it died? This alien Zerg race had already invaded multiple planets, and the red beetles at the bottom were the alien life forms they captured and enslaved. Perhaps in the future, when humans are truly defeated, they will also become the objects of Zerg slavery, helping them complete logistical supplies or take care of high-level Zerg offspring. Thinking of this, Lin Feng, who was about to step forward to ask, bent down and quietly retreated after leaving the park. Continue into the city. Not long after crossing 2 districts, Lin Feng used telepathy to detect a group of dense light spots within 5 kilometers from the city center. Judging from the size and brightness of the light source, its health value is around 100. It should be a group of first-stage early black-backed insects. But the problem is that they are gathered too densely. There is even one per square meter, which is much denser than the swarms Lin Feng had previously detected. Possibility soon emerged in his mind. Could it be that the light spots in the sensor are not Zerg, but a group of awakened humans? This thought has been lingering in Lin Feng's mind since it appeared. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived 100 meters away from where the light spots gathered, and then squatted on the top of a tall building. Cannot accommodate hundreds or thousands of black-backed worms. Only small-bodied human awakeners can survive in it. Soon, a humanoid creature walked out of the mall gate, confirming Lin Feng's inner guess. A group of human survivors left the mall and headed for the nearby green belt. There, they also grow many crops. Seeing that there were only 5 people, Lin Feng quietly moved over and came behind them. Had not yet reacted. Their strength is stronger than the other 3, all of them are mid-level first stage above LV-13, and they are considered small leaders in this gathering place. Hands up, don't move, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. And at the same time released the aura of a second-stage mid-stage awakener, scaring the 2 of them so much that they turned around and quickly knelt on the ground. When they saw the survivors from outside, the 2 men looked hesitant and shocked. It seems that it is difficult to have other outsiders here. After all, in the outer circle of the city, a large number of insect swarms can be gathered and guarded to block the invaders. You came from outside. The man kneeling on the ground with his hands raised was the first to react. He knew every face in the gathering place, but the young man in front of him, both in appearance and in his aura, was not in his memory. Has been captured by the Zerg. Why are you still alive? Why didn't the Zerg swarms outside the city attack you? The man swallowed and looked slightly excited, while the woman with a numb expression on the side flashed a little brightly after hearing Lin Feng's admission. We are kept in captivity by them. The managers of the gathering place are a group of, with gritted teeth, a bunch of insect-like people who are neither human nor ghost. There is a parasite on their backs that can control their speech and thoughts, ruling and enslaving these survivors. Lin Feng nodded, not surprised at all. Since the Queen Mother in Heicheng can use her parasitic body to infiltrate the top leaders of the 13th Division and intelligence steal, then the Zerg Queen Mothers in other places can definitely rely on their parasitic abilities to control and enslave local humans. But the man and woman in front of them seemed a little surprised by Lin Feng's matter-of-fact expression. They believed that if this news were to be spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause an uproar. After all, the Zerg, who are usually stupid and low intelligence, actually possess advanced intelligence and can even communicate directly with humans through parasitism. Go on, tell me the purpose of the Zerg keeping you captive. Lin Feng raised the muzzle of his gun and spoke in a stern tone. He did not trust the other party yet, even though they were not infested by insects. The man was startled and said quickly, "My name is Wang Kixin, and she is Lin Ping. The Zerg arrived here half a month ago. There were still tens of thousands of Jiacheng locals who stayed in the city. Unfortunately, the Federation did not send garrison troops. We were surrounded by a large swarm of insects on the way to evacuate. A large number of survivors had to retreat back into the city. The last few thousand people are hiding in the center of Jiacheng, but that day, the Zerg did not launch an attack. Instead, a few people walked out from the Zerg tide. Zerg people, they announced that we could survive flesh and blood incubator. We were forced to enter it and were forced to reproduce. 2 weeks after conception, they will remove the placenta from the woman's belly, put it into that flesh and blood object and provide nourishment." As he spoke, Wang Kixin glanced at the woman beside him. Lin Ping's haggard and numb expression, as well as her shriveled belly, confirmed what he said. After Wang Kixin finished speaking with lingering fear, Lin Ping added, The explosion that came from the east of the city this morning, is it the Federal Army coming to rescue us?" Lin Feng did not answer, but just shook his head slightly, and his eyes became colder. It seems that the ambition of this queen is no less than that of the one in Haicheng. The combat strength of whose subordinates is not as good as the one in Shanghai City, but they are already planning to seize the reproductive capacity of humans and want to completely control humans for their own use. Children raised by the Zerg have sneaked into the human safe zone. They are physically parasitized. Any scanning methods will be useless. Subtle mental control and brainwashing are more terrifying than any other means at this moment. Lin Feng even had the idea of destroying this gathering place controlled by the Zerg. After all, if we let them continue to develop like this, who knows what strange things they might come up with. Compared with a human Zerg genetic warriors, will the Zerg also mass produce highly intelligent, combat-type second-order Zerg people in the future, to speed up the disintegration of human resistance? Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the survivor in front of him with an increasingly gloomy gaze. Although he tried his best and was able to rescue some people, he couldn't rescue all the thousands of people in the gathering place. This means going to war with the Zerg all over the city, instead of just breaking through from one side. In comparison, killing is always easier than saving. If they stay here, they will always be a hidden danger. Just when Lin Feng decided to pull the trigger, suddenly, a group of humans came from behind him. Most of them were just humans, but behind these people, stood a strange man in a cloak, whose back bulged high under the cloak, like a hunchbacked old woman. The strength of this monster has reached the early stage of the second level. Its identification data quickly appeared in Lin Feng's eyes: Zerg Matrix, LV 2129 horsepower 250, VT 210, SPR 290. While confirming the other party's identity, Lin Feng had already enhanced then. Among the numb crowd, the hoarse voice of the parasitic mother was heard. "Hello, brave human warrior." Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. "Disperse these people. You should know that they have no influence on me." The old woman chuckled and said indifferently, "The weakest point of human beings is kindness, whether it is towards their own kind or other lives, so only a few strong people can overcome this nature and become the true rulers of your people." Then they continue to sing praises to the greatness of this emotion, attempting to turn all living beings into lambs to be slaughtered at will, in order to facilitate their long-term rule. Lin Feng frowned slightly, suddenly turned the gun around, and fired 2 shots behind him. A man and a woman were seen kneeling behind Lin Feng, with deep holes between their brows, and they slowly fell to the ground. In Lin Ping's hand, she was holding a sharp cone, which was covered with purple-black smelly pus, and looked extremely poisonous. Lin Feng turned around and switched a god-level pistol in his hand back to the level 25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon. Then he looked at the parasitic mother body behind the crowd with interest. "What conditions did you promise them to be willing to die?" The old woman waved her shriveled fingers, dispelling the humans in front of her, and replied, "Her unborn child, and freedom." You have an almost morbid obsession with sacrificing your relatives and descendants, and this can be easily utilized, and you humans have a famous saying: as long as the benefits are sufficient, everything can be traded. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and turned the gun pointed at the mother body to the one-eye shopping mall not far away. "You're right, so if the people inside take one more step, you will have to stay here forever." The parasitic mother then looked embarrassed and waved her hand to stop her subordinates from continuing to evacuate. Then he seemed to sense something, bowed and said respectfully, "His Majesty wants to talk to you in person." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "I have nothing to discuss with you. I am more interested in you than meeting the Queen Mother." However, just as he finished his words, he saw the parasitic mother in front of him fall to her knees, and then her whole body trembled and twitched, and the tumor on her back swelled several times. The next moment, a gentle female voice came from the mouth of the old insect woman who was lying on the ground with 4 legs. "So how much benefit do I need to impress you? For example, 102nd level tiger spine insects? Some people say that Zerg are not smart. But that is not necessarily true. The following plot is like a train. Charge." Chapter 121 Global Queen Chicken Eating Contest, Level 3 and above. The spiritual connection is quite mysterious. This is especially evident in terms of perception. Similar to quantum induction, it can transcend long distances and even time barriers, allowing 2 living beings to resonate with each other. At this moment, the parasitic mother body is remotely controlled by the queen it is loyal to, and its consciousness is directly projected into this insect body, causing more serious deformities and mutations. It is not known whether it is the arrival of the Queen Mother's consciousness that has caused the deformity to worsen, or whether the body needs to expand in order to accommodate the Queen Mother's spiritual energy. In short, Lin Feng, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was really disgusted even though he was well informed. Moreover, waves of energy emanated from the deformed humanoid insect body that fell to the ground, inducing Lin Feng's own telepathy, causing him and Zhang Yuner, who were thousands of miles away, to suddenly feel a little moved. He felt that the other person was in a villa, slumped on the sofa listlessly at the same time. Zhang Yuner also felt Lin Feng's presence in an instant, and felt his nausea and shock. But this link is not stable. It only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. They both made frowning expressions at the same time. One of them rubbed his chest in confusion while the other raised his gun. "There are so many queens in the whole south. I can gather a dozen in each place, so I don't have to worry about not having insects to kill." As he spoke, Lin Feng revealed a hint of a smile. "When I kill 100 or so tiger spine insects and advance to the peak of the 2nd stage, it will be the day for you Queen Mothers to celebrate." Hearing Lin Feng's harsh words, the Queen Mother did not refute. After all, the strength displayed by this human awakener in front of her did have the confidence to show off. If he really grows to the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level, he will definitely be a huge threat to the Zerg and the queen killer of the human race. But the problem is that although Lin Feng's upgrade speed seems to be very fast, that is only compared with other humans. Looking at the Zerg that are invading the world, it is not worth mentioning at all. When the Wuchang battle is over, the Queen Mother will lead the Zerg army to swallow up 1,000 miles of coastal land in one go. The resources collected by then will be enough to support them to enter the late stage of the 3rd stage, or even the last step. Even though Lin Feng had already reached the 3rd level at that time, he was still powerless against enemies of another level. So the Queen Mother, who was squirming on the ground, did not refute Lin Feng's words, but continued, "That's right, but by the time you run around and spend a month or so to kill enough 2nd-order tiger spine insects and finally successfully complete the 3rd stage of awakening, by that time, mankind will no longer have a future. There are tens of thousands of Queen Mothers that have come ashore, and many of them have successfully entered the 3rd stage. When they unite, you humans will be extinct." The cold and hoarse words made Lin Feng's heart tighten, and then he remembered what Qin Hu had left behind. The federal capital in the north was about to be invaded by more than 8 queens, forcing Qin Hu, who had just completed his transformation, to travel thousands of miles to provide support. A single early-stage 3rd-order Queen Mother could easily deal with tens of thousands of human soldiers, and if 8 of them joined together, there would definitely be a terrifying existence in the middle-stage 3rd order. Without 200,000 or 300,000 veterans and a strong logistical system, the federal capital probably wouldn't be able to hold out for a few days. At this moment, the Queen Mother's meaning was very clear. Lin Feng's upgrade progress could not keep up with the speed of human retreat. Even if he finally broke through to the 3rd level, he was still much weaker than most of the queens at that time, still being suppressed. For example, the current Queen Mother of Heichang will surely become more powerful after the Battle of Wuchang. Even if Lin Feng tries his best, it will be difficult for him to compete with her. Because I can't resist the speed at which my teammates are giving away heads. By trading with the Queen Mother, Lin Feng can easily obtain the upgrade points he wants and rise quickly. After all, each queen can only perform the same behavior of fleecing the sheep once at most. They are not fools if they can't win. They can just hide in the underground nest on average. He kills 10 each time. Lin Feng needs to find at least 10 queens to kill himself, and the 2 levels of his equipment. This does not include the third unbound equipment, which will only be more. 10 queens mean 10 big cities. It is equivalent to 2 coastal states, with a span of nearly 1,000 kilometers. Even if Lin Feng only brings a land cruiser and rides alone for thousands of miles, it will take at least a month to complete the journey. At that time, the mother queens had basically been promoted to a higher level, and Lin Feng was still unable to resist the joint attack of several mother queens head-on. Lin Feng has been using the Queen Mother's current combat power to assess his future response strategies. If the Queen Mother's upgrade and strengthening are also taken into consideration, then Lin Feng's growth rate is indeed not good enough, even though he is already the most powerful awakener among humans. Nor can he reverse the situation on his own. Unless he could kill a large number of second-order Zergs in a short period of time, accumulate enough upgrade points, and successfully block the invasion of the early Queen Mother. If you're lucky, you can kill another one, directly promoted to the third-level awakener. If he faces the Queen Mother again at that time, most of whom are still in the early third stage, Lin Feng will have the confidence to fight with them at any time. With the cooperation of his army of awakened ones, challenging several queens at the same time is not a problem. So after careful thought, Lin Feng's frown gradually relaxed, staring at the 6-legged insect monster with swollen and bloody skin in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, "So, what are the terms of the deal?" Hearing that Lin Feng was finally interested, the Queen Mother on the ground let out a teasing laugh, which continued to come from the air cavity in its abdomen. "The conditions I want are simple and easy to satisfy. We are not asking you to join us, nor are we asking you to betray your own tribe." Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, raised the muzzle of his gun, and signaled the other party to continue speaking. The Queen Mother paused, and her voice gradually lowered. "I need you to return to the northern defense line and continue to block the Queen's advance. At least hold it for about 5 days. Let me be the first to enter, under that big lake." Lin Feng was stunned. He never expected that the proposed condition by the other party would be this. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, setting off a fierce brainstorm. After half a minute, Lin Feng finally spoke. "You high-level Zerg, are you in competition?" At this time, the mother insect man on the ground had transformed into a long monster with more than 10 legs, face and a worm body, gave people an indescribable sense of weirdness. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and after using his identification skills to confirm that there was no special change in the other party, he let down his highly alert mind. The Queen Mother nodded, then slowly raised her legs and introduced, "Your home planet, this azure blue planet, has the most suitable composition and structure for the development of carbon-based life. The surface is 30% land and 70% ocean, and there is liquid water on the surface that can be directly absorbed and utilized. It's a perfect match for the needs of us pioneers. So, what we have to do this time is not only to take this blue planet for ourselves, but also to complete the ascension of our high-level Queen Mother here. According to what you humans say, it's probably a global chicken-eating competition that belongs only to our Queen Mother. There are nearly tens of thousands of Queen Mothers, but only one can pass the final competition and become the one to ascend to the planet, life in the universe." Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked back, "Is it the 4th level above the 3rd level?" The Queen Mother nodded, as if she had opened a box of conversation, and began to speak. "Well, just like each stage is divided into 3 periods after junior high school, after every 3 small stages, there will be a substantial improvement, from the lowest level of Scarlet Beetle to the 1st stage. You have awakened superpowers. This is an improvement in the level of life. The ultimate potential of you humans is only the peak of the 1st stage. Once you enter the 2nd stage, the defects of your physical attributes will be exposed. After achieving a breakthrough in the 3rd stage, you will be able to have another leap in the level of life, from a poor creature imprisoned by the environment of its home planet to a super life form that breaks free from the shackles and travels alone in the universe. Within the planet, there is a cycle of life and death. The universe is full of infinite possibilities." Lin Feng's pupils trembled. The Queen Mother only said a few words and drew a picture of the vast universe dotted with countless stars. Countless creatures, from their birth on the cradle of their mother planet, learn about the world, build civilizations, and finally go extinct. There are many reasons, such as self-destruction in a civil war, environmental changes and resource depletion, or unexpected natural disasters and meteorite attacks. The mother star is the cradle of life, but life cannot survive in the cradle forever. In the history of the blue planet, there have been countless changes of civilizations, from ancient arthropods to the rise of reptiles and the birth of a diverse dinosaur dynasty. Until 65 million years ago, when a meteorite ended their rule. Then came the birth of mammals. After hundreds of millions of years, only humans, relying on their evolved superintelligence, following the right evolutionary path, and using external tools, have finally taken the first step toward leaving the planet of alien Zerg. Nowadays, the only way to fight against the Zerg is to take the route of individual upgrading and evolution according to the Queen Mother. The fourth level above the third level is a super life form that can adapt to the harsh environment of the universe. It is a powerful being that can break away from its mother planet and embark on a cosmic adventure. If a high-level Queen Mother is promoted to the fourth level, the attribute value is over 10,000. The volume has expanded tenfold. And it is no longer afraid of the only trump card of mankind, nuclear weapons. Only then will the end of mankind truly come. Thinking of this, the worry gathered in Lin Feng's brows became even more serious, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed at the face of the Queen Mother's clone. You want to enter Tehu Lake before the Queen Mother of Heicheng and obtain the vast amount of water and aquatic resources there, but why should I help you? Whether it's you or the one from Heicheng, after you complete your promotion, you will exterminate all life on this planet. Besides, I am at the front line of watching, desperately trying to stop the enemy, and you are sitting back and enjoying the fruits of my labor. You will also form a front and back siege with the Queen Mother of Heicheng, trapping me in it. This risk cannot be compensated by 100 tiger spine insects. The Queen Mother's clone had a limitless spiritual value, and keenly sensed a slight risk of death. He shrank back and spoke anxiously, "No, you have to help me. Because you're helping yourself too." Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged and he motioned for the other party to continue. The Queen Mother took a deep breath, and the folded breathing chambers in her abdomen rose and fell rhythmically, like a wriggling caterpillar. The Queen Mother of Heicheng you mentioned, it is about to enter the middle stage of the third stage. I don't know how much biomass it has acquired, or how much mutant gene pool it has, but it has succeeded in less than a month. As we enter the middle stage of the third stage, not only will the number of low-level Zerg we can control increase several times, but even the number of second-level Zerg we hatch will exceed 1,000. Most importantly, a Stage 3 mid-stage Queen Mother can hatch a large number of Stage 2 windwing insects, or synthesize some special insect species with unique abilities. These special Zerg have the abilities of you awakened humans, and they also have genes from native blue planet organisms, making them more adaptable to the planet's environment. If we let it enter Tehu Lake first and consolidate its strength in the middle stage of the third stage, it will be able to take over the remaining 500 kilometers of land in one go and then smoothly enter the late stage of the third stage. By then, it will not only be the people of the Southern Federation. The more Lin Feng listened, the more he realized the urgency of the situation, so he followed the Queen Mother's words and continued, not only us humans, but also the rest of you who are lagging behind in upgrading and strengthening will also fall into the hands of those third-order Mother Queens, be hunted and devoured by them, and become nutrients on the road to the fourth order. Am I right? The Queen Mother's clone paused heavily. This was the real reason why it took the risk to appear and approach the awakened human. No permanent friends, only permanent interests. When it comes to life and death, even mortal enemies can cooperate. The more important reason was that the Queen Mother of Jicheng had not expected that the Queen Mother of Heicheng, who had encountered numerous obstacles, could actually turn the tide and win. Not only is her progress only slightly slower than that of the other Queen Mothers, but she is also relying on the training of the human army to be the first to enter the middle stage of the third stage, and in this way, once it completes the promotion, it will conquer Wuchen with unstoppable force and reach Tehu Lake first in a straight line. Like a snowball, she gradually expanded her lead and widened the gap with the other queens behind her. As the truth of the matter was revealed to Lin Feng, he had no choice but to agree. The deal proposed by the Queen Mother of Jicheng was extremely beneficial to both parties. But Lin Feng still had concerns. What if these two queens teamed up to set a trap for me? I'll just have to wait and see the Queen of Jicheng occupy the rear, block the retreat route of Lin Feng and the remaining defenders of the 13th Division. By then, even if Lin Feng himself could survive, he would indirectly kill a large number of innocent people. Lin Feng needs a guarantee. How many second-level Zergs can your early third-level queen control at most? The Queen Mother's clone was stunned for a moment, then said, around 200 to 500. The stronger you are, the more you can hatch, but it won't exceed 500. Lin Feng nodded and raised two fingers. 200. I want 200 tiger-backed insects, or I can take a second-level wind-winged insect and replace 10 tiger-backed insects. This is the bottom line of cooperation. My price is very fair. It can not only ensure that you still have strength and protect your own safety, but also allow me to escape from the encirclement smoothly, and even help you hold the front line longer." The Queen Mother was silent after hearing this. At present, its strength was in the middle to lower level among the Queen Mothers. Although it had not encountered any resistance from humans, it was in a hurry to travel and did not manage its territory well. As a result, the number of biomass obtained and the number of second-stage Zerg hatched was less than 400, and a quarter of them had not yet metamorphosed and developed. Lin Feng opened his mouth wide and wanted to take half of it directly. But thinking of the opponent's powerful strength, and the muzzle of the gun in front of him that was about to pull the trigger. After a brief thought, the Queen Mother decided to agree. Lin Feng then smiled and said lightly, "One last question. You said this is a global queen chicken eating contest, and only the winner can be promoted to the 4th level. Does this mean a 4th order life form is still unique?" Chapter 122: The Uniqueness of Level 4, the Future and the Present. Hear the last question from the man in front of you. The Queen Mother's clone was stunned for a moment, then hesitated for a moment before replying, Every life in the universe is not only extremely powerful, but also unique. For example, we will only give birth to 1/4 queen, who will eat all the 3rd stage queens until that 4th order mortal dies, or reaches a higher level, and a vacancy appears in the ecological niche of the tribe. It will be a chance for others of the same kind. Lin Feng took a deep breath. According to this meaning, there could only be 1/4 level being among humans, and he would be the well-deserved king of humans, the strongest person on Blue Star. The Queen Mother in front of him seemed to see what the man was thinking and replied with a smile, "Don't think too far. The 4th stage is too far away for you humans. Even if you have entered the late stage of the 3rd stage, it is still impossible." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Is it because there are no other people of the same level and kind, and we cannot collect the energy and genes needed for advancement?" The Queen Mother nodded, then shook her head. "More than 1,000 3rd-level pairs, and more than 50% of the genetic sequences, and this is just the basic condition for promotion. For a race that has never produced 4th-order cosmic life, it will take a lot of research to improve your genetic potential, conduct a large number of experiments until we evolve a steel body that can handle higher energy density, and the latter is often the key to the 4th level. Unfortunately, this is not something that a single individual can do. Besides, you humans don't have the time to do it, but please rest assured when I successfully enter the 4th level, I will allow you to bring a group of humans with me to become my followers and conquer the starry sky with me. At the same time, I will leave you a place to live on this blue planet." Lin Feng shrugged. He didn't take the Queen Mother's last words seriously. "This may not be possible for humans, but for me who have an upgrade system, this may not be the case. At that time, you just need to complete the upgrade conditions listed in front of you one by one." After solving the last question, Lin Feng immediately planned to leave this place. "Thank you. 200 tiger spine insects, be ready in the suburbs before noon tomorrow. After I kill them all, I will return to the watch and defense line to help you resist the advance of that stage 3 mid-stage Queen Mother." The Queen Mother's clone shook her head. "Give me 50 first, and then 3 days later, give me another 50. I only need you to hold out for 10 days. Payment in installments is better for everyone." Lin Feng glanced at the level 25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon in his hand, nodded, put down the gun, and suddenly asked before leaving, "You can come across the star field. There should be other 4th-level beings in your tribe, right?" The Queen Mother did not answer, but a stiff smile appeared on her face, which was uglier than crying. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, shrugged, then turned sideways and shot with his gun before the Queen Mother could react. Just hear a bang. The Queen Mother's clone in front of him exploded from the middle. Lin Feng walked to the remaining half of the head, looked down at the clone that was vomiting blood, and said lightly, "This is considered the interest on the installment payment. Remember, never threaten me." The deformed parasitic mother controlled by the Queen Mother nodded after a brief struggle and died completely. Lin Feng immediately saw a reminder to kill, successfully killed a mutant parasite mother, gained upgrade point +1, additional spiritual energy, which can be used for the next synchronous upgrade and converted into spiritual attribute +50. Wow, it's indeed different after being directly injected with spirit and completely controlled by the Queen Mother. 20 more spiritual attributes than the last time the mother body of the parasite Changzan was killed. Maybe when Lin Feng killed it, he also hurt the Queen Mother's spiritual energy, so he gained additional benefits. In fact, as early as when the parasitic matrix appeared, Lin Feng's idea changed from destroying this strange gathering place to killing the parasitic matrix in front of him. Killing a parasitic mother can gain additional mental energy, allowing the mental value to break the limit again. This is much more attractive than destroying the gathering place. Moreover, the two parties are currently in a cooperative relationship. Lin Feng can kill one of the other side's second-level Zerg, but he cannot destroy the Queen Mother's research project because these are two different things. The second-level Zerg can continue to hatch, but the human gathering place in front of us is not so easy to rebuild. As Lin Feng achieved his goal and confirmed that the deformed body in front of him had no valuable materials to collect, he stood up and left. Lin Feng was not worried that Queen Mother Jia Cheng would go back on her word, because as long as the human gathering place was still there, he could use it to threaten the other party to fulfill the agreement. What's more, before the next 10 days, the initiative will always be in his hands. The Queen Mother of Haicheng is not so easy to deal with. Quickly back outside the city. A few minutes later, Lin Feng saw the land cruiser warship speeding in from a distance. He stood on the roof of a 7-story building, waiting for Chen Yan'an to drive the warship closer. Then he jumped up directly, flapped his flying tiger membrane wings from a height of 30 meters, and landed lightly on the warship. Back in the cockpit, Chen Yan'an controlled the battleship to return while walking to Lin Feng. After he took off the armor covering his entire body, she asked, "How is it going? Is everything going well? Have you found any traces of the second-level tiger spine worm?" Lin Feng shook his head. "We didn't find any tiger spine worms, but we did come across a gathering place of survivors in the center of Jiacheng City." Chen Yan'an took the clothes that Lin Feng took off and confirmed with some surprise, "Are the humans from Jiacheng? Are there still living people in Jiacheng?" Lin Feng nodded, "Of course, but don't think about it, they have been kept in captivity by the Zerg. To be more precise, the Queen Mother of Jiacheng is raising humans for experiments. Just like humans analyzing the Zerg, they are also studying our physiological characteristics, especially the sophisticated human brain, which can be regarded as the crystallization of the evolution of life on the blue planet. Perhaps in the future there will be a bunch of human-like Zerg mixed in with humans, making it even more difficult to identify them." Chen Yan'an was shocked. "So what should we do? We have to rescue them all, right?" Lin Feng shook his head. "There are a large number of Zerg guards lurking outside Jiacheng. You saw what happened this morning. Only one way, kill them all." Chen Yan'an sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. "Did you do it clean?" Lin Feng shrugged. "I was originally going to take action, but I encountered a second-level psychotic Zerg, one of the parasitic mothers. Hey, and guess what?" Chen Yan'an raised her eyebrows. "You succeeded in killing it, and in order to avoid the siege of the Mother Queen, you directly escaped from Jiacheng?" Lin Feng laughed. "Don't dream. From the moment we entered Jiacheng, we have actually been under the surveillance of the Queen Mother. The appearance of the parasitic mother is not accidental, but the Queen Mother of Jiacheng wants to find me for some cooperation." At this moment, Chen Yan'an was even more puzzled. "Cooperation? With the Queen Mother?" Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and lightly. "Yes, it's a deal. In fact, the Mother Queens are not in cahoots with each other." After Lin Feng finished explaining the whole story, Chen Yan'an let out a long oh as if she had suddenly understood something, and then said excitedly, "With those 200, can't we still get a batch of second-level awakeners in just 10 days?" Lin Feng nodded. 200 second-level tiger spine insects were enough to upgrade the 2 pieces of equipment in his hands to the maximum level, and the remaining dozens would allow Chen Yan'an and others to get the opportunity to be promoted to the second level 15 kilometers away. It is close to Lake Taihu, and behind it is a vast water area of 2,500 square kilometers, with the richest biological resources in the Jiangnan provinces. Among the Zerg queens that invade various places, whoever can first enter Taihu Lake and absorb and harvest the biomass inside will be able to seize the initiative in this global chicken-eating competition. For a moment, Lin Feng, standing on the bow of the ship, even had the urge to poison and exterminate all the aquatic life in the lake under the glow of the setting sun. Unfortunately, large rivers flow from west to east and continuously rush into this endless lake. It is not realistic to deplete its resources in a short period of time. Moreover, the consequence of doing so will definitely make the Queen Mothers more united and focus on dealing with humans instead. It will deprive the survivors of their chance to breathe and accelerate the speed of human extinction. After much thought, Lin Feng gave up the idea and followed a land cruiser back to the temporary camp in the service area. At this moment, the team members had finished resting and were preparing dinner. When Zhang Liang saw Lin Feng returning, she quickly walked to the warship. Lin Feng jumped off the battleship and got 2 results from her, one good and one bad. The good news is that Shenji's second-level awakening has been successfully completed, and he is fine if black armor grew on his body at the same time. Two sharp black blades pierced out from his forearms to his elbows. Although not as good as his fully transformed insect man state, it was also extremely ferocious. The most serious problem is, when he woke up from his awakening coma, he found that the black armor on his body and the black blade extending from his elbows had been fixed. It cannot be retracted into the body even if it is pried open and the skin and flesh are cut off. It will grow back into a black shiny scale the size of a fingernail. Moreover, Shenji did not use the assimilation ability, which means that this thing has become his normal form, and he cannot restore his body by removing the ability. When Lin Feng was led by Zhang Liang into the hotel on the second floor of the shopping mall rest area, in a large bedroom, he saw Shenji looking at himself in the mirror with a worried look on his face. At this moment, half of his face, starting from his jaw, was covered in black armor, extending all the way to his shirt under his neck. It was probably the same all over his body 10 years ago. The middle school student Lin Feng might have thought it was very handsome, but now it is the end of the world, and the hatred and resentment of the survivors towards the Zerg have already reached their peak. Even the Gene Warrior plan of the top management and the research institute was carried out secretly under pressure when the front line was in a complete defeat. Moreover, after it was successfully completed, there was no publicity like before, at least from Qin Hu. Lin Feng did not see the importance of the 13th Division if Shenji walked out now and was seen by other team members. Even if they caught up with him after explaining, they would not say anything, but they would definitely have some resentment in their hearts. Not everyone can bear to live and fight with a half-human, half-insect monster. The daily battles are stressful enough, and the nerves are always tense. The slightest disturbance can easily lead to a stress response, but there are many solutions. Lin Feng knew that it was best not to use force to suppress the situation, but to find a suitable opportunity to let Shenji show his amazing strength. For example, the team members are surrounded by a swarm of insects, and then Shenji makes a brilliant appearance, kills all enemies and leads the team to escape. In this way, the factors of admiration and envy will overcome the inner resentment and discomfort. Of course, these are external factors and it is difficult for them to affect the truly strong. Therefore, the root of the problem lies with Shenji himself. Lin Feng coughed lightly, interrupting Shenji's concentrated rubbing of his skin scales. Seeing Lin Feng coming, his eyes flashed with panic. It's not a big deal, don't take it to heart, just remember that you are always a human being, not a bug, that's all. Lin Feng walked forward and patted Shenji on the shoulder. He then activated the full body form of the flying tiger armor, looking more ferocious and solemn than Shenji, and more like a beetle man. Remember, people who truly care about you won't care about your appearance even if you completely turn into a bug. As long as you are still Shenji, you will always be you. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Shenji looked to the side, saw Zhang Liang staring at him closely, and nodded seriously. You haven't eaten tiger worms yet, go and have some. You can try to use the assimilated form and the black spine worm's huge jaws to bite it. Don't wait too long, or the corpse will become stale if left for too long. Come back tonight to try your new state. And Zhang Liang's winged angel. After saying that, Lin Feng turned and left. He still has a lot of things to deal with. So Shenji just needs to give him some guidance. The person who can truly resolve his knot is not himself, but Zhang Liang. After giving the two some space, Lin Feng returned to the battleship and called Hu Fei and Han Yuxin. At present, Hu Fei has flown to the safe area in the rear through the channel of connecting with the federal high-level officials. Lin Feng gave him the contact information of Sister Yu Rou, and also arranged some live black-backed insects to be given to Sister Yu Rou. On the one hand, it was out of emotional factors, and the current black spine insects were not precious. On the other hand, he was attracted by Zhang Yurou's father's position and power, which could solve the top problems that troubled Lin Feng in the future. The large amount of fine steel required for the replica. Let's build good relationships first, then we can talk later. Otherwise, if you wait for others to get there first, you will have to spend more money in the future to get the same results. After contacting Hu Fei, Lin Feng called Han Yuxin. I learned from her that Jin Chang is now in a state of complete disorder. And as the last batch of State Guard troops withdraw to Huzhou in the west, this situation will continue until the Zerg arrived. Fortunately, Han Yuxin gathered together a group of former security forces, occupied the security building, and temporarily took in the survivors who were unable to escape. Other places in Jinchang have been occupied by a large number of gangs and various temporary forces. Disorder and chaos shrouded the Golden City. Lin Feng asked them to send people to take away a group of black backed live insects, and form a team of awakened people specifically to maintain public order in preparation for the future. Because Lin Feng couldn't just recruit soldiers and abandon other survivors, such a group would not be stable unless he could create a bunch of flesh and blood puppets like the Zerg. After solving the problems of survival, food and drink, more needs and worries will arise, the first of which is physiological. Lin Feng doesn't mind soldiers looking for women. As long as one is human, there will be desires. What's more, soldiers will also suffer casualties. They are not cheap products that are produced endlessly on the production line, learning what the fourth stage above the third stage is. Lin Feng has already been preparing for future space adventures. The first question is whether humans can survive after he leaves. Therefore, the more high-level awakeners there are, the better. Thinking of this, Lin Feng continued to say to Han Yuxin, "Find more young women. They are the vulnerable group in the end times. I think they would be happy to have a caring man. One last thing, do you still remember Liu Yuki, the high school girl with the knife? Wish you all a happy new year in advance." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Replica Chariot, Electromagnetic Pulse. That girl is a good candidate. Although she is only a low-level enhanced person, she is brave and willing to fight. It's a pity that there has been no news for so many days. Jin Chang is too chaotic right now. I'll try to contact them. Maybe he's out of town, Han Yuxin replied. As the pace of the Zerg invasion quickened and conflicts with humans increased, enhanced humans were no longer uncommon at this time, and there were even many awakened people with superpowers in the fleeing teams. It is very easy to kill a few first-level black spine insects in a city invaded by Zerg by using thermal weapons and simple traps. Lin Feng had planned to use the liquefied natural gas tanks in the old community to ambush the insect swarm. This thing is quite powerful. The explosive calorific value of 1 kilogram of liquefied natural gas is equivalent to 10 kilograms of TNT yellow explosive, and usually a can weighs more than 10 kilograms can easily blow up a small building. Killing a group of black-backed insects is naturally a piece of cake. At that time, there were quite a few awakened civilians who escaped from Haichang in the service area. Right now in Jinchang City, many forces are organized by the awakened ones. Their purpose of staying was very simple, which was to rely on the city buildings as cover, replicate the experience of Haichang, and continue to kill insects and evolve. The Zerg invasion of urban areas is a gradual process. In addition, it is difficult for the red beetles to find places to dig holes in urban areas, so they cannot directly surround them from behind. It would take at least 3 or 4 days to thoroughly investigate and occupy a large city step by step. This is the opportunity for those ambitious people. Although they cannot confront the Zerg head-on the suburban plains like the army, the iron jungle left behind by humans allows them to take advantage of the time and place and make up for the disadvantage of short numbers. Feng nodded and asked her to be prepared as well. I had the same idea. After all, Tehu Lake, which is as big as a prefecture-level city, will become a gathering place for many queens. They will draw water here, rest their troops, and then make a concerted effort to capture Jincheng and the entire Jiangnan province. Relying on the complex urban buildings in Jincheng, we can weaken the power of the Zerg as much as possible, delay their invasion progress, and gain more development time for the decisive battle in the future. Of course, Lin Feng was thinking about more than just these. Even though Jincheng's industries were half empty, there were still factory buildings, steel structure roofs, rails, etc. These bulky and low-value materials were what he needed most at the moment. The production cost of remelting these already shaped materials is higher than direct refining and forging. In addition, the carrying capacity of river cargo ships is limited and time is tight, so these unimportant things are left where they are. Most of what was moved away were production machine tools and raw materials. After instructing Han Yuxin to pay attention to the addresses of these things, Lin Feng wanted her to collect some sophisticated melee weapons as a backup. Unexpectedly, there was a noisy sound coming from the phone. The signal was bad, so I hung up immediately. At this time, Chen Yannian came over with dinner and asked about Shen Ji's situation. Able to digest and accept it himself. Chen Yannian nodded. Boys are actually fine. I'm just worried whether Zhang Liang can accept it, but they are a perfect match, and they can take care of each other. Lin Feng hummed, eat quickly. After you finish eating, I will start to synthesize a replica of the land cruiser. Those civilian vehicles are still too fragile and their combat performance is not good. They can only be driven on the road. If they encounter muddy jungles, obstacles or congestion, they will have to stop. Chen Yanyan was a little excited when she heard this. Really? It should be similar to the flying wing tank, right? This way we can follow the land cruiser and form an invincible doomsday convoy to sweep across the battlefield. Lin Feng nodded. This was exactly what he thought. In the future, I might have to act alone more often. If I keep going out, I cannot fail to bring my core equipment, the armor-piercing magnetic cannon. As a result, the strength of my teammates will plummet, and they will not be able to withstand the attacks of the black spine insect army. The solution is to build a replica of the land cruiser battleship, allowing them to cooperate with Chen Yanyan to form a land fleet with powerful firepower. The most important factor is the replica of the armor-piercing magnetic cannon, which will be bound to the tank for the second time after being integrated into the tank. Even if Lin Feng left with the armor-piercing magnetic cannon, the replica integrated into the chariot could still be used normally. This was what Lin Feng had discovered on the land cruiser before. Its infinite firepower attribute and 10 heavy machine gun replicas have been separated from the armor-piercing magnetic cannon in Lin Feng's hands and are now tied to the battleship. Therefore, Lin Feng only needs to add additional shotgun replicas and god-level pistol replicas when copying the land cruiser battleship, and he can create several super tanks. It's equivalent to a heavy tank with double the firepower. After hearing Lin Feng's narration, Chen Yanyan almost dropped her jaw in shock. She could already imagine herself driving a land cruiser, leading and commanding a group of younger brothers, fighting fiercely with his Zerg on the battlefield, reaping crazily, and gaining unlimited upgrade energy. Lin Feng nodded, then finished his dinner in a flash, then walked out of the battleship and came to the place where the fine steel plates were piled in the camp. Check the total weight of steel left and how much is planned for each replica. There are a total of 100 tons of fine steel excluding the 15 tons consumed previously. There are 85 tons left to make 150 shotguns. Lin Feng called Li Rain and asked about the total number of people in the camp. Chariot can carry 20 people, at least 8 are needed. This will consume 80 tons of fine steel. Only the last 5 tons remained. After much thought, Lin Feng decided to spend 4 tons of fine steel to equip each vehicle with 5 shotguns, and then use the remaining 1 ton to replicate about 100 replicas of the god-level pistols, that is, heavy machine guns with unlimited bullets. In this way, each tank will have about 5 shotguns and 12 heavy machine guns, which can take into account the firepower limit in air defense functions. Moreover, the crew members in the car also have things to do. One is responsible for driving, and the remaining 19 people, 12 of whom are heavy machine gunners, are removed. As for the last 7 people, in addition to operating 5 shotguns, there are 2 people left who are responsible for logistics and serve as substitutes. There are a total of 40 shotguns and nearly 100 heavy machine guns. With such firepower output, plus the land cruiser battleship as the flagship, it can fully match the firepower of a heavy machine brigade. Even when facing an army of tens of thousands of black spine insects, they can be easily resolved on the spot. If the number of insectoids is many times larger, the high mobility of the tanks can be used to pull and contain the enemy, continuously consume the enemy's manpower, and ultimately disintegrate the invasion offensive of the Zerg Queen. This is the confidence that Lin Feng had in agreeing to Queen Mother Jiacheng. With a simplified version of the invincible fleet, Lin Feng only needs to focus on dealing with the second-level Zerg sent by the enemy, without having to worry about being surrounded by Zerg. With a level 25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon and the level 25 flying tiger armor he wears, Lin Feng is confident that he can defeat any second-order Zerg. As for the second-level Zerg on the ground, no matter how many come, we can kill them all. As for the windwing insects in the sky, we can still fight them alone. At worst, we can just hide in wormholes or buildings at that time. Even if the second line of defense is breached by the Zerg, Lin Feng will step forward and single-handedly block the fierce attack of the Queen Mother of Xiahe City. Thinking of this, Lin Feng started his own copying plan with full confidence. First, use 5 tons of fine steel to copy 40 level 19 shotguns and 100 level 9 heavy machine guns. Then he took out the remaining red quality materials from the storage space of the land cruiser, including the pair of giant jaws of the first stage late stage black spine insect and the flying wings of the blue winged insect. He integrated them with the weapon replicas into the replication process of the chariot. Thus, A LV-19 tank replica with various attributes was created as the red light flashed, covering the various materials prepared in front of him. After waiting for a moment, Lin Feng clearly felt a surge of energy being drawn out of his body. With a light step, the 10 tons of fine steel and weapons made of various materials in front of him were integrated into a large chariot. Lin Feng took 2 steps back, and a string of data appeared in front of him. LV-19 winged tank, replica, red quality cannot be upgraded, defense 150, damage 130, average speed 150 kilometers, range 1000 kilometers. Additional attributes, biological armor, defense plus 50, armor piercing head, damage plus 20, unlimited firepower, 40 heavy machine guns, damage, multiple artillery, 5 LV-19 shotguns, damage 190, range 5 kilometers, 5000 ammunition, bullet recovery 1/1s, ground effect flight mode, speed increased by 150 kilometers per hour, adapting to complex water terrain, fuel consumption increased by 100%, and cruising range reduced by half. Note: as a replica, it cannot be upgraded, but it can obtain energy replenishment from the original land cruiser battleship for endurance driving consumption. After reading the introduction of the replica of the winged chariot, although it is much weaker than the original one, it is still very powerful. The 150 plus 50 defense can withstand any attack from the black-spined insects, with a damage of up to 150. It can also break through the layers of encirclement of the insect swarm when breaking out. As for firepower, it is even stronger. As a replica of the LV-19 howitzer, the shotgun is much more powerful than the machine gun that was upgraded to LV-19, but it has nearly half as many shells. But the extra 30 points of damage can make the replica of the flying wing tank in front of him have powerful firepower to kill all black spine insects even if it faces tiger spine insects. The 5 shotguns on the observation deck above the car body can aim and fire at the same time, which can also pose a serious threat to the second-level Zerg. The team members nearby witnessed the miracle once again and exclaimed in disbelief, especially when I saw the fine steel plates and weapon materials turned into a 3-meter wide and 10-meter long super tank, with a solid black appearance and full of armor, and a triangular front, sharp and cold, full of violence. It's literally every man's lifelong dream. In addition to the 5 protruding shotguns on the second-floor observation deck and the 12 heavy machine guns mounted in a circle around the vehicle body, this powerful firepower equipment is directly comparable to a large military fortress. Each one is a mobile firepower fortress. Even the heavy tank, the king of land warfare, is inferior to it. In order to be able to drive such a tank, many experienced drivers in the team are eager to try. Lin Feng saw all of this and walked calmly towards the second portion of materials. When it was copied before, some of the energy in his body was drawn away. Although it was not much, it was already very obvious compared to the copying of the armor-piercing magnetic cannon. However, a chariot replica requires 100 times more fine steel than a shotgun of the same level, so it is normal to have a sense of emptiness. Fortunately, Lin Feng did it after dinner. Therefore, even if a part of it is withdrawn, it will not affect its own status. As the second and third flying winged tanks were synthesized one after another, became even more excited and began everyone to dance with joy. It took half an hour until the last piece of material was used up, and Lin Feng finally completed the synthesis of the 8th tank replica. The food had been absorbed and consumed. You have to know that Lin Feng is now a powerful second-level awakener of LV-25, with a physical attribute of 570 points, which can make his physical fitness reach more than times that of an ordinary person and more than times that of an awakener. Now, in one meal, Lin Feng can finish 5 bags of individual rations by himself, which is equivalent to the normal food for 10 people. So much food was consumed after just 8 copies. When Lin Feng copies orange quality equipment in the future, or copies that match the 3rd level, how to obtain enough energy is also a problem. However, by that time Lin Feng would have already entered the 3rd level and would be invincible in the world, so naturally there was no need to worry too much. Lin Feng, suppressing his hunger, announced to everyone that a new chariot would be assembled soon. Each vehicle can carry 20 people, which is just enough, but the pilot needs to undergo special training. Is there anyone willing? Of course, as a driver, you can't get the enhanced energy of killing insects, so as compensation, I will give the selected chariot drivers the opportunity to directly advance to the late stage of the first stage. This is easier than accumulating insects to kill. After hearing what was said before, the team members who were originally eager to try became a little hesitant. But with the Master Chief's promise, everyone's excitement was ignited again. 100 live black-backed insects, which would allow them to directly advance to the late first stage. While was waiting with bated breath, several large trucks had arrived and taken away more than 100 live black-backed worms stored in the storage space of the land cruiser. The battleship about the registration review. Tonight, let's give it a try under the leadership of Captain Chen. Drive around a few times nearby, don't go too far. Lin Feng turned around and glanced at the land cruiser behind him. Chen Yanyan, who was standing on the bow, nodded. Not long after, when Lin Feng was eating his rations, Chen Yanyan had already led the selected reserve drivers to the temporary camp at Tehu service area. Since there was no more supplies to guard in the camp, got on the tanks to experience the fun of galloping on the battlefield. Only Lin Feng and Shen Ji, who walked out of the hotel on the second floor of the rest building, were left. Shen Ji and Zhang Liang, wearing red-black armor, nodded and said, "Everyone is out. Let's go and try out the abilities of your new forms." At this moment, the phone in Lin Feng's pocket rang. I took it out and saw that it was Ding Chenghe calling. After the call was connected, Fatty Ding's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Lin Feng, something terrible has happened. A new second-order Zerg was born within the Zerg. It can release electromagnetic pulses to destroy communication equipment and advanced guided weapons, including modern fighter jets. You have to, sizzle, remember to watch, sizzle, 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 the call is abnormal. Please call again later." Lin Feng hung up the phone and looked towards the east, in the direction of the Queen Mother of Heicheng, with a frown on his face. "Happy New Year. Preview, Second Order Zerg, Pulse Scorpion, Second Order Zerg, Tank Flame Armor, Second Order Zerg, Iron Cannon B, coming soon." Chapter 124, Winged Tiger Fights Furious, New Tier 2 Zerg. What happened? Under the dim solar lights in the camp, Shen Ji saw that Lin Feng's face became a little gloomy after he hung up the phone, so he asked. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the distance and shook his head. "It's okay." After successfully taking down the first line of defense, the Queen Mother of Heicheng in front of the defense line will soon enter the middle stage of the third stage. She will probably be able to hatch and breed stronger second stage insects. Oh, right, the Zerg can also absorb human superpowers, as well as the genes of blue star creatures. Just like your devouring and assimilation, they will target human awakeners more in the future. Right now, on other fronts, there are newly born second-order Zergs with pulse attacks that can destroy electronic communications, which pose a great threat to humanity's high-tech weapons. It's probably because of the last decapitation operation that the Zerg Queen felt a sense of crisis. At this point, Lin Feng shrugged. "Let's go. This is something that the 13th Division should worry about. Let's try our superpowers first." Shen Ji and the other man looked at each other and nodded. Lin Feng glanced at his attribute data at the moment. Shen Ji, LV 2029 horsepower 200, VT 210, SPR 205. Shen Ji's attributes after the upgrade are very balanced, and his physical fitness has reached an astonishing value of 210. Benefiting from the ability of devouring and assimilation, the Black Warrior form that integrates the genes of the black-spined worm helps him break through and repair human genetic defects. It is probably related to the change in his appearance. The camp, with the East Tehu Lake wetland and nature reserve behind them. Midsummer midnight, with wind blowing and waves surging, is perfect for experiments of all abilities. After confirming that there was no one around, Shen Ji mobilized his powers and entered the assimilation state. While speaking, "I have already devoured the flesh and blood of the tiger-backed worm." The absorption and fusion process went extremely smoothly. This may be related to the foundation laid by the black-backed worm. The next moment, Shen Ji, whose muscles bulged and was covered with the black armor and spikes, transformed into a new form and interrupted his narration. The 2-meter-long blade that grew out of the side of the forearm turned into 2 heavy swords that were 30 centimeters wide and 2.5 meters long. The tips of the swords were shaped like the curved hooks and barbs of the tiger spine worm's giant jaws. When the two arms merged together, it could be called a smaller version of the Zerg's giant jaws. Flame-like flowing cloud patterns appeared on the surface, which, like the land cruiser and flying tiger armor, originated from the external characteristics of the second-order tiger spine worm. Changes in other aspects have become more rough. Including the bulging thigh muscles, the black and yellow outer armor is almost unable to cover it. When exerting force, you can clearly see the blue veins bulging inside, slowly wriggling and expanding. 2 raised tumorous lumps appeared on both sides of the shoulder blades on the back, and the spine that originally supported the body grew spikes under the pressure of the carapace. making it look as hideous as a monster. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, because he also saw that Shenji in the assimilated form even had 2 extra limbs growing on the left and right sides of his abdomen. Extra limbs have not yet been fully formed, and the ends look like blades like those of the green-winged insect because this was Shenji's first assimilation after his upgrade, and the pain he felt was no less than that of awakening. At the last moment, he roared in pain and jumped up on the spot. The bulging thigh muscles made him burst out with terrifying power like a locust, and he flew directly 100 meters away. At this moment, he was like a humanoid insect that was magnified countless times. The strength of his body structure even exceeded that of Lin Feng, who was of a higher level, and he could withstand several times the pressure of an explosion. When Shenji instantly jumped to a height of 100 meters, his upward momentum was offset by the gravity of the blue planet, and he began to fall at an accelerated speed. Only then did he realize that if he fell straight to the ground, he would definitely be seriously injured. Like the green-winged insect, physical strength does not equal defense level. Just like the giant jaws of a second-level tiger spine worm can withstand cannon bombardment, but its entire body cannot be as hard as the giant jaws. Such weight cannot be supported by a 10-meter body, and its movement speed will drop sharply, making it a living target like the Queen Mother. Agility and defense, you can only choose one. As for the 2 people under her feet, Zhang Liang obviously had not reacted yet, and only Lin Feng noticed something was wrong. He made a prompt decision and activated the flight mode of the flying tiger armor, soaring into the air to catch Shenji, who was falling faster. However, Shenji's assimilated form had fangs and spikes all over his armor, so it was impossible to catch him. Lin Feng had no special training, so the mid-air capture experiment. In a state of desperation, he came up with an idea and kicked Shenji out. It changed from falling in a straight line to falling in a parabola, falling towards the surface of Tehu Lake not far away. With the lake water as a buffer, he will not be seriously injured. However, it was this kick that made Shenji, who was originally at a loss, feel a strong sense of crisis. It's like a death row prisoner about to be executed, making his last struggle before death. With a low roar coming from his huge jaws, the originally raised tumorous buds on both sides of his back suddenly burst open, revealing 2 pairs of folded transparent membranous wings. In the midst of life and death crisis, he incited violently. Finally, when he was about to fall into the water, he stabilized his body in mid-air. Shenji's first flight was completed in a sense of crisis due to the strong momentum inadvertently exuded by Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was suspended 100 meters away, looking at Shenji, who was a little overwhelmed. The identification data appeared in front of him. It seemed that this was its final form, Shenji. LV 2029 horsepower 200, VT 420, SPR 195 superpower awakening, devouring and assimilation. Wing Tiger Mad Battle. Note, the target is in the state of tiger spine worm assimilation. Energy consumption increased by 100%, physical fitness increased by 100%, and mental state continued to decline. This form of assimilation is really too strong. Not only does the attribute value increase by 1 time, but it also has the movement ability of a flying green-winged insect. You should know that at this moment Shenji has just entered the 2nd stage, and has not even reached the early 2nd stage, but he can possess combat power comparable to the middle 2nd stage LV-24. The basic burst at the same level is stronger than Lin Feng's, but Lin Feng has the blessing of breaking the limit value. Coupled with a full set of equipment, he can still crush Shenji in the Wing Tiger Berserker form. For example, the momentum exuded by the sudden kick just now scared Shenji a lot. This instinctive conditioned reflex is like the reaction of an early stage 2nd stage tiger spine worm when it encounters a mid-stage worm that is twice as strong as itself. It's normal to be afraid because even with his bare hands, Lin Feng could easily suppress it. Shenji in the winged tiger's frenzy state is like Lin Feng equipped with a flying tiger armor, but a weakened version. All the cold gazes under Lin Feng's armor prompted him to calm down quickly and not get lost. Okay, don't stay in the sky for too long, so as not to be discovered by the Zerg-winged insects. After collecting all the data, Lin Feng said lightly. Shenji wandered around the lake for a few more laps and finally returned to the forest on the lakeside. Having shed his winged tiger fighting form, he leaned against a camphor tree, panting. At only level 20, it is very difficult to maintain the assimilation form, which consumes a lot of energy, especially while flying. The first thing that could not be sustained was physical strength. The energy burning throughout the body felt like fire, and the exposed skin, whether it was black and yellow scales or human skin, all turned red. An empty stomach triggers an intense hunger, which is like the continuous pain of being burned by fire. Lin Feng brought Zhang Liang, who had transformed into a winged angel, and slowly landed in front of him, with a few big red carp and silver carp in his hands. There are countless filter-feeding fish in Taihu Lake that purify the water. A large number of fish fry are released every year to maintain the health of the water and prevent large-scale green algae pollution due to nutrient enrichment. In addition to the ban on fishing and hunting in recent years, there are now a large number of fish living in Taihu Lake, which will become a buffet feast for the Zerg. Help the Queen Mother achieve promotion and expansion. Lin Feng looked at the 420 gin fish in his hand, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. When withdrawing from Wuchen, they simply took the water route and fired shells behind them, driving all the fish to the west of Taihu Lake. In this way, after landing on the other side, you can take advantage of the fish school in front of you in the southeast area of Jincheng, and weaken the Zerg by waiting for an opportunity. Blocking their biomass collection speed can not only delay their landing speed, but also improve their own level and conduct training around the lake. Lin Feng threw the big fish to Shen Ji and asked them to make a bonfire and barbecue it in the woods. He then turned and left, leaving them some privacy while thinking about the possibility of luring the deeper enemy into his mind. At present, Lin Feng does not have the ability to fight the Zerg in water. A level 20 land patrol ship is only equivalent to Navy's coastal escort boat and cannot compete with the Zerg at all. You have to know that the navies of various countries lost contact almost at the same time, and the entire army was wiped out. According to the information sent by Ding Chenghe, the Zerg had actually emerged from the ocean and launched an attack on the human navy as early as the morning of the solar eclipse. Countless aquatic soldier insects, only the size of 3 or 4 people, like schools of fish in the sea, evaded radar detection and silently attacked naval fleets of various countries. They have hard drills on their heads that can destroy the propeller at the bottom of the stern and the weak armor on the bottom of the ship, making all ships sitting still and becoming sitting ducks. Therefore, surface combat is extremely disadvantageous to Lin Feng. But it's different on the road. Whether on the surface or underground, the one with long legs will definitely not be able to outrun the one with wheels. It's just a pity about the fishery resources in the big rivers. If one day we can gain an advantage on the surface battlefield, it will undoubtedly be the heaviest blow to the Zerg. Returned, watching the two of them talking and laughing as they walked into the 2-story hotel. Lin Feng sat on the eaves, revealing a hint of relief. For both of them, maintaining a good mental state is more important than anything else, and mutual affection is naturally one of the important ways to do so. Especially when it's the only situation that I can relate to. After solving the hidden danger problem of his capable assistant, Lin Feng took out the mobile phone from his pocket and held it high in the air, but the signal still had not been restored. Not to mention getting online, even making a phone call is difficult. I turned on the radio, and although I could make out a few words amidst the noise, it was probably an introduction to the Zerg invasion and the Federation's rescue and blocking operations, to boost morale. But the signal that was disconnected from time to time still indicated that there was strong electromagnetic interference nearby. Combined with what Ding Chenghe said, it was likely that the Queen Mother of Heicheng already had the best means to fight against high-tech weapons behind the first-line defensive not far away. Large-scale electromagnetic pulse, just like the level 25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon in his hand. It can not only paralyze creatures at close range, but also create large-scale electromagnetic pulses to destroy various electronic chips. If this ability were transplanted to the second-level Zerg, it would not only pose a huge threat to humans' defense, but even Lin Feng would have to temporarily avoid the attack. However, the attack range should not be as far as artillery. Like the armor-piercing magnetic cannon, the attack range of the magnetic storm bomb will be shortened 10 times to only about 1 kilometer, which is similar to a sniper rifle or precision rifle. The high maneuverability of the wing tank can be used to create distance between the newly born second-stage Zerg and then suppress them from a distance through shotguns and heavy machine guns. Just as he thought of this, a long convoy of cars with lights on suddenly appeared not far away, and leading the way was the land battleship driven by Chen Yan'an. It rushed to the front, broke through the fence of the temporary camp, and drove in behind. He followed 8 fully loaded winged tanks. Seeing the smoke coming out of the gun muzzles on the car, I guess they were testing the power of the weapons. Lin Feng jumped onto the bow of the ship, calmed everyone's excited hearts, and returned to the lounge on the first floor of the battleship. Chen Yan'an came hurriedly with a small signal receiver. It's lit up again. Your friend, Professor Ding, sent me the latest information. Lin Feng took the receiver and opened the file. It showed that outside the federal capital, Among the 8 or more queen mothers that were about to be encountered, there was a terrifying existence of the third stage middle stage. Its size was twice that of an ordinary queen mother, and it could also dispatch various new second stage zergs to cooperate with the second stage tiger spine insects and wind wing insects. Form a special elite team similar to humans, hunt down human awakeners, and lead the zerg to capture various bunkers and eliminate outposts outside the defense line. Among they are a pulse war scorpion similar to the giant scorpion on Blue Star. Its raised whip tail is no longer a barbed poison needle, but a launch device for a pulse energy cannon that can accumulate and compress energy. It can fire pulse cannons from hundreds of meters away to destroy the base outpost's electrical equipment and communication means. It is also very lethal to humans. Another type discovered so far is similar to the common black ground beetle on Blue Planet, but its size is magnified thousands of times, reaching 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. It has thick armor and can withstand a 200mm howitzer. It is comparable to a super tank among the zerg. Not only that, it is also a siege weapon. When it approaches the outpost 100 meters away, it will spew a large amount of high-temperature burning magma from its mouth. This thing can corrode concrete buildings and directly break through the fortress of the defense line, allowing the remaining first-level black-backed insects to drill into the interior of the building and cause extensive damage. Although slow in movement, this powerful new Tier 2 zerg is capable of tearing through the strongest defenses. It has also been named the Tank Flame Armor, and will soon join the Pulse Scorpion in the invasion of the federal capital. There is some more content later, but the data was lost due to signal obstruction in the service area. It seems that it is impossible to obtain all the information. Lin Feng frowned slightly and returned it to Chen Yannian. Don't tell anyone yet. Wait until you finish harvesting the second level tiger spine insects tomorrow and return to the watch and defense line. Then tell them. Chen Yannian finished reading the information and nodded. Like Lin Feng, his excitement and joy turned into worry at this moment. He Chang's second stage middle stage queen mother, menacing. Chapter 125, Harvest Second Level Egg, Additional Effect. The next morning, Lin Feng opened his eyes from between Chen Yannian's long legs. After the woman's gentle help in relieving the depression that had been pent up in his heart yesterday, he now felt refreshed. He lifted his long legs that were resting on his chest, stood up, put on his shorts, left a kiss on Chen Yannian's face, and then walked into the bathroom. After washing up, Lin Feng went into the restaurant and made 2 fried eggs, long and short-sleeved shirt, and hugged Lin Feng's waist from behind. 1 egg can't feed me, got 2. As he said this, he turned Lin Feng around to face him. Let me eat first. Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. Half an hour later, he was sitting at the dining table, looking at the woman who was cooking in front of him, with identification data appearing in his eyes. Chen Yannian, LV 1919, horsepower 150, versus 150. SPR 185. Comment, a lucky woman with great luck who can always find her own unique way to level up. Remember, spiritual connection is more important than physical connection. Lin Feng coughed lightly. As his relationship with Chen Yannian continued to deepen over the past few days, the other party's mental value began to rise continuously day and night. It is even about to break through the limit of the first level. Corresponding to this is the increasingly sophisticated driving skills, whether it is the gear lever of the battleship or Lin Feng's personal driving skills. But the latter sentence in the evaluation made Lin Feng narrow his eyes, because he had dreamed of the other person again this morning. In that desolate and dilapidated spiritual world. Moreover, as the spiritual connection deepened, Chen Yannian's appearance in the dream became clearer and more delicate. Equipment bound to her. Lin Feng didn't know whether this was a good thing. He felt somewhat uneasy about the sinking of the Black Sun and the sudden hearing of his mother He Yuan's voice. If Chen Yannian is involved in this matter, it will only become more complicated. Maybe I should tell her about this. Lin Feng felt a little conflicted. Finally, after the other party brought a bowl of sumptuous brunch, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Eat, it's getting late. We have to leave for Jiacheng at 11 o'clock. By the way, the land cruiser has successfully bound the remaining 8 tank replicas. I can control their driving and firepower systems at the same time. Lin Feng nodded and picked up the bowl without any surprise. These things were all within his expectations. Chen Yannian's mechanical pioneer ability was for this purpose. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the battleship fully armed. The time came to 9:30 in the morning drive. Lin Feng specifically told Li Ran to let the tired team members get some more sleep. After all, the next day's tasks are heavier. There is no need to get up early. If your body is not well rested and you are not in high spirits, things will be more likely to go wrong. In this way, the camp, which was originally scheduled to get up and assemble at 5:30 according to the regulations, was delayed until 9 o'clock. The extra few hours of sleep were the most comfortable early rise for the team members these days. Even those on rotating patrol duty can be guaranteed more than 6 hours of adequate sleep. When Lin Feng walked out of the warship, the team members had already cleaned up and were eating in the restaurant after being heated and steamed. Individual soldier rations will taste much better and will not be as difficult to swallow as in the wild last time. Han Yuxin and Hu Fei brought 100 sets of 20-day individual rations. Now it is enough for the team of 150 people to sustain for 10 days. By the time they had finished eating and packed up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. As the land cruiser's whistle sounded, it was time to set off. Lin Feng saw Shen Ji wearing a crimson armor that concealed his true face, and walked out of the second-floor hotel with Zhang Liang. It is still convenient with the red-black armor. After everyone boarded the replica of the flying wing tank, Chen Yannian gave an order and drove out of the service area and headed to the outskirts of Jiacheng as planned, walking on the highway, and arrived at the outskirts of Jiacheng's northern suburbs, 15 kilometers away. Lin Feng ordered the vehicle to stop and change direction, so that the 8 tanks were lined up with the land cruiser as the core, aiming at the Jiacheng city 3 kilometers away northern area of Jiacheng, forcing the nearby red beetle swarms to hide in deep pits and dare not show their heads. After firing thousands of shells in succession, Lin Feng waved his hand and announced a pause. He brought chariots and fired artillery shells. Black-backed insects yesterday had already made the Queen of Jiacheng taste the power. But at that time, the players' mobility was very poor, and they could only passively on the front line, and they were caught off guard by the information gap. If the Zerg are given 2 or 3 days, the Queen Mother will definitely be able to command the swarm to dig holes underground and launch a surprise attack. Therefore, what Queen Mother Jiacheng really values is Lin Feng's personal strength. In a short period of time, eliminate the top-level second-level insect swarm led by the late-stage second-level tiger spine worm. Such strength is enough for the Queen Mother to show sincerity and come forward in person to conduct a cooperative transaction with Lin Feng. But in the current bombardment, Lin Feng wanted to prove that he was not only good at fighting, but also very good at running. A movable defense line can be more threatening than a defense fixed line. This kind of deterrence can make the Queen Mother of Jiacheng concentrate on the transaction and give up the idea of attacking Lin Feng and others from both sides. As the bombardment ended, Lin Feng left the fleet alone and headed for the outskirts of the city. The level 24 flying tiger armor on his body, while releasing the power of the tiger insect, also radiates the aura of a second-stage mid-stage awakener on the scorched earth filled with smoke. Soon, in the middle of the city entrance road that was shattered by the artillery fire, the soil sank deeply, forming a 5-meter wide hole. Lin Feng became alert instantly and retreated dozens of meters. Not long after, a group of level 9 large red beetles crawled out of the bottomless wormhole. On their wide backs, which were 6 or 7 meters long, they were carrying milky white eggs of the same size. The milky white insect eggs, which look like fat pork, are still alive and wriggling, and new insect species are being bred inside. Seeing these things, Lin Feng frowned slightly, and a bad premonition suddenly came to his mind. The next moment, the results of the appraisal confirmed what he was thinking: second-level tiger spine worm eggs. LV 20 HP. 210 BH. Spirit? Evaluation: this is a first-stage late-stage black spine worm, in the process of upgrading and evolving into a second-stage tiger spine worm developed, and the hard giant jaws have not yet been assembled. In the wild, this will be a rare upgrade and hunger-satisfying material. The original organic soup contained inside can be eaten with confidence. After reading the reviews, Lin Feng frowned even more tightly until more than 100 level 9 red beetles, under his watch, carrying 50 level eggs, tremblingly crawled out of the cave. A young woman who was controlled by the parasite sat on the back of a red beetle and came to the piles of insect eggs. She spoke calmly. "Your strength is impressive. I am more and more confident in our cooperation." The voice of Queen Mother Jiacheng came from the throat of the young woman with white eyes. Lin Feng raised the LV-25 armor-piercing magnetic cannon and said in a cold tone, "We agreed on a second-level tiger spine worm." The young woman smiled, a stiff smile that looked a little unnatural. "Yes, this is the second-order tiger back worm, but it has not yet fully developed. It is the egg of the second-order tiger back worm. This thing is hard currency among the Queen Mothers. It is more popular than the hatched live insects. Eggs that have not been subjected to a mental contract can be handed over to any Queen Mother for incubation and control. Aren't your mental attributes very strong?" As long as you have mental superpowers, you can also mentally control them at the beginning of their birth. Live bugs are more useful than dead ones. Lin Feng didn't have time to listen to its twisted logic. According to the evaluation given by the system, the birth process of the second-order tiger spine worm is not as simple as the insect eggs. In addition to the insect body itself, the most important thing is the pair of extremely hard supergiant jaws. That thing is a rare orange quality material. In Lin Feng's hands, it is as precious as upgrade points. After all, the flying tiger armor used to save lives and the land cruiser battleships that serve as means of transportation and safe houses both require the giant jaws of the tiger spine worm for defensive upgrades. With upgrade points alone, Lin Feng can only improve his martial arts value and basic attributes, but it will not improve his already weak defense. So Lin Feng raised his gun and pointed it at the Queen Mother's human clone. No, what other jaws do I need? The woman controlled by the Queen Mother shook her head and said, I really don't have those things. Right now, I have less than 200 second-level tiger-backed insects. This is my last asset. I can't give them all to you. The synthesis of the giant jaw requires a large amount of finished metal. I have rarely fought with you humans and have not collected these metal resources. There are even fewer metal factories in Ningcheng and Jiacheng. If you are willing to give me a large amount of metal, I will help you complete the required second-level giant jaw within 3 days. Otherwise, I'm sorry I can't obey your order. Lin Feng looked at the Queen Mother's clone in front of him with burning eyes. He knew the material of the giant jaw, which was a special alloy synthesized from organic organisms and inorganic metals. It could exhibit extremely strong hardness while also taking into account toughness and self-repair capabilities. At present, Ding Chenghe from the Research Institute is using the giant jaws of the second-order tiger spine worm to develop a new type of individual combat weapon to cooperate with a genetically modified warrior plan. This also reflects from the side that the Zerg's biotechnology is very advanced, and its potential for transformation is also huge. At this moment, the Queen Mother of Jiacheng flatly refused, leaving Lin Feng unable to refute for a moment. With the opponent's strength, it is indeed impossible to gather so many second-order tiger spine insects, otherwise there would be no need for it to engage in cooperative transactions with itself, a nominal enemy. It's a pity that Lin Feng is also in short supply of fine steel at the moment. The replica is a money-eating beast, a bottomless pit at the parasite in front of him. It was only in the late first stage. Even if he killed his clone of the Queen Mother, there would be no benefit. The Queen Mother of Jiacheng has learned her lesson and doesn't leave herself any chance to take advantage of others. After much deliberation, the only option left is to increase the total volume of transactions to make up for the current material losses. In that case, add another 250 second-level insect eggs. I will help you block them for 10 days for the Queen Mother of Heicheng. Hearing Lin Feng's answer and request, the Queen Mother secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a while, she nodded and said, Okay, 250 insect eggs are enough for you to advance to the late stage of the second stage, and you can also have a few more teammates of the same level. As for the missing giant jaw materials, we can take them back from that guy in Heicheng. Lin Feng snorted coldly and said no more. If the Queen Mother in the middle stage of the third stage was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't need any materials to improve him defense. He would have already uncovered the opponent's almost exposed lair. Thinking of this, Lin Feng saw that the red beetle swarm had already put down the eggs on its back, carrying the Queen Mother's clone, and was about to retreat into the cave entrance. Finally, he added, If I really can't stop you by then, you will have to intervene if necessary. This place is only 15 kilometers away from Wucheng in East Taihu Lake. After the Queen Mother of Heicheng conquers Wucheng, she will also be within your attack range. The controlled young woman turned her head. Ro, by the way, what's your name? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Lin Feng, what about you? The Queen Mothers of the world should also have their own titles or numbers, right? The Queen Mother's clone smiled slightly, becoming more and more accustomed to the human form. Yes, I am currently ranked 108th, and the one from Heicheng has been promoted to 76th, but now I have a new name, which is Longai. Lin Feng's eyes fixed. So you have a real-time ranking internally? The Queen Mother, who had just named herself Ling Yi, nodded and said, with a matter-of-fact expression, well, the spiritual worlds of all high-level Queen Mothers are interconnected. Oh, I know you, Lin Feng, can survive and witness the day when I, Lingai, ascend to the universe, and then become my follower and conquer the galaxy together. Lin Feng shrugged and said with a smile, wait until you rank in the top 100 before we talk. The corner of Longai's mouth slightly raised. and he disappeared at the horizon of the cave entrance. Lin Feng then snapped his fingers. 2 minutes later, the land cruiser led 8 tanks and arrived in front of Lin Feng. Looking at the 50 huge insect eggs that were 5 meters long and 2 meters wide on the ground, they were all a little confused. Lin Feng would naturally not spread the news about his private transaction with Queen Mother Ling Yi. Once it became known to everyone, it would have a very bad impact on both of them. So amid the doubts among the crowd, he said calmly, "This is a gift of apology from the Queen Mother of Jiacheng. We are willing to hand over these insect eggs in exchange for a ceasefire in our attack on it." Just like the Western bandits in the past, they only understand the words of Cannon's apology. As he spoke, Lin Feng nodded at Chen Yanyan in the cockpit at the bow of the ship and asked her to drive the warship and store the 50 insect eggs in the storage room under the stern of the ship. Then he stood at the bow and continued to speak to everyone. "These undeveloped eggs are all breeding second-order tiger spine worms. That's right, by killing them, we can also gain the energy to enter the second stage of awakening. This will be a heavy price for the Queen Mother, but in order to reduce the losses, it took the initiative to hand it over and promise me that it would not invade other cities for the time being. And now, our most important enemy is the Queen Mother of Haicheng, who wants to capture Wuchen and invade Jincheng." Hearing the battle results announced by Lin Feng, everyone showed joy. After all, being able to defeat the enemy without fighting and winning without casualties is the highest realm. Although no one died in yesterday's battle, there were more than 10 teammates who were seriously injured. Looking at their painful faces, the other lucky ones naturally thought that they should avoid taking risks if possible. Moreover, the Queen Mother's surrender also proves that everyone is very powerful. This will be the first time have defeated the Queen Mother. Cheers of victory suddenly rang out one after another. Seeing everyone dancing with joy, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and suddenly a reminder appeared in front of him. After in-depth testing, 100%, and quickly restore the physical condition of the second-level awakener. Each time you eat one, you can increase the physical attribute value by an additional 10 points. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.